Kindly invite Jacqueline to come and lead us in the parliamentary prayer.
Prayers. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their church.
Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Honorable Chair, honorable members of Parliament, once again, you're most welcome to day 2 of this first training seminar for members of the 11th Parliament. Chair, yesterday we had a really exciting presentation from different persons. And just before the day closed, Honorable Raphael Magezi took us through the relationship between Parliament and local councils, especially in terms of lawmaking, service delivery, and the dispensation of justice. It was a session that could have gone on until midnight, but we had to bring it to a close. And he had promised to come and take us through part of it before he goes into today's session. So, honorable members, allow me to present for your session today, Honorable Fox Odoi, who will be chairing and will take us through the modalities of the rest of the morning. So, Honorable Chair, to you. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable members, we are starting 1 hour late, and we have very important business this morning and afternoon. I will beg your indulgence to cut off all long speeches. I am certain you didn't come to listen to me, you came to listen to the presenters. With your permission, I will immediately invite the Honorable Raphael Magezi to make his presentation, answer yesterday's questions, and take us to the parish development model.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of this session. Good morning, honorable members. It's a pleasure to be with you again this morning. And with me is the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Local Government, Mr. Ben Kumumanya. We also have our technical officers outside there. I did pledge that would give the answers to questions in writing, but I continue to get more questions even last night. So my humble request is allow us to consult properly and give you well-informed answers. We shall do that by Monday. We'll make sure that when we send you the pack you're going with, we'll also include it in the pack. Talking of the pack, this morning we're talking about the parish model. We started in July last year. We have now reached a stage where we think it's time to roll out. This morning, I'll give you 3 things. 1, the concept of the parish model. We'll have an overview those slides presented by our Commissioner Police and Planning, Mr. Cyprian. He will do that, I hope, in 10 minutes. And secondly, we've developed what we call talking points for leaders. Next week, we expect all of us to go to our districts, go to our constituencies. Cabinet has agreed, all ministers will go with you and we'll have some work to do there. We'll have district workshops. We'll have presentations on the radios. We've got to monitor the work that is going on. So we've prepared for you talking points for leaders. When you're before the public and they're asking questions about PDM, what are you going to say? So we're going to go through it, that list of talking points. I've also certainly included questions and answers, frequently asked questions on the PDM. I've had an opportunity to present this before the Parliamentary Committee on Public Service and Local Government. We've also appeared before the Committee on Government Assurances and on the media and so on. So we've registered a number of questions. We thought we'd go through them and equip you with the answers that you can give on each of these questions. There are about 20 questions. So we shall go through these and then have our discussion. Commissioner Cyprian, please get close for your presentation. As he's doing that, what have we done since July? Number one, we have recruited parish chiefs. We had a gap of 5,600 parish chiefs. We have now recruited all of them. You gave us the money, we are paying their wages, we increased their salary scale from U7 to U5, and their pay is from 260,000, now they are getting 475,000. So they are there. Number two, set up the National Secretariat. It is up and running, chaired by Honorable Suzy Garabuzi. I convey his apology, he's out of the country. We would have wanted to be with you here today. He has a deputy, Honorable Geoffrey Karisa. Number three, we have operationalized the LOC3s. We had 716 new sub-counties and town councils, which were not operational. We came to you in November with a supplementary request. You gave us 29 billion shillings. So as I talk now, all these LOC3s have received their money. Number four, we have activated the pillars. We have 7 pillars of the parish model. He will explain them, and they are meeting, they are operational. Number five, these pillars have produced their manuals, operational manuals for the pillars. So if you talk of financial inclusion, the revolving fund, there is a pillar or a manual on the revolving fund. There's a simplified handbook from gender on the points you talk about in the community at the sub-county level. Number six, we presented to you the implementation guidelines in Parliament. I laid them on table. And we also presented the policy framework of PDM, also laid it on table. Number seven, I presented the midterm report, half-year report in December, and it was sent to the Committee on Public Service and Local Government. We are committed to present a report to Parliament every 6 months, and we shall do that. Number eight, we did a pre-launch in Bukedi to see what would the parish model look like at the community level. We did that, and that was followed by the national launch on the 26th of February. This was successfully done, and we have analyzed it ourselves. We've looked at where we did well, and therefore we have improved our concept. The parish model is not cast in stone. It is flexible. We keep on changing a few things here and there. So we are now at the rollout. We are rolling out the parish model. And I speak today in the various districts we have community sensitization, data collection, formation of enterprise groups and circles. So from the 21st, next week, you'll be going to the districts for about 10 days to hold a meeting with the district leaders, mobilize them, sensitize them, to go to the radios with the ministers, talk about the parish model, sensitize the community, and then move out to monitor what the technical staff are doing in the field. That's why we thought this day was important. We shall give you the copies of these documents, copies of the talking points, copies of the questions and answers. Chair, given my difficult voice this morning, I'll request you allow the technical officers to proceed with the presentation. Cyprian, you can take the numbers through. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Local Government, the Honorable Chair, Honorable Members of Parliament. We are happy to be making a presentation this morning on the parish development model. We are always excited when we get an opportunity to speak about the parish development model, and especially today, we will be speaking to our leaders who will be supporting us in the implementation of the parish development model. My name is Cyprian Chilanyang. I am the Commissioner Policy and Planning from the Ministry of Local Government. I think I'll start the presentation. We are having a problem with the screens, but I am hoping that you have all got copies of the hard copies. Chair, should I proceed or I?
All have hard copies. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Parish development model. I'm just going to make an overview. I've been given 10 minutes, so I will basically go to the most important part. So, what is parish development model? Parish development model is a program of government. It's a priority program which is intended to transform the community, to move from the subsistence sector into the money economy. And in so doing, deal with the poverty problems that we are having. So the goal in number one would be increase household incomes and improve the quality of life. So that is the most important goal of parish development model. Number two, it is targeting the 39% of our communities who are living in the subsistence sector. So we are saying, how do we move these people from chonka, from food for the stomach into food for the market, and they can food for the stomach, and they can market the balance. So this is the whole idea, and this is the basis of parish development model. So how is it going to be done? Number one, PDM will enable households to increase agricultural production and productivity on the land that they have. PDM will be able to add value to the produce through improved post-handling, storage and processing, and marketing. So what we are saying is, what you have produced, we should be able to add value on it, such that the farmer has value addition. There are instances where people produce, and then because many people have produced, the off-takers are the same, you end up having a lower price for the produce. There's a time when we had milk, the price of milk falling very low to about 100 shillings or something. So we are saying, how can we add value on this produce such that it can stay in the shelf longer and be able to fetch a good price for the farmer? Number three, PDM will provide a revolving fund at the parish level for the farmers to borrow at affordable rates and friendly repayments period and investment in their economic enterprises. So before people would go to sharks to borrow money, and at the end of the day, they lose their land, and then at the end of the day, it becomes worse. So we are saying, how can we be able to be at the parish, to establish a financial base at the parish, so that farmers can be able to borrow money in a friendly interest rate and repayment period. So PDM, the success of PDM will depend on its design. PDM is designed in 7 pillars. And the idea is that these all pillars will be working concurrently to be able to deliver the community out of poverty. So the 7 pillars are agriculture, agricultural value chain, development, which is basically production, storage, processing, and marketing. So this is the most important pillar. It's pillar number 1. In this pillar, we are saying, let people produce as much as possible. How do we encourage farmers? How do we make them produce and produce and produce? Because now, once they produce, then they have a produce to sell. So then we should be able to store it very well so that it doesn't get spoiled and fetches a good price. Then we should be able to process it so that the value increases. For example, if you process the maize, it moves away from being is it 300 per kilo, 300 shillings per kilo, to a better price. So that is the next level, so that it can stay longer in the shelves. Number 3, how do we get market for this produce? So that is in pillar number 1. And pillar number 1 is chaired by the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. And he has all the ministries and agencies which have a mandate in order to produce production. So for us, we look at this pillar as the most important one because this is the one which will make people to produce. This is the pillar which will make people know when to plant. So the extension workers will be trained to make sure that they are able to support the community on when to plant, which varieties are good for their communities because different communities have different soils, and then also how to care for the produce or the animals or whatever it is that they're producing. So this is the most important pillar for us. So for as long as people don't have anything to sell, we have no business. So people should produce and produce. So this is the most important pillar. The second pillar is infrastructure. We are saying, how can you support the farmer to be able to bring in farm inputs into the area, into the community? Or when they have produced, how does the produce get out of the farm into the market? How does it go to the factory? How does it go to the So is there a problem with the road? For example, there are instances where farmers produce, and then at the end of the day, the culvert is spoiled. And because the culvert is spoiled, there's no way the produce can go to the market. So this pillar number 2 is to deal with any infrastructural problems that we are having at the parish. So it's chaired by the Ministry of Works, and he has all the other MDAs. Ministry of Water is part of it. So this pillar is basically for infrastructural problem. If the problem in the parish is water, irrigation, this also falls into this pillar. How does the Ministry of Water, Ministry of Agriculture come in to help that parish to solve the problem of water so that farmers are able to have water for production and they're able to produce? So if the problem is, because even internet nowadays is infrastructure, if the problem is electricity, how do we get electricity to the parish so that people can be able to use electricity for production? So this is pillar number 2, very, very important. It's called infrastructure and economic services. Pillar number 3 is on financial inclusion. I've already mentioned it. What we are saying is, how do you make the parish financially stable? how can you make sure that people in the parish can be able to have funds that can revolve in the parish so that they are going to be there for as long as possible, so that if they can manage the money very well, the money is going to be in the parish for as long as is foreseeable. So the idea was, is now we have formed, we are busy forming, and many places have already formed. We are forming parish circles, and the idea is parish circles have been successful throughout the country. So now these circles, government is going to provide 100 million per year to this parish circle, and the circles will be lending the money within the members in the parish. So there is a whole process of forming the circle. It comes from households forming groups, enterprise groups. So households in the same business, for example, matoke or people in cattle may form one circle for cattle, for maybe meat producers. Then another one will form, enterprise group. Another one will form another enterprise group for, let's say, dairy farmers. Then an enterprise group for matoke. So these enterprise groups are going to nominate people to the circle, and those people will form a circle. Those people will be the executive, the representative of the circle, and they will be the ones running the circle. And in running the circle, they know their members, and they know who is able to pay back, because there are people you lend money and then they just eat the money and they go away. So they know who is a serious businessman, serious farmer who is going to use the money and be able to pay back. And so they know who is in the parish and who is not part of the parish, because every parish is going to get this money. So the beneficiary should be people from your own parish. Pillar number 4 is on social services. We are saying, how can you provide services to the communities without them going far and leaving production? For example, your child falls sick, so you have to leave the crops or the animals you are rearing to go to the nearest referral hospital, which is probably a few kilometers away. We are saying, how can we develop the health services within the parish or nearby, so that people do not have to go very far to get the services? Schools. How can we make sure that every parish, for example, has a primary school, so that they don't have to take the child to the next parish, and therefore the time for the garden is lost. So this is the idea with parish development model. Number 5 is community mobilization and mindset change. We are saying sometimes poverty is in the mind. People just are comfortable with the way they are living. So government is saying, can we target the community and tell them and motivate them and tell them you can live a better life, you can produce more, and you can be able to have more money to go to a better hospital, to be able to take your children to better schools, and be able to have a better and a longer life, and so on. So this is a pillar which is under the Ministry of Gender, and all the ministries and MDAs which are in that mandate. Number 6 is parish-based management information system. This pillar is to deal with the M&E, and basically managing of PDM across the country. So we are saying we are rolling out PDM across the country, and in order to manage the reports and know how it's working, you need an IT system. You cannot do it manually. You need, at the click of a button, to know which parish has actually not even lent out the money, because that's going to be happening. Or which parish has lent out all the money and nobody's paying back the money. Or which parish are they giving money to only their relatives. So these reports are going to be coming on the system. Parish chiefs will be given devices which they will be using to report every month regularly. And then, because it's a web-based system, we should be able to have, at the click of a button, a dashboard which shows the performance of PDM across the country. Lastly, we have the governance and administration pillar. This is now the footwork. This is the real pillar which makes sure that what we have planned on paper is actually happening on the ground. Are the extension workers actually advising and guiding people? Are the circles actually lending money to the right people? Are there inputs in the community? All these things. Is the bridge which is spoiled or the culvert, has it been fixed? So this is the real, where the rubber meets the road. This is where We'll make sure, and this is under the Ministry of Local Government, under the Minister of Local Government. And so because the CAOs, all local governments have a reporting through the minister, we have a way of making sure that the CAOs, the sub-county chiefs, the parishes are able to make sure that they're reporting and making sure that PDM is working. So this is the overview of PDM. The rest is just probably going to be a detail. If the minister would like me to stop here while I proceed. Okay, thank you. So the rest is just a detail, how the group enterprise groups are formed and how the circles has been formed. I've already mentioned it. The most important point is the point of the interest groups. The decision by government is of the money that is going to be in the revolving fund that the parish is going to get. 30% of that money will be lent to women. 30% will be lent to youth. In each parish, 20% will go to men, generally men, who are not youth. Then 10% will go to people with disability. And then 10% will go to the elderly, people who are older persons. So this is how the money will be distributed at the parish. Lent. This money is for paying back. It's a loan to the beneficiaries. So I have listed in the next slide a few the areas that PDM is going to be supporting. So it's not going, we're going to look at farm inputs. People who are going to have farm inputs can also benefit from this money. People who are in real production, crop production, livestock production, fish and so on, will be benefiting. Also people who are in the value chain of handling, processing and so on should be able to benefit, and then also marketing. So that was the slide to show who benefits. The next slide is the slide on the, should I say, the model itself. People who, the idea is people who have 4 acres and less than 4 acres, they are encouraged to do intensive agriculture in a number of enterprises which do not require a lot of land. For example, poultry, fish, piggery, cattle, dairy, I think that is zero grazing, fruits, and coffee. So this one, because they don't require a lot of land, you should be able to produce and be able to get a lot of money if you invested in these areas. But for people who are lucky enough to have more than 4 acres, they can now do extensive things like maize, like pineapples, like, so the pictures are there which can describe to you the items that can fall into the area for extensive agriculture. The next slide is a slide on the membership of the parish development model. Membership of the parish development committee. Now, this is the committee in the parish. That is like a government in the parish. They are the ones who oversee activities of PDM in that parish. So the chair of the committee will be the LC2 chairperson of the parish. The parish chief of the parish, who is the only civil servant we have in the parish, is going to be the secretary to that committee. The rest of the members are the chairperson for Women Council, the chairperson in the parish, the chairperson for the Youth Council in the parish, the chairperson for persons with disability in the parish, and the chairperson of the ruling party in the parish. And then lastly, the representative of the elderly. So we have 7 members as members of the PDC. So what is the role for this PDC? Their role is very important. They are the ones who mobilize the community to make sure that they are aware about PDM. So they have to train them, they have to arrange the training. We have trained, the next phase is training them, we'll train them, and then they have to make sure the community is aware about the objectives and that they should be mobilized to participate in parish development model. So the slides are there so you can see it's basically oversight and making sure that PDM succeeds in the parish. The next one is just a pictorial representation of how the parish is organized at the, as far as the financial inclusion pillar is concerned. So we are saying that households form enterprise groups. Like I said, households in that product, cows, beef, fish, and so on. Then they nominate people to the SACCO. The next one is the loan approval process that will be followed at the parish. So you'll see number one is the application. Households will apply to the SACCO for the loan, and then the SACCO will has a committee that looks at the applications and they assess them, and then there's an executive committee at the SACCO which approves the loans, and then the PDM SACCO authorizes the bank to debit the account of the beneficiaries, and then the money is with the beneficiary at number 5. So then payment, then the person will be required to pay back when they have sold the produce. The next slide is the slide on the institutional structure of PDM. We have at the national level, we have the National Policy Committee. The National Policy Committee will be the overall policy committee for PDM and it's chaired by His Excellency the President. The Prime Minister is the overall supervisor, M&E, of PDM. And then we have the PDM Secretariat, which sits under the Ministry of Local Government. His Excellency the President will be assisted by 2 members. The Minister for Finance and Planning will be in charge of budgeting and finance, and then the Minister of Local Government will be in charge of implementation of the PDM. So there are 7 pillars as I've described. Each of the pillars that I described has a pillar working group and chaired by the ministers that I've mentioned, and other ministers are members, the members of that committee. So we have now departments, ministries, departments, and agencies reporting. So you look at it and it's, I think, easy to see through. So the next slide is basically a picture of what the parish will look like when we have achieved. I hope probably in 3 or 4, 5 years we have reached that level. So that's just a pictorial view of the PDM. So lastly, I would, not lastly, the role of members of parliament, and very important. What is the role of members of parliament? One is to legislate, of course, their natural role, and to legislate and make sure that PDM succeeds. So if there are any changes that will be needed to make PDM succeed, it will be the role of members of parliament to make it through parliament. Then provide oversight function, which is their natural role, oversight over PDM activities, just like any other government program. So that is the second one. The third one is also to help in resource allocation. That is when we come to parliament for approval for budgets. Members of parliament, it's your role to see that PDM needs resources. Number 4, conduct sensitization and community mobilization. This is participation. We'll arrange, when we arrange sensitizations, we will always invite members of parliament to address the community, especially in areas which fall in their constituencies. Number 5, join the district monitoring team and draw up their individual M&E programs. Yes, so the district has a monitoring committee for PDM, and so obviously the members of parliament are members of this monitoring team to make sure that PDM is actually succeeding, especially in their constituencies. And then lastly, to demand accountability for PDM resources and program. Lastly, I will go into the progress report where we have reached now. PDM was launched in February, 26 February 2022 by His Excellency the President in Chibuku. PDM started this financial year, 1st July 2021. Number 3, PDM, we have been able to develop and approve and disseminate the PDM policy framework paper, which was presented to Parliament, and all these documents have been presented to Parliament. The implementation guidelines, the operational manuals for each of the pillars, and then training manuals for the trainers of trainers, and all these have been disseminated. Number 4, we've been able to establish the PDM Secretariat in the Ministry of Local Government. Number 5, we have recruited all the parish chiefs that are needed across the country. We should be at 100% now. Number 6, the trainings have started. The training started a long time ago. We finished the national level. We did the regional training and sub-county level. Sub-county trainings, that's the constituency trainings, are ongoing as we speak. Also, community mobilization is ongoing. We are having community mobilization for data collection and formation of enterprise groups and PDM circles is going on right now, and accounts are being opened across the country. So what are the planned activities going forward? We need to have, we're working on the strategy on the market to make sure that the produce that people are going to produce has a market. Number 2, also improving the requisite infrastructure and social services. That has to be done so that, like I told you about the culverts and so on, they should be fixed. The funds are going to be transferred in the next quarter to PDM circles. Some is going to be done, another is going to be done in the next quarter. Number 4, we'll be conducting business development trainings across the country for people to understand that you just don't borrow money for the sake. You borrow money and invest in areas where there's going to be profit, where you're going to be able to pay back the money. Otherwise, you'll borrow the money and you fail to pay the money. We'll also continue in M&E to make sure that the program is going the way it's supposed to do. And then there's continuous popularization of PDM. We'll be on radio, we'll be on TV, we'll be on social media everywhere. And then mindset change interventions will go on. It's not just a workshop. We have to find a way of regularly reminding the community that you need to work. You need to be able to help yourself. You need to be able to do what? To be better. Then lastly, training of PDCs and parish chiefs across all the parishes. So thank you. I will end here. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Thank you very much. Chair, may I invite the PS to take us through the talking points? We've given you a copy. Each one will get a copy and we're going to bind it properly for you.
As the PS approaches the podium, Honorable Chris Baremusi, will you please spend 1 minute to introduce the honorable ministers who are present with us? Just in 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I don't usually like talking when my back is the one facing the people, so I can introduce them while. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You have given me a task to introduce the honorable ministers who are here. Morning, honorable members. Let me start my extreme right. Honorable Samuel Helen, is the Minister of State in charge of disability, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Honorable Jennifer Namuyangu, the Minister of State for Bunyoro Affairs, in the Office of the Prime Minister. Honorable Ugasa Mary, the Minister of State for Public Service, Ministry of Public Service. The Honorable Minister of State in charge of Minerals, Peter Rokeris, one of the surviving Karamajong. Honorable Grace Freedom Kuichwing is the Minister of State in charge of Northern Uganda, Office of the Prime Minister. Honorable Kamuntu, Professor Kamuntu is a Senior Presidential Advisor on Manifesto Implementation and the economic affairs, the only presidential advisor who sits in the cabinet of Uganda. So that's why I introduce him. And of course, the Honorable Raphael Majezi, Minister of Local Government. Oh, Honorable Margaret Muhanga, the Minister of State for Primary Health Care, Minister of Health, there. And
Thank you
you
very
as
much.
truly, Chris Bariomunsi, Minister of ICT and National Guidance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Please present your paper.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. After the guidelines as issued and the presentation as given, we went ahead to prepare talking notes for leaders when you go to meet the population. And I want to assure you the population of Uganda, they ask questions. So we thought we should share with you our mind on the talking notes. Honorable Chair and honorable members, on the introduction of the talking notes goes as follows. Government has been implementing the parish development model since July 2021 and is now ready to roll it out the whole country after successful launch at Tibuku on 26 February 2022 by His Excellency the President. The National PDM Secretariat has developed materials to guide implementation and to educate the public about the PDM. And I saw already a number of them being distributed. And as promised by the Minister, by Monday, we'll make sure more literature is available to the honorable members of Parliament before you proceed to the field. These talking notes have been developed to guide the national and district leaders as they go out to facilitate at the induction of local government leaders and technical officials and to mobilize and sensitize the community in their respective areas about PDM. Honorable members, we expect that trainings will continue. And therefore, once this information has gone out, when you go to district level sensitization, you'll pass on the baton. And it's expected that the leaders who have attended your sensitization workshops and seminars and meetings will carry on and cascade it to the lower level. What is the background where we are coming from to bring this PDM? Because people will ask, there's always that question, why PDM? What is the very reason that PDM has been designed by government? The leaders should begin by reminding the people of the history of this country and the development path which government has taken to rebuild the economy, to ensure security, peace, peace, stability, so giving that background as you read in the background. It is also important for leaders to touch the following areas. First, patriotism. I think there needs an emphasis that people must know that to be a patriot, you must be thinking about those who are unable, you must think about those who need, you must think about success of all projects for social economic transformation. If you go on page 2, Roman 2, Pan-Africanism. It's about a society which has challenges. Leadership must be so Pan-Africanist to take the lead in helping the society. Roman 3 is social economic transformation. PDM, one cardinal aim of PDM is to make sure that there is social economic transformation. The whole idea of shifting the 39 who have been outside the cash economy to participate in the cash economy, to have cash in their pockets coming out of their products. And then finally, Roman 4, so democracy. A society which is wanting or is needy, a society which is poor, a society faced with challenges of financing other social needs is not enjoying democracy. And therefore, to enjoy democracy, we need this one. Under 3.0, what is PDM? It is important that leaders fully understand the idea of implementing government services and programs at the parish, predates pre and post-independence Uganda. So in other words, it's not that this is new, but this is a refined arrangement and strategy that fits in the dynamic needs of today at our people. You remember the Muruka chiefs, all of us remember the Muruka chiefs, so this should be an emphasis of history, emphasizing the people that the Muruka chiefs of the 1960s and 70s was in charge of production, was in charge of sanitation and health needs. So this must be emphasized. Under 3.3, there is need to reach grassroots level to expedite poverty, eradication, and the parish model is offering that instrument, to make sure that the parish chief at every parish has the capacity to internalize government policy, to read what goes on in Parliament, and to disseminate this information to the people. And that's why, as the minister said, we had to upgrade the qualification of the parish chief from U6, which was certificate, to diploma level. And the minister said we have recruited all of them. We need to emphasize, honorable members, that this is a government strategy, as I mentioned, for socio-economic transformation, using the parish level to help in taking the lead to remove those households out of subsistence economy, the money economy. 3.5, the PDM prioritizes interventions across production value chain in agriculture. For the first time, we want to move in an organized manner where we are looking at production, but not production alone. We are looking at processing, but we are also looking at marketing. And you have seen that one of our activities ahead is marketing. Under 3.6, the PDM emphasizes harmonization, moving together. When you look at the arrangement of pillars, it calls for water services to move with infrastructure, road services to move with post-harvest handling services, to move with social services, to move with parish data-based information system. So there is an emphasis of harmonization of activities and programs along government programs. So the whole idea of the whole government is going to come under PDM. So there's no more the silo system of each agent working together. Under 4.0, what are the objectives of the PDM? The objectives of the PDM, if you go to page 4, the goal is to increase household incomes, improve quality of life of Ugandans, and transform the 39% of the households which are still in the subsistence economy into the money economy. Because if you produce, your products are processed, they are sold, you get income. And of course, when you get income, you create wealth, improve the household returns, and indirectly you cause employment because you have many people who are participating in the whole process of economic activities. Under 5.0, how the PDM works, for a long time, the biggest percentage of households living in subsistence was around 68%, but government efforts have moved it to 39%, and PDM is coming in to address that one. 5.2 and 5.3 are talking the same subject. Under page 5, we are talking about what have been the causes of subsistence which must be addressed. One is land fragmentation. If you don't have land as a primary source of production, then there is a problem. So there should be a message that the issue of land must be addressed. Poor selection of enterprises which don't come to fruition, which don't come out, we don't get the returns. Poor farming practices, which have been happening for a long time. But now when we are working together as ministries, we make sure that our extension workers are able to reach the farmers to guide them on selection of enterprises. Poor farming practices also has been a cause of raw production, and then lack of organization. Then also the lack of savings culture among farmers and lack of access to credit, affordable credit, reliable credit, and absence of banks in some areas. There will also be categorization of households to ensure that the PDM targets those households who are actually in most need and be addressed along those lines. As the commissioner explained, there will be those who have 4 acres and less. They will be guided which enterprise to select. There are those who have 4 acres and more. They will be guided on which enterprises which are actually going to solve their problem. Honorable ministers and members, on the parish revolving fund and SACCO, you have already heard that SACCOs have been formed. Actually, to date, 119 districts out of 135 have already formed SACCOs, have opened accounts, have selected enterprises. And this, the revolving fund will be released, as explained, at 1% of 6 per annum to run the operational expenses of. And as we mentioned, the money will be a grant to the SACCO, but of course a credit to the households and the farmers. The maximum loanable to a member is 1 million, and analysis has been made so that for the beginning, 1 million can bring returns, and that information will be available to you. As already mentioned under 6.0, there are activities of the PDM are going to be based alongside the pillars, and working together will make sure that if we are going to support production, there is also support from infrastructure, community access roads. There is infrastructure for, there is availability of water for production and other services. And our PBM IS system, we shall even be able to see using GIS, a household, and how it's linked to the next road, the next market, the next health center, the next education facility. So that when you support production, you can also talk social services to also support other services required. There is also the issue of PDM in cities and other urban areas. The PDM will operate alongside other wealth creation programs. There has been this question that when we emphasize production, it may not work in rural areas than as it does in the urban areas. But in urban areas, we have a myoga in urban areas, but also we shall work out products which directly talk to the urban areas. If you go to 8.0, already we have mentioned what are the roles of leaders in PDM. The structure of PDM shows that there is the National Policy Committee, which is chaired by the president, and all ministries are members. The parliament will have a big role. You have already helped us in a number of ways. You received our guidelines, you received our policy framework, you give us appropriation, and in a way, many other approvals will be made from parliament. Then oversight activities, like now when we finish here, you will do your oversight to be able to guide the population. Monitoring and supervision also will be done by members of parliament. I'm trying to fit in my time. Under monitoring and evaluation framework, which has been a key question, the PDM has an elaborate M&E strategy with the purpose of ensuring implementation of program to make sure it remains on course. And I think time and again we shall be coming to parliament either through periodic reports and briefing and meeting of the relevant committees to ensure that you guide us to be on the right track to achieve the expected objectives. Office of the Prime Minister, with its mandate to carry out monitoring of government interventions and government business, will take its part. National Planning Authority for planning the country, and all leaders in the whole lineup up to the village level, as stipulated in the laws of Uganda, will be able to carry out their functions to make sure that the monitoring and evaluation framework, to the extent that even at the village level, there is a portfolio of Secretary for Production and Environment Protection. So in our mid-term intervention, we'll make sure all those people at various structures of government have been equipped with the knowledge and capacity to be able to participate and directing their roles as mandated to ensure successful implementation of the PDM. In conclusion, honorable members and honorable chair, we would wish that the leaders emphasize key points regarding PDM and check to make sure that the people have grasped them, especially the following: knowing where we are coming from, the history of Uganda, knowing that the PDM is the last mile strategy to consolidate all government efforts to make sure that this time around we achieve 100+%. Otherwise, government efforts have been on. You have heard that we have been able to move from 68 to 39, but this time around, moving together at all levels, we want to achieve 100%. 3, that government is providing a revolving fund at each parish to be managed by the parish circle. Farmers may borrow from their circle and repay it as agreed with the circle, so that funds keep revolving within the parish. One bit with PDM is that once money has gone to the parish in 2022-23, it will remain in the parish, and more funds will find it there, and eventually will have a robust financial base at each parish to be able to be available for borrowing to invest into production. And then finally, leaders from the village up to the national level have a critical role to play. They should mobilize the community, explain the PDM to the people, supervise and monitor its implementation. They are also supposed to reach out to the non-state actors in their area to actively participate in support of the PDM. There has been a question that, where am I? The emphasis is everybody in his or her current role as mandated by laws and policies is in PDM to partake that responsibility to ensure the success of the parish development.
Thank you.
I thank you.
Thank you, Permanent Secretary. That is our PS, it's called Ben Kumanya. Those talking points are for you. They are yours. You take them so that they guide you. We have a harmonized message as we talk to the people. But there are certain questions that have been asked. Let me invite Honorable Chris Bariomusi. Come and take the members through. If you face a certain question on PDM, how do you answer it?
Honorable members, we started an hour late. We should be breaking off for our health break. But we shall have to walk through the breakfast time. I will therefore suggest that if you need some help, kindly walk behind, take your breakfast quietly, and come back. Here it is. Honorable Chris.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and the members of the high table, the honorable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. I have been requested by the Honorable Minister of Local Government to quickly take you through some of the frequently asked questions, 20 of them, and the paper has been saturated. Some of the answers have been provided in the previous two presentations. I think there is a team which is distributing them. They began from the other side. I think I will start and then the distribution goes on. The reason why we are having this interaction.
In the meantime, Secretariat, if you could project them so that people can follow from the screen.
The reason why we are having this interaction is that when you ask people what is parish development model, each person gives you his or her own appreciation. It's like a story of blind people who were asked to touch an elephant, and they touched different parts. One touched the tusk, another one the leg, another on the tail, another one with the abdomen. And when they were asked, how does an elephant look like? They gave different descriptions because they had touched different parts of an elephant. So we would want to have a harmonized understanding of what the parish development model is. So that if you ask me a question, it is the same answer that I give that the MP from any constituency will give, so that the people whom we lead can be guided properly. Now, the first question actually speaks to an intervention which we are proposing, that after this training of the members of Parliament, we are going to have a meeting in our districts. And we insisted when we discussed the cabinet that ministers must work together with the members of Parliament so that the population see that we are one on this issue of PDM. So the question one says, the honorable ministers and honorable members of Parliament, are expected to traverse the country to mobilize the district leaders and the community on PDM. What are the terms of reference of the national leaders on this exercise? So after the training of members of parliament, this training, we are expected now to regroup in our sub-regions or zones, because we have assembled a team of ministers and given each zone a leader. So each zone, the ministers and members of parliament should get together and then agree on how you are going to hold these workshops in the various districts where we come from. So let me quickly go through the notes there. So we should work as a team, ministers and area members of parliament, to organize the mobilization program of the sub-regions. The Secretariat shall provide materials for us to use in the field. These are guidelines, the policy framework, the simplified handbook, IEC materials, and any other useful materials that we can use to educate, especially the district leaders. So we are expected to hold a district workshop of key stakeholders and address them on this concept and the modalities of the PDM. And the participants include the district chairpersons or mayors, RDCs and security team, the district councillors, heads of departments, the technical officers, LC3 chairpersons, NRIM chairpersons, sub-county chiefs, town clerks, and we're estimating up to 100 participants in a district. Therefore, the ministers and MPs will take the lead in educating those leaders on PDM. And also, we shall be expecting to carry out mobilization and sensitization, particularly using our local radios. And we monitor and oversee ongoing activities of the technical officers in the district. Like now, there is data collection which is being done. So we have to assess and see how it's being done, and training of trainers and many activities, formation of circles. We have to supervise and see that correct things are being done. And then we are expected to have reports which we shall submit to the PDM Secretariat. Let's encourage ourselves to work together. Having been an MP for some time, I know you find districts where the woman MP and the constituency MP can't sit together, the minister and the MPs cannot sit together, but for purposes of PDM, and I'm not saying it is good to have that situation, but it's there, because I have been in the parliament. But we should work together for the sake of Ugandans who are being targeted with this program. It's not about the NRM opposition, PDM, yes, started by NRM government, but it's a program for all Ugandans. And therefore, we shouldn't put partisan politics in this program. The beneficiaries should not be assessed on the basis of their political beliefs. They are assessed on the basis of their economic situation. And I'm sure there are NRM people who are in subsistence, opposition people who are in subsistence. So it is your economic status that brings you on board to benefit from this. So let's work together as elected leaders to see that we educate our people to understand what this concept is. Question number 2 speaks about plans to enhance coordination between the sectors, the legislature, and the districts in planning and implementation of PDM. How do we, as members of the executive, relate with parliament, with the districts and the other actors to move together in the implementation of PDM? And we're saying, like the first presentation showed, PDM has 7 pillars, and each pillar has a head, and therefore a head and members. So the pillars, the pillar managers should organize meetings of the different ministries and agencies that constitute a pillar. Then we should have meetings of permanent secretaries that should coordinate with the PDM National Coordination Office. We should generate and present biannual reports to Parliament by the government, that's executive, and as and when required, so that Parliament all the time is fully on board in terms of appreciating what is going on in the communities. And also to make regular presentations to the respective committees of Parliament, especially the sectoral committees that handle the different sectors which are very crucial for the implementation of PDM, and joint mobilization and follow-up of implementation in the districts. And that includes ministers, members of Parliament. We should strive as much as possible to continue working as a team as we supervise and oversee the implementation of PDM in our communities. And meetings of pillar working groups, which should be coordinated by the respective pillar heads. The Ministry of Local Government is expected to coordinate the implementation of activities because it is our lead ministry on PDM, and should be able to provide regular reports to Cabinet and Parliament. And the Minister of Finance is expected to coordinate planning and financing of the parish development model, the national level, and the districts, and should be able to present financial requests for approval to Parliament. So in other words, we must work together, the executive, Parliament, the local governments, we should move together as a team. Question 3, what are the roles of non-state actors in the PDM? As much as we are saying this is a government strategy, but we require participation and inclusion of all stakeholders, including non-state actors. And there are several bullets that indicate what non-state actors like NGOs and civil society are expected to do in the implementation of this, like mobilizing additional resources. Yes, we are putting in resources as a government, but more resources could be mobilized even through civil society and non-government actors to participate in meetings, support the production value chain, production, productivity, storage, processing, transportation, marketing, insurance. So government is part, but we must bring on board other players so that we are all inclusive. Assisting in monitoring and evaluation, supporting in community mobilization, using harmonized messages, conducting studies to assess readiness, organizing regular dialogue meetings. In other words, civil society and the non-state actors should be on board, should have the same understanding of what PDM is, so that we move together as different players. Question number 4, what are plans for procurement of seedlings and other inputs under PDM? This is a very important question because government through NADS and Operation Wealth Creation has been providing free seedlings and planting materials and the animals. But this has changed. Now, the beneficiaries of PDM will be able to identify what they need and then they buy on their own. Like those from tea growing areas, coffee growing areas, government through UCDA has been giving free coffee seedlings, but now the system will change. It will be the farmers say, I want to plant coffee, and now the law of government through the production department will be to certify the suppliers of inputs and ensure that quality is achieved, and then the farmers and beneficiaries will buy on their own. So, and that's the point, really the answer to that question in number 4. And therefore, the extension workers, the production officers, the Ministry of Agriculture will be playing a key role in ensuring that standards are met in terms of the inputs that our beneficiary farmers will be procuring using money borrowed from PDM. Question number 5 is, what is subsistence household and how is it identified? Now, you have heard of 39% in the previous presentations, but we are basically saying households that survive on hand-to-mouth livelihood. They do not have money. Yes, they may have food, which they cultivate their crops, harvest the food, they eat the food on Monday and Tuesday up to Sunday, another cycle of another week from January to December. And we have many of these households in the communities which we represent. And the last assessment by UBOS, the figure had been put at 68%, but now the latest is that subsistence production has reduced to 39% of the households. So this parish development model is largely targeting those 39% of the households that are not part of the money economy. When somebody has eaten food, is satisfied, but if you say, give me 10,000, he doesn't get any income. Probably from January to December, he may not even get 5,000 shillings, although he can eat. That's why the president got intrigued with how the Bagwere pronounce or communicate subsistence at the cholera, a chida, choker, working for the stomach alone. And that's why PDM was launched there because of that. But of course, that could be Eastern, but it's true for every community in Uganda. You have subsistence, livelihood in most of our communities. And therefore, this program is targeting those communities, those households that live and survive on subsistence. And the bullets which are there are guiding on how to identify families that fall into that category. And there is a lot of training which is going on in the districts to help the parish chiefs, the sub-county chiefs, the extension workers, and all those civil servants to identify those families. But even at our level, if you go to your constituency, you can tell this family is bad off. This one is not bad off. This one has a graduate who works in URA, so maybe he supports them. So we can even with the naked eye be able to identify families which are bad off. But in the handbooks and some of the documents which have been prepared, there are guidance points on how these kind of families can be identified. Because that's a question we shall meet. How do you know that I am poor? I am of subsistence livelihood. So there are indicators which the policy documents provide. Now, question 6 is talking about what are the causes of subsistence. And several have been listed as the answers to that question. One of them, which the president commonly cites, land fragmentation, which if you come from an area of Chigezi, you are able to see small parcels of land owned by different people, and therefore it becomes difficult for you to do, for instance, mechanized farming or large-scale farming, because this small piece is owned by Margaret Mhanga, but he almost holds this one, and I have put Irish potatoes for her, she put sorghum, then this one put what? So land fragmentation is one of the challenges that we have, and we must mobilize our people to see how to get out of it. And poor selection of enterprises. We have fertile soils, but at times we engage in enterprises which are not beneficial. Somebody grows maize, maybe in a garden of the size of this hall. Yes, it may give you food, but it may not give you income that can sustain the family. Yet this whole, you can do mushroom growing or some other enterprises which can fetch millions. So poor selection of enterprises by our people is also an issue. Lack of a saving culture. There are people in my constituency, if you give him 2 million shillings, you will just find him dead drunk on the roadside. And yet could invest those 2 million shillings and the money multiplies. So we have to educate our people in the saving culture. Poor farming practices, lack of organization of our farmers at the grassroots. All these, as we know them, they explain the subsistence livelihood our people keep engaged in. Like when you visit northern Uganda has a lot of land. Can we reorganize to do commercial farming on a large scale using the land which is there, which we may not do in Chigezi because our density in terms of settlements, probably you can't do that kind of agriculture, but in areas where we still have expanses of land, if we are better organized, we can do commercial agriculture. The way when you go to rural South Africa, you see all those huge farms because they had a policy earlier on of shifting people townships and freeing land for commercial agriculture. No wonder that's why you see they are getting the juices, the apples, and so forth because of their land policy, which is a little bit constructive. Now, question 7. What are the 7 enterprises recommended under intensive farming? You will notice that ETM is largely focusing on farming because that's a low-hanging fruit which we can pick to help our people move faster. And we have identified poultry, fish farming, piggery, horticulture, zero grazing or dairy cattle, fruits, and coffee. You have heard the president most often talk of a chibaro, that don't just grow these crops for the sake of growing them, but put in terms of what profit do I get out of these enterprises that I engage in. That's really the basis of this parish development model, that we guide our farmers to engage in enterprises which are profitable. And this country has been zoned, and there are enterprises which are suitable for different regions of this country, and therefore we must guide our people through our agricultural experts on what can do well in Chigezi, what can do well in West Nile, what does well in Karamoja may not necessarily do well in Toro. Our people need kind of guidance on what kind of areas they need to invest in to get better returns. And registration.
Director Finance.
You had the vehicles
Yes,
we are
for
going
now,
to
it's going to be difficult for you to attend. I was going to arrive around 3
parish level
p.m.
form a circle.
So the Mugamba anyway, when you get another trip,
to reach the population. Now, we have said the cutoff point for formation of these circles is the end of July. We had allocated 17 million shillings this financial year, but because our communities were not yet prepared, we have not given them this money, because it shouldn't be just a matter of sending money, but people must be prepared to receive and utilize money. So that point speaks about the circles, and it's a question we shall receive, and we need to guide our people properly so that we get it right from the start. And we've been training our people in the districts to help the communities to form these circles. So technical officers have been trained to support communities on identification of enterprises so that people form enterprise groups that then later constitute the circle. The subsistence households meet in their enterprise categories and select their representatives to the parish circle, where they sit and elect leaders of their circle. So circles are being formed at the parish level, targeting those subsistence households, and they meet and elect their own leaders. And as much as possible, we are trying to ensure that the elites, the necktied people, should not go and be the members of the circles to target the government money. And that's why we must put a sharp focus as MPs, as leaders, to see that the elites do not hijack these circles to come and just get this government money. The circles should be constituted by those local poor people. They get their own leadership so that they manage the resources and the funds that they will receive. And membership to the circle and registration of the circle does not require payment by the circle members. But we have reports that some parish chiefs and technical people are getting money from these individuals to pay. And we shall have to clarify to the public, and if necessary, arrest some people who are doing it for others to learn. So no person is supposed to pay any money to become a member of the circle, and even the government has provided resources to register all these circles. So membership is free, but we got reports that some people are already charging money, and that has to be stopped immediately. How will the accounts of the circles be managed? The circle, once formed, and we have said by end of July, all parishes in Uganda should have opened and registered all those circles for the money now to flow. The circle opens its account in any of the nearest government banks or other financial institutions that are regulated by the Bank of Uganda. The signatories to these accounts of the circle are the parish chief, who is the principal signatory, the circle chairperson, and the treasurer. And the three of them must sign before money is withdrawn. We had an argument whether the parish chief should be there or not, but these are government resources. We thought as a government agent, he should be there to make sure that he has an eye on how the money is flowing. And if money is misused, we definitely will reach up to him and get him to answer. So the parish chief, the chairperson of the circle, the treasurer are the three signatories, and the check must bear the signatures of all the three in order for money to be withdrawn. In addition, the executive committee of the circle includes the vice chairperson, secretary, and up to 5 members, 5 committee members. So this is the committee, executive committee of the circle, that will have a chairperson, a vice, a secretary, and 5 committee members, and all these will be elected by the members of the circle themselves, preferably with no interference from us who are in leadership. Let the circle members elect from their own the people they trust. And these play an important role in overseeing utilization and management of the circle. And a member may borrow up to 1 million shillings only for a maximum period of 36 months at an annual interest rate of 6% to cater for inflation and all those changes. And we feel this is fair enough, because in the banks we are borrowing at 20, 23%, but this is at 6%. We feel if the farmers have been guided well to engage in enterprises which are profitable, this should be manageable. Question 10, give the funding quotas for different population groups and explain how they will be guaranteed by the circle. This point had been answered earlier, but we are saying of the monies going to the parishes, 17 million for this financial year, which we are saving and giving in next quarter, and the 100 million for next financial year, and therefore in the first quarter we shall give 117 million. Now of this money which comes to the parish, the women should take 30%. The youth, the young people, 30%. The persons with disability, 10%. The older persons, 10%. Then the rest of us who don't follow those categories, 20%. So now the committee at the parish will have to make sure that when they are choosing beneficiaries, they balance to accommodate this proportion so that people do not miss out. And this answers to the questions about the funds, like for women, for the youth, which have been there, that all the funds have been consolidated. And if you compute, you will find like the youth are now getting more money than they were getting through the Youth Livelihood Fund. And the difference between the old funds and this one, this one is targeting the lowest category of our population in terms of economic status. And also, we shall reach as many people as possible. Whereas if you take like the Youth Livelihood Fund, it would come, it's managed at the district, even our people at the district influence who benefits from it. And you find even it is maybe the elite group of youth who join and come together. Maybe the CDO says, facilitate me, and they get the fund. Then you find the majority of the young people are actually not benefiting from this fund. And whenever you would ask youth in your constituency, how many of you have benefited? We just hear it on radio. The same with the women fund. At least I am very authoritative on that, having been an MP. So now this one, the money we are saying, it goes to the parish. And let us target the poorest in the parish. So if we properly coordinate and supervise, then our people who have not been benefiting from these resources should be able to access these resources. So the additional points on that question are that note that the household can only borrow under one of the above categories, but the circle executive must ensure that the funds are distributed in accordance with the quotas. The verification committee of the circle will categorize the applications by beneficiary in terms of the member of the household who will receive the funds on behalf of the home state with the demonstrable capacity to manage the funds so as to ensure realization of the objective. As you noted, one of the pillars and the parish development management information system. Right now, we have teams on the ground that are capturing information and data of all the households in the various parishes. And we shall profile everybody. So there will be data to show this one is a young person, this one is a person with a disability, this one is an older person. All that data is being captured. And the information is going to be automated. We are going to buy IT devices, which we shall even give to as low as parish chiefs, and we shall feed it into an IT system so there will be a proper monitoring to know who is who. Question 11 is what happens to polygamous situations? Polygamous situation. like our chair, Honorable Foxo Odoi. You find one gentleman, but he has maybe 4 or 5 homes or families. There is also polyandry where one woman can have more husbands. Yes, in Ichikuyu in Kenya, I came across that family, a woman who had more than one. Now, this is the answer which you have on page 6, that the head of the family is the identified beneficiary in only one of the homesteads. The information system captures each beneficiary only once. So like I said, we are collecting all this data. So you will not hide, we shall be having that information. In the rest of the homesteads, the spouse becomes the identified beneficiary. Because we are borrowing this money as households. That's the arrangement. So, Honorable Fox Odoi, although you don't form part of the subsistence, but if you have 3 families, for instance, you only apply from one family. Then in the others, your spouse will be the head of the family if they will apply separately, but you won't apply here and be there and be there. That's the answer being given that question. Question 12, what is the composition and role of the Parish Development Committee? Because at each parish, we are providing for a committee that is responsible for overseeing activities of the parish development model. And the committee has 7 members. I think it had been raised earlier on. The chairperson of the parish council, the parish chief, who is the secretary, the chairperson of the women council at the parish, then the one for youth council, then the one for persons with disability, the chairperson of the ruling party of the parish, and the chairperson of the council of elderly or an opinion leader. So there will be a committee of 7. And this is a powerful committee which has a key responsibility of overseeing PDM in that parish. 13, what is the provision for the armed forces in the PDM? We are saying the armed forces in the barracks will not be part of the beneficiaries because the army moves, they are not stationary, but if they stay in a community, there they can participate in the parish. But like where they are in the barracks, they will be a separate arrangement because they are salaried workers of government. They will not be there. Question 14, is 1 million shilling enough to get a household out of subsistence? The provision of 1 million shillings, in our view, is adequate for a homestead which is living from hand to mouth. The most important thing is to be guided to invest the funds in the most profitable enterprises. So we are beginning with 1 million because you'll find the bigger problem is mindset, not even maybe capital. So if we work on the mindset for people to believe that they can get out of poverty and they are guided on what kind of enterprises they should engage in, and there is a supportive environment, we believe they can be lifted. And an example of poultry, if somebody chose to invest in poultry, has been given on if you put 1 million, how much you can get. Question 15, how will PDM succeed when other previous wealth creation schemes of government have failed or underperformed? Actually, the evidence doesn't show that they have failed because, like we have said, subsistence has moved from 68% to 39%. That can't be failure. Even the other quality of life indicators continue to consistently improve. But probably the major difference is that the previous programs like youth livelihood, women empowerment, population wealth creation, we are not reaching the targeted beneficiaries, those in subsistence. And they were also being managed by the upper layers at the district, at the sub-county. So the difference now is that money is going to flow from Bank of Uganda to the parish directly. And the other layers are being bypassed. And we hope that is going to bring in new improvements, but also most importantly, the local people determining their own destiny, participating, and also us reaching those who must be lifted from the lowest category of people in terms of economic strength. Question 16, can we use credible circles to act as intermediaries? For now, we are saying, let us form the circles at the parishes and let them open accounts in the banks or other financial institutions regulated by Bank of Uganda. And preferably, we start with the banks which are owned by government, such as Housing Finance Bank, Post Bank, Pride Microfinance Bank. But in the case in your district, there is no branch of a government bank, you could use Centenary and the other banks. In the case there is no bank at all in the district, they could use a bank in the nearest district. Question 17, can the circles which are already formed utilize their money like those which were formed in the Buketi before we launched? And the answer is yes, they should go ahead, but we have been told they still have the money, they are still stuck with the money. They should utilize the money as we move, because the circles were formed in accordance with the procedures which had been set for this parish development model. Why give the same amount of money to all parishes? It's a question which has been asked, and we're saying for now, let us give equal amount. Yes, we know there are some parishes which are bigger than the others and many other variables, but for now we are saying, let's give all parishes the same amount, and the other observations will be handled as we move along. But the details are in that response which is provided. Where do the circles and parish chiefs operate from? What is their capacity to manage PDM and secure it against fraud? In most of our parishes, we don't have offices for parish chiefs, so they usually operate from the sub-county. But we shall start the way we are, and also the parish chiefs now we require that they should have a minimum qualification of a diploma, but there are even graduates who have been employed now as parish chiefs. So we hope that qualification is good enough for them to be able to oversee this program and also handle issues of accountability. The last question is what happens to the revolving funds not spent this financial year? Like I had said, we had made a provision through Parliament of 17 million shillings per parish, but because the parishes are not ready, we didn't want to just send money for the sake. So this money is still there. It's going to be returned, but saved for the next financial year. So like I said, in the first quarter or in the release of next year, we shall be giving the parishes 117 million shillings. So really the message is that let us all understand PDM, let us embrace it, let's appreciate that it's a program aimed at liberating the people. It's a new war which government has waged, and will require cooperation of all of us, respective of our political parties. Let's move together and see that the poorest can get out of poverty as we make progress as a country. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
Thank you. Big clap for Honorable Chris. Mr. Chairman, we are done. Thanks for giving us the time.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have been given a responsibility of introducing the other members of cabinet who came in while the presentation was going on. I saw the Right Honorable Kia Nakadama coming in, but I can't trace her. But I saw her coming in. She's doing some consultations. Then we have the Honorable Agnes Nandutu, Minister of State for Karamoja Affairs, Office of the Prime Minister. Now coming in is the Honorable Oreru Huda, General with a small G, the Minister of State in charge of Veteran Affairs, Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs. We also have Honorable Peace Mutuzo, Minister of State in charge of Culture and Gender, the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. The other. Now, Ongaro Pote. He has put on a mask which even covers the eyes. Honorable Ongaro Pote, Minister of State in charge of TESO Affairs, Office of the Prime Minister. He had covered the whole face with a mask. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Colleagues, it's now time for the plenary. Can I guide that we don't ask the same questions that Chris has been answering? Because they have already been answered. So I will start with the Honorable Abudu Katuntu. He has a number of questions. Thank you very much. And then Youth Northern. Everybody will get an opportunity to ask. Just put your hands down, we shall get to you. Where is the microphone?
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I have looked at the way you have divided up this money. And let us look at the figures. 30% is for the youth, 30% for the women, 10% for the elderly, 10% for the people with disability. Then the other category is 20%. The purpose of PDM, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, is about rural transformation. And rural transformation involves basically subsistence agriculture. I'd like to ask you, who owns the land? Who owns the land in the rural areas? They are the 20%. The majority of the people of the land in rural areas is owned by the 20%. The youth don't own that land. The women don't own that land. Literally, the elderly, many of them don't own that land. So where are you investing your money? Are you investing in the 20% who own the majority of the land, and imagine that will lead to rural agriculture transformation? Thank you.
Honorable Peace, please prepare to answer that question. Honorable Peace, prepare for that question.
Honorable colleagues, the microphone will move around from court to his neighbor, and we shall get to all of you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Boniface Okot, Youth Member of Parliament for Northern Uganda. I want to appreciate the ministers for the elaborate presentation. And I also want to appreciate the spirit of the parish development model. However, yesterday, the young people through the National Youth Council held a presser. And in the press conference, they were rejecting the implementation model of the parish development model. The basis for their rejection and dissatisfaction is that initially the guidelines from the Ministry of Gender was stating that 30% of the funds, that's about 30 million, would be ring-fenced for the young people. The Minister, Honorable Chris Barremonsi, also said the same, but when you look at the guideline, it actually says that 30% of the membership of these enterprises, not 30% of the funds. Now, this is a significant shift in what initially was written. And so we are asking ourselves that what is the exact position? Because is it 30% of the membership or 30% of the funds? Now, if it's 30% of the membership, then it will negate what the Honorable Minister Chris Barremonsi said, that the youth, it would make the Youth Livelihood Fund appear as though it was much smaller a fund for the young people. But in actual sense, if the young people were getting 30% of the funds, then his presentation will make sense. But if it's 30% of the membership, then we are actually getting way less, a worse off deal. So the position of the young people now is that if you are giving us 30% of the membership, then we also demand that the Youth Livelihood Fund be returned, because instead we are going a little lower. So my position, which is the position of the young people, is that before we actually get to the implementation of this fund, we seek an avenue for us to discuss and see how best we can progress this fund. Thank you very much.
Pass on the microphone to your neighbor right behind you. Okay. And can we spend 40 minutes asking the questions so that they have 20 minutes to answer the questions we shall have asked in 40 minutes?
Thank you, Chair. And honorable ministers, my name is Abeja Susan Jolly, woman MP of Tuke District. On the allocation of the percentage, it is good that the money has been distributed all, but my concern is the administration fee. I wanted to get to know whether the 117 million administration will also be included in, or it will be provided separately. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the chair and the minister who is here with us. My name is Beatrice Akela Kori. I am the woman MP for Agago District. Minister, allow me convey our heartfelt gratitude as members of Parliament to you for involving us in this parish development model. It is the first of its kind where members of Parliament, their roles are clearly recognized. Mr. Minister, I have two questions only to bring. According to all the presentations and the policy guideline, the planning of parish development model is targeting the 39 of her population who are still living in subsistence economy. Aware that actually sub-region where I'm coming from, the data is not the same with the national data of 39%. For instance, in Acholi, about 68% of our community are living in subsistence economy. I don't know whether you have another strategic interventions to target these people, since the target area in Acholi sub-region is so big, as opposed to 39, 68 as opposed to 39. This shows that the 100 million will be very little since the target population is so high. So I don't know whether you have another strategic interventions for Acholi sub-region. The second question that I have, the location, you are saying that each borrower must not borrow beyond 1 million. I remember they used to tell us when I was still a monitor of government programs that you can bend the law, but you don't break it. Now, what if in my area, we come out like maybe a member can get more than 1 million so that they buy a pair of oxen since they have land, so that they can go into commercialization in agriculture. Will it be wrong? Thank you very much.
Next. Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Minister, honorable colleagues. Dr. Boka Didi George is my name. I represent the people of Obongi constituency. I have a few observations and areas for clarification. Number one is the parish development model gives us an opportunity for a government-wide and a sector-wide approach in the decentralized and especially lower local government level. We note with concern that the structure that has been set up is a public sector-led structure with the minimum involvement of the civil society and the private sector, which could give us an opportunity for leveraging resources. To what extent are we engaging the private sector and the civil society in the parish development model? Number two is in the 7 pillars. I note that the emphasis is on production, productivity, and financial inclusion, at the disadvantage of the social service sector component, and the mindset change component is lagging behind the money. To what extent are we seeing to it that we have a balanced approach to the 7 pillars, especially for the social service sector? In the infrastructure sector, an issue has been raised about the home for the parish development model. There are districts that have started proposing that, if possible, we have a parish resource center. Can the ministry come up with a design that can ensure there's an office space for the parish development committees and also for the communities to have their meeting and where to have their circle stationed? Last but not least is the opportunity to miss contribution from the community by saying the community should not pay membership, they should not save, they should not buy shares. Honorable Minister, the parish development model gives us an opportunity for community financing. There are very many village savings schemes that collect money. Why can't we take advantage of the parish development model to leverage these resources and put them in the parish development model to broaden their financing base? I thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I am Honorable Dennis Amere, the Member of Parliament for Keto Municipality. Chair, mine is very brief. Why do we have to include the chairperson of NRM of a parish into the management at parish level? Secondly, what is the distinction between Imiyoga and parish development model? To what extent has Imiyoga succeeded? We need to be told, so that as members of parliament, if we are going back, we should not become casualties of criticism. Because if Imiyoga has not yet succeeded well, and we are now bringing another similar program, what are we going to manage? Lastly, Mr. Chair, I have a feeling that the Parish development model would best serve the interest of the local people if we sector it region by region, if we regionalize it. For example, as we, the people of Acholi, we can do better in agriculture. Why don't we do it like an ox and an ox for per family? Why don't we do it like a tractor per sub-county? We use that money so that everybody benefits. Otherwise, I have a projection whereby I see the beneficiary of this money will really be the people who are well-to-do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, let's restrict ourselves to 2 questions per member. We're going to supply a microphone to this row. So if we take a question from the first row, second row, and third
Chair,
row.
I'm here.
Can we take a question from?
Chair, I'm here. Can I?
We are here, Chair.
No, Honorable. Can I take a question from this row? Honorable Gole.
Yes.
I want to take a question from.
Why don't I?
This row? No, Honorable Gole.
On transit.
Can I take a question from this row?
It may be very helpful.
Honorable Gole, can I take a question from this row? Pass on that microphone to them.
Why can't I talk?
To Biraro.
Chair, let me just give you one thing.
No, Honorable Gole, please.
Chair, allow me make the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Peggy Joy Wako. I'm a national representative for old persons. My concern is on the formation of the Parish Development Committee. Number 7 says opinion leader stroke representative of the elderly. Why can't we remove opinion leader and just call him a representative of old persons? Because anybody can be an opinion leader. So we are not comfortable with that word opinion leader. Can we have only old persons on that committee? That is one. Another one concerns formation of circles and enterprise groups at the parish level. Members are being told they must have a constitution because they are to register and have bank accounts. But our old persons are finding it difficult to form these enterprise groups or circles. Since we are being given 10%, can't that 10% go to those old persons and then they will know who is take first and who is take next? Thank you, Chairman.
Mario Kolo in front of you, and then we come here. Mario Kolo is right in front of you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Joanne Okia, and I represent the people of Madiokolo District, as you said. Mine is just a quick question. First of all, thank you so much for organizing this interaction. Infrastructure, the pillar of infrastructure and economic services. Where is the funds from this going to come from? Is it coming from the 100 million, 117 million, or it will come from somewhere else? I know they said that the sector in charge of it is Ministry of Works. For example, in my district, there are 3 sub-counties through which a ring road passes through. And the road is impassable. So these sub-counties are completely cut off. So in case they get this money, they grow their produce, it will be very hard for them to get market for these produce. So I'm wondering, where is the money for the infrastructural development going to come from? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the minister and the presenters. And my issues in this document. And on page 14, under consultation, Honorable Minister, I remember you laid this in Parliament, and these copies were put in our pigeonholes. But on page 14, you are saying that you made wide consultations, including Parliament. So I want to know from you which Parliament was consulted or which members of Parliament were consulted. Because at least I was within the 10th Parliament, and this Parliament, myself, have never been consulted. Then number two is what my colleague was asking, which is also on page 23, about the infrastructure pillar. We want to understand how you are going to handle the budgeting process. Are you going to consolidate the money for roads, for water, and etc., and put them together for the parish model? Because people now are going to ask questions. We do not have power, and you said power is coming with the parish model. So we need a clarification on how these infrastructure are going to be handled as far as the parish model is concerned. Otherwise, I support and I thank you for this parish model.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is John Taylor. I come from Bugabula, Kamuli District. Chair, when Honorable Bariomunsi was elaborating on the frequently asked questions, question number 18 refers to the uniqueness of the different parishes and the variations in terms of character and number. Honorable Minister, specifically in Bugabula, I have different parishes, one which has approximately 10,000 registered voters, and another one which has 1,200 voters. My challenge is one. The objective at the level of a parish development model approach may not be effectively achieved, especially in parishes which have very large numbers, like 10,000 registered voters. I would still wish to suggest that some of these unique cases should be given preferential treatment all over the country so that there is a balance for all the parishes. Thank you.
Enos Sam Kavuma, and then the Honorable Enos Ojok. I'll get to all of you, don't worry. I'll get to all of you.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether I missed this, but my question is on facilitation of the parish chiefs. You've given them responsibilities. You know, their earnings, and they are not facilitated in terms of transport. How will they get, or how will they reach out to these circles to do the monitoring and evaluation of what they are doing? The second issue is about, we have chronic defaulters, I would call them. We have these people who were part of the youth funds. They misused those funds. We have others who have been under the women funds who misuse them. And they are the very people now who are running to form or to be part of the circles. Is there any way the ministry can pass a policy or a regulation before we even disburse these funds for the districts to first profile the circles that they have formed, so that we don't fall into the same trap of giving money to the same people who are going to misuse them? Because for them, they are already used. Government is giving us money, we use it, and we'll never be, we'll never pay back. So the other question has already been mentioned, but I wanted to emphasize the uneven distribution of uneven distribution, population, the uneven population distribution. You find that some parishes have more people and others have less, and they are given the same funds. I don't know what the ministry has to say about that. Thank you so much.
We have Ojok, Sam Kavuma, and then we go back to, I'll come to you. I'll come to you. Honorable, I'm coming.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Ojok Androlanya. I represent the people of Moro County. Good morning.
Honorable Kinyamatama, I'll get to you. Please listen to Honorable Ojok in silence.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have one comment and one question. I'm glad I came at this time because I'm learning a lot. And I believe if this parish development model is implemented the way it's supposed to be, without the usual corruption, we shall see a very big change in the next few years. Mine is around what our Minister of ICT mentioned, the issue of readiness. What's the yardstick for readiness? My worry is because that money was taken back because some parish were not ready. What is your yardstick for readiness? Because next financial year, others might not be ready. Because there's some new constituencies, new counties, new districts that are still being formed. So we need to know which institutions are ready. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Honorable Kavuma, then the lady, and I will come back to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I want to begin by thanking the facilitators and the Minister of Local Government, because quite a number of questions that have been asked by different members have been addressed. I also want to, my name is Major General Sam Kavuma. I represent Uganda People's Defense Forces in the 11th Parliament. I want to also to thank those who came up with this model. To me, before we ask very many questions, we need to appreciate and understand that if this model succeeds, it will definitely be a game changer in the lives of the people we represent here, and even in the politics. Yeah, you are here as politicians. When you look at the number of parishes in every constituency where you come from, for example, let me use the one of Abim. Abim is one constituency, is a district with one constituency. It has got 78 parishes. Now, if you calculate 100 million times 78 parishes, that is 7.8 billion every year. This money is not for water, it is not for bridges, it is not for hospitals, it is not for roads, it is for the people, going to the people, households. Where else would you get such an opportunity? So my appeal before I maybe ask a few questions is for all of us members of Parliament to embrace this program. If we can use our structures we used when we are looking for votes, if we can use the tactics, apply the tactics we used against our opponents, if we can use the time we invested in making sure that this model succeeds, I can assure you, you will have a minimum of another 5 terms in Parliament. Now, coming back to a few observations. I represent UPDF, like I have told you, and the other day, during the speech reading day, Right Honorable Speaker instructed all of us to go to our constituencies and preach about parish development model. And now Honorable Bariumus did say that soldiers in the barracks are not beneficiaries. So I don't know what we are going to do from here. However, I want to appeal to those implementers that for us being in barracks is a temporary thing. We don't want to die in the barracks. We have where we come from. We are in barracks to work, but our families are not in the barracks. So I want to appeal to those who implement this plan to consider our families in our communities where we come from, all security personnel. Then the other observation, sir, is there are existing circles.
Honorable, make that the last.
Yes, existing circles. Circles that were formed before the introduction of this model, who have been existed. So what is the relationship between those circles and then the PDM circles? Because the apexes of circles are the same. So maybe if one can clarify on that, I beg, sir.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Chair, and I want to thank the presenters. Just a quick one on monitoring and evaluation. We know that effective monitoring and evaluation is something which has to be done.
Names, Honorable. Names.
Dorcas Achien, woman MP at Leptong. I was saying effective M&E requires us to get started right from the beginning. And we also know that experience has shown that if we bring it at the tail end, we can be bound to fail. In this case, we are saying activities of the PDM already started from July of 2021, and the launching was done in Feb 2022. But until now, we are almost getting to midway. We are supposed to be having midterm review or evaluation, hopefully from the next 6 months, which will be 2023. And yet up to now, we don't know what the PDM result framework looks like. At least for members of parliament, I have not seen. We don't know the baseline. We don't know about the targets, the indicators. So I think it is some area that we need to look at. And then the aspect of community mobilization and mindset change. I know that for mindset change and community mobilization, if we are to succeed, we should be having very critical, systematic strategies that we know we will employ to enable us succeed. And they should be measurable. So we know we started from A, now by the time midway we are at B. What are some of those strategies? Can they be shared so that as we move to the communities, we know these things? I thank you.
Honorable Gole, two questions, and then Kinyamatama, you are about to jump off your skin.
Thank you very much, Chair. One of the issues which I've observed is the sequencing of what we are doing and the basis of what we must do. I must advise that when you front load giving out money, you must give money to the private sector or the local persons when their only problem is money. If it is money and another thing, then most likely you will have to see how to handle that challenge. The second issue relates about the private sector. Chair, for us to be able to market these items very well, we must bring the private sector and be able to connect these parishes to be many. I'll give you an example, Chair. In the oil and gas sector, we expect about 15,000 expatriates with about 3 people. And in that place, they are expected, according to their law, to eat about 4 eggs per day and eat 1/4 kilo of meat per day. That will give you 6,000 trays of eggs per day. And it will give you 11,250 kilos of meat per day. That is a very big market where you need coordination of the private sector with these circles so that you are successful. And it is my humble appeal, because we are confusing some of these issues of investment. If you look at, for example, where we come from.
Is your microphone on?
Sorry. Chair, I'm giving an example of, I think I was loud enough. I will give you an example of how the investment you have proposed. The proposal that you invest, say in maize, when you have a lot of land, may be reconsidered if you want to work on, say, poultry. the advice I've been giving my own people is that start with investing in maize and soya beans. Save that, and then you go to invest in poultry, because poultry, the issue of poultry, the cost which is biggest and sometimes so annoying is food. So why don't you invest in having food ready first, then you invest in poultry? That's a sequence which may be helpful. Lastly, all these issues for agriculture to succeed, there are three issues which are key: the market, the breed, and the skills. How are we going to manage this in the program we are having? Thank you.
I will have Mabenjina, Kinyamatama, Nyachikongoro, and then we go behind there before we.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you mean Lematia. Mabenjina is not here.
Lematia, sorry. Oh, Honorable Lematia.
My name is Lematia Ruth Moli Ondoro. I represent people of Marata East. And,
Honorable colleagues, I will get to every person present in this room.
I want to say thank you. This model, if it is well handled, is going to be a savior for Uganda. On the 1st of this month, I was in my constituency where they were training the top people, the people in the headquarters, plus the councillors, and they talked about all these things. I was very, very impressed. I was very, very impressed, but what I don't know is whether this time is enough to go down to the grassroots. For instance, I have 60 parishes in my constituency. I don't know whether this time frame is enough for us to run and evaluate the training in the grassroots. Two, you're talking of circle. You have not talked about security of the money. And another thing is, you have not talked about whether these circles are going to be registered as we register other circles which have been opened there or not. Finally, I want to talk about polygamy. Somebody was saying, polygamy, women don't have land and so forth.
But are you qualified to talk about polygamy, Honorable?
I am. I'm born in a polygamy family. I know how it runs. And these men are not stupid people. They are very clever, particularly in Lubara. He brings me and puts me here and tells me the land behind me here is all mine. That is what my children will inherit. So I'm sure that one is not going to cause problem. What I'm trying to say here, this money which is given to the man, 20%, that man should not be given that money. The money should be picked and added to that 30%, divided to the polygamy women in the area.
Okay.
I believe that will work very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Kinyamatama,
thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, as members of Parliament, we are very unhappy when we read through the policy framework because it looks like you have another parliament that you listen to and implement what you want from that parliament that we do not know. Because you started with what was last to be implemented and left the most important. If there is no water for production, for example, because the PDM is agro-based, if we don't have water for production and you supply coffee seedlings into those circles, how are you going to maintain those coffee seedlings until the end when we do not have water? When you talk about poultry, We do not have feeds, we do not have water for poultry, but you're giving out money for what? So instead of creating agriculture facilities, instead of having water for production per 3 villages in a parish, we are rushing to just give them money. What are they going to use this money for? Secondly, electrification, rural electrification. If we have these facilities without power, how are they going to operate? We are just looking at one pillar of giving out money than concentrating on the other pillars. How are we going to know what households need when we do not have data collection before giving out money? This is why you're going to find that a sub-county that has over 10,000 people are getting the same money like a sub-county that has 1,000 people. So I think you're just listening to yourselves or another parliament. All these recommendations were given to you before this policy framework was in place, but everything is upside down. Honorable Chair, we are looking at handouts instead of long-term solutions. When we look at all these other programs that have had funds minus the construction of agriculture base right out from the grassroots, that is why they have failed. And we discussed this issue. But it is so disappointing that we are doing the same mistake. We are rushing to politics instead of working now, and we have 3 years for work. So, Honorable Chair, as members of Parliament, we are even left behind, honorable members. We do not know what is happening apart from reading them here. We are wondering, we passed the budget, we started with you, but you have left everything to the lower person who doesn't know how the PDM began. So when we register failures and waste this money that would have changed this country from the middle income status to a developed status, we shall have disappointed ourselves. So, Honorable Chair, we pray, my final prayer is that we first look at agriculture productivity, equipment for agriculture. We first look at water for production. In Rakai, if you give us seedlings, if you give us your money, we are going to eat it because we cannot grow anything without water. And it is a problem everywhere in all these other constituencies. We do not have roads. So how are we going to transport these things? The money you're giving us is just a token of thanks for voting NRM, I think. That is the perception that is on ground.
Okay, after the long quarter, what is the question?
I am striking because you're not listening to us, you're taking everything to yourselves. And we are very unhappy as members of Parliament. We are going to go down on the grassroots and maybe take our views to our voters so that maybe you listen to our voters better. Thank you so much. Information.
Right behind you. No.
Thank you.
Let's move. Honorable, let's move.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I'm giving information.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Richard Wanda, MP for Bungoho Central. Honorable Chair, I want to start by appreciating the spirit behind parish model. I will begin from where my colleague has ended. The question to Honorable Raphael is, how are you coordinating with the sister ministries for water, for transport, and trade, to make sure that the facilities that will enable parish model are in place? For example, storage facilities, connectivity roads, and water sources for production. Honorable Chair, I want to suggest, everybody has commented on the size, the different sizes of population in the parishes. My suggestion is that we should look at another basis for allocation of resources. For example, consideration of population instead of just the units of administration. I want to ask the minister what the basis for the 1 million was. Was it a scientifically arrived at figure, or it was just an assumed figure? I am aware that if you inject very little money in a certain enterprise, you might lose everything. So considering the various enterprises that you considered, was this figure of 1 million scientifically arrived at? And if not, what can we do to make sure that the money that we advance to the enterprises will be beneficial to our communities? And finally, we are talking of circles per parish. Is it one circle, or we shall have different circles per, in the parish as it was in Emyoga, as it is in Emyoga? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Ayo, let me take Nyashikomboro. There's an honorable member there, Angura, then I come to you. You will be the fourth. I'm coming back to you after Ayo.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I want to thank the Minister for the presentation. I'm wondering whether, Honorable Minister, whether these discussions are going to amend the guidelines that you had already prepared, or we are just deliberating in vain. Honorable Minister, I wanted to find out whether these enterprises that we are promoting are going to be ensured, given the fact that one member was complaining about irrigation system, and yet we are gearing people to start production. So in case people buy those different seedlings and they dry up, who is going to pay for that money? Number two, the security of the enterprises, Pigare, whatever, those enterprises that we are talking about. We did not consider the sub-county policing model that we are promoting, yet it would have been helping this security of our enterprises. I want to give you an example of my district. The DPC keeps on fighting theft from one side to the other one, and yet we don't have enough sub-county policing so that they can protect these enterprises. Number three, Chair, what is the role?
That number three is the last one.
Yes, the role of LC1s. Because during the training that has been recently concluded, I hear the LC1s were trained, yet I don't see them in your model of the people that are going to benefit. And the women councils that are going to be elected during this time, how are we going to incorporate them in the other group that is already going to run? Thank you.
So there's an honorable member right in front of Honorable Angura, then Angura, and Ayo after that.
Thank you, Chair. I am Emmanuel Ongier To Obonyo, the MP for Jonam in Pakwach District. Two related things. Number one, we are going to form circles in the parishes. All over the country, in all the villages, we have groups, village savings groups, and they are groups that have been together for years. They know how to work together, but nobody has helped them to grow out of the yearly saving and dividing the money, saving and dividing the money. Now, every program that comes targets groups, and now the groups that are targeted are actually completely new groups. Nobody thinks about these old groups that have been there, and they know how they have been working very honestly. And that brings me to the second point, which comes to the Minister of Local Government. What is the function of the Community Development Department in the districts if it is not about special projects? Community Development Department used to be a department that would ordinarily continue to facilitate communities, groups, and whatever. But this time, I think for a number of years, they only way to work on special projects. I am bringing this point because I believe if these community development departments were working well, they were helping the village savings groups. Those village savings groups by now would automatically now
promote into the circles we are talking about. For as long as there is a detachment between the circles we are talking about and there are new ones, and they are detached from the groups that have already been working and know how to work, we will have a problem. But I want to end by the point that in principle, I support this. We only need to see that the groups that have already been in existence somehow have a linkage to what is happening now. Thank you.
Honorable Angura, Honorable Ayo, and then is that Nakut? Yes.
Thank you very much,
After
Chair.
Ayo, Nakut, and then we shall go behind them.
Thank you very much, Chair. I equally want to appreciate the front bench. My name is Frederick Angura. I represent the people of Tororo South County, Kilometer 0. Chair, I just have two observations. Number one, Honorable Minister, we appreciate this program of parish development model. What is rushing us now is the tail end of appropriation. We are coming to the end of the financial year and there's panic to get out the resources before they are swept back. I agree with that. The Public Finance Management Act provides for that. I would advise that let the 17 million be got out. Let even the 100 million be got out and we keep this money on the accounts because sensitization is not enough. There are lots of contradictions that are coming up. You will recall when we were in Kololo, we had the same presentation and the members of parliament who are here raised the same issues they are raising now. And they requested that their ideas be incorporated. So I want to ask, Honorable Minister, whether you've concluded with the policy development or that is going to assist us around the parish development model. I also want to ask, with this project now that we are starting, we had raised the concern on the earlier socio-economic transformation program that government had undertaken before. We wanted to look at the historical review. What were the challenges that made those projects succeed? We wanted to assess the conceptual frameworks. We needed really to look at the hypothesis well, such that we build ourselves in one cohesive position that will make this program succeed without any contradictions. Otherwise, even our own people who've been interacting with in the villages, they have only registered one member per family. The villages are starting to rise up, only one person per household, where there are 20 people in household that have registered only one. There's a lot of contradiction going on. Let's get out the money, keep the money on the accounts, continue with the sensitization until we get ready and we release the money when we are ready. I think there we shall achieve our expectations. Thank you very much. For God and my country.
Chair, let me, relatedly, can I say 2 words?
No, Kagweri, later.
I'm going to talk. Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Who is talking?
Chairperson, thank you, and I thank everybody. Now, Mr. Chairman, I have this question for the minister. One fact which is clear is that a government policy is in place and it is running. And it is upon us to find out to fit in, because you may not stop it as a train moving. Now, the question I want to put to the minister is that thank you for involving us. And we are ready to do business or PDM, but not business as usual. So can you tell us whether you are put in place in your ministry a desk, a unit that we shall be able to report to from time to time, that they are going to analyze our reports so that you put in a rapid response unit to respond to the calls that members of parliament will be providing to your ministry from time to time. Because a lot of questions have been put here and you are aware challenges are too many and we cannot deal with them right now, but government wants parish development model to move. We have issues of, we're supposed to look at the 39% of the poor people. But in villages, there are people who are used to government projects. Whichever project comes, they will be there to be the beneficiaries. And we'll have to alert you on that. There is corruption, there is laziness, there's all kinds of things that are going to be there and conflict of interest. And we should be able to inform you. To me, I think this is where you can help us to make the parish development model better. Secondly, from the parishes that have already received money and implemented bit of the parish development model out of the 17 million, do you have any experience? The challenges, the gaps, or best practices that you can share with us here, and we know that we can talk about as of today. And finally, Honorable Minister, the money is going to the parishes next week. Honorable Goli has told you here that with the private sector, you should know that their problem is only money, and then you give them money. But if they have other problems, then that money will go for that problem, but not the intended project. In Elango, let me inform you, because of drought, because of prolonged drought, there is serious hunger. People do not have food. All the districts in Lango. And if you send this money to the very poor who do not have beans, who do not have posho, expect it to first go for beans and posho, and that's the end of it. So we'll need to look at this issue of famine across the country and look for money and give them food, then we send our money to follow. Otherwise, money goes for food. Thank you.
Honorable members, we have a bit of a problem. Honorable members, first listen to the chair in silence.
Procedure, Chair.
Kindly listen to the chair in silence. Honorable colleagues, we all know the economic emancipation of our people will depend on how well we implement the parish development model. And I know you have sentiments. I know you have concerns. We don't have all the time to deal with all the issues now. The Institute had invited Professor Sempeva, and he has been here from 10 o'clock in the morning. I have been consulting Honorable Raphael Majezi, and we have agreed that you send him as many questions as possible in writing. He will prepare and come back to address all your concerns. Today, we shall handle that today in the evening. So, can I?
Procedure.
No.
Chair,
Agreed.
Honorable.
I second.
Chair,
no, the rules say you listen to the chair in silence. And the chair is always procedurally right. Yeah. Can I then receive your questions in writing? The Honorable Raphael Magezi will not answer them now. We shall proceed for a health break. 10 minutes. We come back and we receive Professor Sempeva's paper.
Yes, seconded.
About 4 o'clock in the evening, we shall convene for purposes of the parish development model. Is that acceptable? It's so ruled. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Questions.
Let's just break off for 10 minutes and we come back.
The health break is
Coach
over.
Bob.
Procedure, Chair. Chair, the issue is, yesterday we presented about 61 questions. The Minister of Local Government said he was going to answer them today morning. Now we've added another 70 questions. I do not know when all these 130 questions will be answered.
And there
But
are 10
Chair,
more.
lastly, you are sending us to the field next week to do sensitization. But we are having wrong figures. The Minister of National Guidance is saying interest rate will be at 6%. The documents we have here is saying interest rate is 5%. On the ground, they are saying it is 11 million per parish. You are telling us 17 million per parish. There's an coordinated movement of troops in this matter.
Honorable.
So the procedure is, are we proceeding well?
Honorable,
Chair, thank you.
The Honorable Minister for Local Government has been summoned to Parliament to answer all those questions. He will be here at 4 o'clock to answer as many as 1,000 questions.
Karamoja issues. Chair, allow me speak.
No, Honorable, can we have the health break now? Bob.
Yeah, Karamoja issues.
As we talk, may we kindly stand up for a few minutes, please? We've sat for a long time.
Chair.
As we consider Karamoja issues,
may we stand up, please? We stretch a little bit and we allow effective blood circulation.
Karamoja issues.
And polish the mental. Okay, hands up straight, please. Clap, 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 clap. We allow blood circulation. We've sat for a long time. Our hands straight like. Let's allow blood circulation. We've sat for a long time. We all know that health is wealth. We must be fit and healthy to perform on national duties. Do it with happiness. It's not a punishment. So we go on the side. Full movement. Don't cheat yourself. I start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hands here. Everybody look in your palms, please. Full stretch. So we go on the side. Move. Full motion. Allow blood circulation. Get ready for another presentation. I'll count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. This is physical fitness, self-accountability. I can start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now behind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Final one. Start counting. It's the final one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. We shall do more later before the parish model. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Coach Bob. A round of applause to Coach Bob, please. It's very important that we take care of our health.
Yeah, honorable members, can we please receive Professor Same paper.
Thank you very much, moderator. I want to invite Professor Fred Pewa, who is going to take us through our next session. And of course, our moderator stays the same. Professor Frederick Sempewa is a consultant and an advocate who is not only participated in ground litigation, but has also contributed in formulation of very many laws and acts in Uganda. He is a member of the International Bar Association and a member of the Uganda Law Society, and he has also served at the East African Law Society as president. Please give him a round of applause as he comes to the stage.
Professor, you are most welcome. Order, honorable members.
Thank you, Chair. My heart, can I be heard? Okay. Thank you, Chair. As you can see, I stand in a difficult position of having to reorient this discussion from one which was very, very interesting, very important for this country because it concerned the matters pertaining to bread and butter issues. Sorry, it's no longer bread and butter. I think we should now refer to cassava and beans issues. And to orient it from that interesting discussion to matters of structural governance is going to be difficult, especially at this hour, which has advanced. However, I am happy to note that I'm at an advantage position because the discussion this morning has a lot of relevance to what I was invited to discuss with you. I was invited to discuss with you the concept of separation of powers. And in this discussion this morning, you have clearly indicated that over the past year, you are very aware of this very concept of separation of powers. Why am I saying so? This concept of separation of powers was devised because it was realized that concentrating a lot of power in one power center is a source of anarchy, a source of dictatorship. Doesn't matter whether that power center consists of one person or consists of a group or even a majority. Because these days we talk about majoritarian dictatorship. People would believe that because they are a majority, they are always right. That also can lead to anarchy or dictatorship. You have clearly demonstrated that you agree that the executive can come up with a policy. The policy is about what you are discussing, the parish model. And it is the role of the executive to come up with a policy. In the division of powers, in the distribution of powers, the executive has got this role of coming up with policy and implementing it. However, you as the legislators, members of parliament, the legislature, you also have your own role in this matrix of distribution of powers. In fact, we no longer talk about separation of powers because things have changed considerably from the days when those people who perceived or came up with a concept were reacting to the powers of absolute kings in Europe and elsewhere. Things have gone a long way from that. So in this new matrix of distribution of powers, the legislature has a role, so does the executive. And you have demonstrated admirably this role this morning. This, because you are a legislative, you have legislative functions, legislative powers, as well as deliberative powers, and you provide a check on the power of the executive, which you have been doing. It would have been a source of anarchy, dictatorship, for the executive to simply come up with this model and say, this is the best for this country. We are going to have it. Although they may be right, or they may think they are right, but you as representatives of the people have said there's something missing. Not something, actually, a lot missing. And we want to guide you as the executive so that we have a perfect solution to the poverty of our people. So in this matrix, there is the executive with its role as initiator of policy, implementer of policy. There's the legislature as providing a check because you make the laws that arise out of the policy initiated by the executive, and you deliberate and you hold the executive accountable, as you have been doing. So my role this morning is almost solved by what has been demonstrated so far, because these are the power centers. The power centers in modern government are the judiciary, with its role as arbiters of disputes, the legislature as a representative of the people from whom the power is derived, and the executive as the initiator of policy and implementer of decisions that have been made by Parliament through laws or approval of policy. Now, strict separation of powers, as I said, is no longer relevant. In modern government, in modern governance, we talk about cooperative government, where a lot of institutions are involved. It's no longer only the executive in the orthodox manner of the president and the council of ministers, and the legislature and the judiciary. So the reality of government these days is that all these functions are performed. There's participation by all the organs that I've mentioned. Because a lot of legislation, as you might not be aware, in fact, the majority of legislative instruments do not come from you, members of Parliament. You make acts now and again, but a lot of legislation comes from the executive, which you have now and again empowered to legislate. So that's the reality of government. Moreover, now we have a lot of institutions that participate in governance and in decision making, or even making judicial decisions. If you take our governance in this country, there are institutions of government, institutions of democracy, like the Human Rights Commission, which you cannot say fits whether within the judicial or the executive, but they have both executive and judicial functions. You have the IGG, you have commissions and regulatory bodies which churn out decisions that range, cut across the functions that we are talking about, whether judicial, legislative, or executive. Moreover, beyond that, we may have, or in some countries they have distributed powers to various power centers, including devolved governments. Devolved governments, that is at a local level. When we drafted the Constitution, we had this idea that we should have devolved governments of just 35 districts. And the idea was to have these governments as powerful with the capacity to generate their revenue and with the capacity to have checks and balances on the power center, the center of government. But somehow this idea has faltered by the enormous multiplication of districts, many of which do not have capacity in terms of revenue, in terms of ability even to check on the power at the center. But in other countries like Kenya, our neighbor, I participated in drafting the Constitution of Kenya, and I had the experience here. So when we are drafting it, I told them, please, don't copy us. They were excited about decentralization. I told them, yes, it's a good idea, but don't copy us. Please make sure that you have strong devolved governments. That's why they came up with the 47 counties which have capacity. They can generate income, they can look after their own affairs, and things look different. Areas which had been neglected in Kenya, like our neighbors in Kisumu and so on, are now prospering. So the distribution of powers and functions depends on each country's needs. We don't just copy. You look at your needs and you say, this is what we want. If you compare our neighbors or even distant relatives in South Africa, they have systems of government that are not exactly like ours. In South Africa, for example, they don't have a direct elected president. The president is elected by the assembly from members of parliament who have come through by system of proportional representation. The parties, I'll talk about the parties later. Parties play an important role in their elections. They have a strong devolved system of government in provinces, and they have a bicameral or quasi-bicameral legislature. That is, there are two, you may call it two houses, to borrow from the British language. But the second house, besides the assembly, represents the provinces, these devolved governments. And that is similar to Kenya. Kenya has a Senate consisting of a senator for each county. And these senators are there principally to represent the interests of these devolved governments, the county governments. When the constitution was being drafted, some people were talking about an upper chamber, lower chamber. Then we said, what is upper and what is lower? There is no need to talk about that. You don't go to Britain, because Britain was talking this language of the House of Lords, where the royalty wanted to maintain some supervision over these commons now that they have come on the basis of democracy. So I've also had members of parliament here proposing a Senate. But you must have a reason for a Senate. You don't just propose a Senate unless there are concrete reasons for it. It's not to accommodate numbers. That's not a very functional reason. There must be a reason. Why are you bringing in a Senate? So I've given this example of our neighbors who have bicameral legislatures. Otherwise, they follow the pattern of distributing powers with changes here and there. Kenya, for example, differs from us in that although we both elect our president directly, the Council of Ministers in Kenya do not come from parliament and are not members of parliament. And they demystified this arrangement by calling them cabinet secretaries, because they are, again, those titles were getting people drunk. Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister. So they are now cabinet secretaries appointed by the president from outside parliament. So in the arrangement of cooperative government, the president in Kenya must be more persuasive than presidents elsewhere. Now, going to the most important thing, that the reason why we are here. The reason why we are here is to talk about the respect for the functional integrity of each power center. because this is what causes problems in a country. Respect for the functional integrity of each power center. These power centers are not put there simply to be in conflict. In America, they enjoy this idea of conflict. They say democracy rose out of the conflict amongst the power centers. And frequently the president and in Congress in US are in conflict. And the president must use very persuasive powers to take the Congress along. And as you are aware, frequently the president comes from one party, but the majority in the either the Senate or the lower house are not necessarily from his own party. So there is always, or sometimes, a conflict because persuasion is harder. This could occur here also, although we haven't experienced it as yet. So what do we mean by respect for functional integrity of each power center? It simply means that take the executive, it has its role, and Parliament has its role. And neither of these power centers should stand in conflict without reasons with the other power center. In our constitution, we have areas of checks and balances. For example, when you people pass legislation and the executive feels that something wrong, I'm sorry, I'm used to present while walking around, but I can see that the system will not allow that. So let me stand in one place. So I was saying that the president has a qualified veto power by refusing to sign the bill that you have presented. But that's just as a check and balances. It's not the conflict that one would say, look, I don't agree with you, members of parliament, you can go to hell. This is simply saying, have you considered this? I don't think you have considered that matter. And the president returns the bill to you. But there are provisions, as you have been educated, that in case he delays or doesn't have reasons, then the bill will become law. So that is an area that shows you the respect. In the same way, when the judiciary makes decisions, Parliament, although very powerful, when we were students, we were being taught, and I can get support from the people on the podium here, we are being taught by these English lecturers that Parliament is supreme. It can even declare Abdul Katun to be a woman with effect from midnight to night. Of course, they were looking at the English Parliament, which is supreme. But our Parliament is supreme within its sphere, but subject to the Constitution and the laws. And that's why we have the judiciary, which can again look at the laws that you legislate, the laws you have passed, and say, look, are these laws within our constitution? Do they fall within our constitution? Do they conflict with that constitution? Because it is the constitution that is supreme. a constitution that has been made by the people. People are the source of power. They have entrusted that power through the constitution to various organs of government, including the legislature, and the judiciary is there to make sure that what the other organs, the other power centers do is it falls within the constitution or the law. But you must now have seen, and you will continue to see, the reality of governance. This is talk of lawyers, separation of powers, separation of powers. It's a talk of us lawyers. But when you are involved in government, then the reality sets in. There are unofficial power centers which were never anticipated by those by the people who conceived the separation of powers doctrine. For example, political parties, they don't have a role except when you have a one-party state, as used to be in Tanzania. Political parties do not have a legislative role in governance, but they play an important role. Not so? In practice, they play an important role. Why? Because, as you have seen, when government comes up with a policy and it is a bit controversial, they have to persuade through the party, persuade their members to rely on the royalty, on the party royalty to pass through this policy. And sometimes, and often, even before, this has caused a bit of discomfort to members of parliament. It's something that you'll find and you have to discuss. To what extent should the party force you to a government decision? And some time ago, it was even to the extent of expelling a member of parliament or several members of parliament from the party because they were rebel. They were referred to as rebels. So my point of view is that a member of parliament represents a constituency to begin with. He has a responsibility to the constituency and to the nation. It's very important to note this, that you don't represent only the constituency, but you have a responsibility to the nation, as you have been discussing this morning. This morning, the issue of constituency used to come in, but also the issue of the nation was more dominant. What are we going to do to uplift the well-being of the people of Uganda? You, of course, must have party royalty, but that should not make you lose your personal convictions and consciousness. And I don't know, my friend, Honorable Katuntu, who has been in this parliament for long, whether we are still keeping that. Anyway, the Constitutional Court dealt with it, of how you having to be thrown out of parliament because you have disobeyed the party. So to sum up the relationship between these, among us, these power centers, the judiciary, of which I'm more concerned and more knowledgeable, respects the functions of the other power centers, except when those power centers have not complied with the law. And the judiciary, at least theoretically, do not interfere in political matters. I said at least theoretically, because some of the constitutional decisions do not reflect this theory, but that is the theory. What are the checks and balances on the judiciary? I've always been asked this question. What are the checks and balances on the judiciary? Many people criticize our judiciary. It's corrupt. It acts on the orders of government. Recently, some media called me and he said, have you seen what we have always said? The judiciary acts on the orders of the state. I asked him, what do you mean? Didn't you hear that Besigye's bail was 30 million by one judicial officer? And it was reduced to 3 million by another judicial officer. So the first judicial officer was acting on the orders from above. I said, what do you mean? Because, you know, judicial officers have a discretion. And this is what the people don't understand. They have a discretion in arbitration. They have a discretion even in these matters of bail. They can refuse to give you bail, or they can give you bail on conditions. And these judicial officers thought that due to certain matters, I wasn't very much aware of what was involved in Besigye's case, but he thought 30 million was fine. And I said, there's a system of appealing, which is a check and balances. If you are dissatisfied, you can go to the next level up to the last level. But the media person was not convinced. He thought that the judiciary is at large. Now, the executive, again, it is you to supply the checks and balances, as well as the judiciary, which is not here with us. And you are doing it very well. If this morning's discussion represents what goes on every day in Parliament, and I hope it does. The executive, as I said, also has some checks and balances on you, the legislature, and these are matters that we have to live with. There are a number of matters which are very controversial, but that should be left to constitution making, the people to decide. People have said, look, the executive tries to control Parliament by selecting over 100 people to become ministers. Because the theory is that if you are a minister, then you must say yes. There was this famous play on TV, Yes Minister. This time you'll be Yes President. But this is a matter of constitution making. Right now, if we have 100-something ministers compared to the members of parliament we have, still they are not in the majority, they cannot carry the day. But that is some criticism that is put on the interplay of checks and balances. I don't think you received my letter, my paper, which I haven't been reading verbatim, but I had put there a number of fact situations for discussion. I had hoped that we would have enough time to discuss these fact situations. Unfortunately, because of the prolonged discussion this morning, I don't think we have sufficient time for those fact situations. If you have the paper, do you have the paper now? Okay, if you have the paper, the fact situations start at paragraph D2. And the one interesting one I would have wanted you to discuss is on a controversial issue, like abortion on demand. It is the government, it is theoretical, of course, theoretical. The government has come to you. It says, the world over now, things are moving. We must amend the law, change the constitution so that our women can have abortion on demand. That is, there should be no prohibition on abortion. Very controversial issue, because in Kenya, I remember we were preparing for a referendum to approve the constitution. And one of the issues which was going to defeat the constitution was abortion. Because the religious people were so strong on this matter. And some of the politicians were liberal. So the issue of abortion came up. It could come up in parliament. Your government says we are amending the constitution so that abortion can be freely available. And they assign the party whip to whip you to support this one in parliament. And you are someone who believes that life begins at conception. And therefore anything done to life to destroy it afterwards is murder. But here is your party, parliamentary whip saying you must support the government on this issue. What do you do? Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Professor. A round of applause for Professor. And for the record, Professor Sempeva taught the Honorable Abudu Katuntu, the Honorable Robin Arua Kojo, and your chairperson. And many others in the audience. Honorable members, we shall take the next paper, Powers, Privileges, and Immunities of Parliament. This paper will be delivered by our very own Honorable Abudu Katuntu. Thereafter, we shall have plenary discussions. Honorable Abudu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am lucky and honored to have been taught by Professor Sempeva. If I fall short in this presentation, just know the one who trained me may not have trained me properly. But I also want to remind you of a story of his colleague. He since then departed. He was called Professor Abraham Kiapi. For those of you who come from West Nile may have heard about the name. Professor Abraham Kiapi was one of the most distinguished lawyers, and he taught all of us, and many senior lawyers in town. So one time he was appearing before a judge who had been his student. And the judge made a decision which he thought was quite stupid. And him, who was a lawyer, he stood up and said, "My lord, is that what I told you?" He ended up actually being banned from practicing for some time. But having said that, I am privileged to be presenting this paper before my teacher, and it's about powers, privilege, and immunities of Parliament. Colleagues, this is what Parliament is all about. This paper tries to define what are your powers, what are your privileges, and what are your immunities. And all our rules of procedure are based on the powers we have, the privileges we have, and also the other laws are based on the immunities. The introduction is talking about what the Constitution says in both Articles 77 and 79, which defines what Parliament is and then the functions. The functions being to make laws on any matter for peace, order, development, and good governance of the country. So what is parliamentary privilege? When I became a chairperson of the Rules Committee, a colleague of mine asked that what are our privileges? And to her, the privileges meant emoluments. It took us again, and I'm sure even some people wonder, when we say privileges, why is this rule, this committee on privileges, talking about other things and not our money? Let me tell you, when we talk about privileges, what we mean. The word privilege is used by people, and it's in its literal meaning, it relates to the imagined a privileged class. But privilege as used in parliamentary context means rights and immunities that are deemed necessary for Parliament as an institution and members of Parliament as representative of the people to fulfill their mandate. It also refers to powers possessed by Parliament to protect itself. And I repeat, it is also used by Parliament to protect itself and its members and its procedure from undue influence, so that it can effectively carry out its principal functions, which are enumerated in the Constitution, being legislative, oversight, appropriation, and representation unimpeded. And let me tell you one of the biggest functions, and this debate has still been going on, about powers of Parliament in terms of appropriation. There is another school of thought, especially from the executive, which says that appropriation is not your mandate, it is their mandate. And Professor, I've been talking about separation and struggle of powers. That is one of the areas which these days we are struggling about. When the executive says Parliament has no powers of appropriation. My view is the day you decide that you have no powers to appropriate, you would rather close up Parliament and go home. That would be the end of Parliament. That whatever is brought to you, you stamp or you reject it. What is appropriation? So, to me, power appropriation is purely a preserve of Parliament. This class definition of parliamentary privilege is found in if you are reading my paper, I hope it has been distributed. And it is defined as, I'll define it verbatim. Parliamentary privilege is the sum of the peculiar rights enjoyed by each house collectively and by members of each house individually, without which they could not discharge their functions and which exceed those possessed by other bodies or individuals. Such privilege, though part of the law of the land, is to a certain extent an exemption from the general law. Once you get a privilege, for example, you cannot be sued for whatever you say on the floor of the house because that is privilege. Whereas generally the law provides for whatever you say, you will be responsible. You can be held, for example, of defamation, of libel. But you cannot be held of the same if you're on the floor of the house. So generally that law, you are an exception to it. So that is a privilege. However, as you know, under our rules, now internally, we are not allowed you to abuse the privilege. If you abuse that privilege, you use the floor to do other things, then the rules catch up with you. Not the other general law, but then the rules for which you can be subject to disciplinary proceedings. Parliamentary privilege in Uganda is, or immunity, is well articulated in the Uganda legal regime. This is provided for in a number of laws, including the Constitution, the Powers and Privileges Act, as well as the rules of procedure. In the Constitution, Article 97 provides that the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, members of Parliament, and any other person participating or assisting in or acting in connection with or reporting the proceeding of Parliament or any of its committees shall be entitled to such immunities and privileges as Parliament by law prescribe. Furthermore, you'll be looking at various provisions. I don't have to go through reading this, but you look at them. Sections 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. You can go up to page 4, goes to section 10 and 11. And it is important to note that there are now court decisions that have further enhanced parliamentary privileges in Uganda, like the famous case of General Tumukunde, where a court held that, and I quote, to penalize a member of parliament for what he or she says in parliament violates the provisions of the Constitution and of the Parliament Powers and Privileges Act as laid out in section 2. So you go to page 5, colleagues, and there you look at the what we call special powers of committees. 208. In exercise of its functions, a committee may call any minister or person holding public office and private individuals to submit memoranda or appear before them to give evidence. We are now looking at powers. May employ a qualified person to assist in the discharge of its function. I'm sure at any time you may seek the services of a qualified person like a Professor Sempewa. May call or invite any person to take part in the proceedings of the committee, but without the right to vote. And then Parliament shall have the powers of the High Court in enforcing the attendance of witnesses and examining them on oath, affirmation or otherwise, compelling the production of document, issuing of a commission or request to examine witnesses abroad. And E, order for the arrest or confinement of a recalcitrant witness for purposes of investigation by a competent authority and cite any person for contempt of Parliament. I've seen many cases It's not only this parliament, but even the previous one, where members say, we have powers over the High Court, you can't do anything. The powers of the High Court you have are limited. And I want to repeat this. The powers of the High Court you have are limited. You are not a court of law. The only powers which you share with the High Court are enforcing the attendance of witness and examining them on oath, affirmation, or otherwise. That you can act like a High Court does. 2, comparing the production of document and issuing a commission or request to examine witnesses. That you can. Beyond it, you don't have those powers. So when you are busy ordering arrests and so on, know what sort of powers you have. And when you look at D, it said order for the arrest and confinement of a recalcitrant witness, but for the purposes of investigation by a competent authority. So please, especially chairpersons of committees, just know where your powers are and please don't act beyond it. Once you do, now what Professor Sempeva has been talking about sets in place for any other person to challenge your action in a court of law. And it is not the first time. More often, we've seen parliament decision being challenged and court declaring that parliament or the committee acted outside its powers. Honourable members, we also have the privilege to summon a person to submit memorandum. That we do, or that you do. You can summon anybody, including ministers. You know, sometimes these ministers, they say, no, I will not come. You have no option. Because those powers, Parliament has them. Neither does it have them only in accordance with the rules, but the Constitution. You have power to summon anybody, ministers. And actually, we can't summon the president because the president also has his own protection under the Constitution. Like not even a court of law can summon him. There is already protection. However, what we do as a practice, we seek an appointment and discuss with him what we think are matters of concern. And I want to tell you, I have not, in my very few years in Parliament of 22 years, I have not heard of any incident when a committee of Parliament wished to meet the president and declined. I've not heard of any incident. All incidents when a committee wants to meet the president has given them audience. You can go there and disagree, but at least he'll give you audience. And I'm sure he's conscious of the powers you have and also the powers, but the responsibility he has to the people of Uganda, because he can only do that through you. You are a representative of the people. So summons, colleagues, don't every other time issue summons. No, you don't do that. Just invite colleagues in accordance with the rules. They will come, the ministers, or any other person. However, if that person becomes stubborn, then you have a right to issue summons. Because summons purely is an order to come and attend to a parliamentary committee. But even with the summons, if he refuses, then you have another right under our rules. And that one you can issue a warrant of arrest for compelling him to come and what? And answer. So you have powers to issue warrant of arrest. You do. However, there is a procedure for issuing of power of the arrest. Those powers are entrusted to the clerk. So you have to ask the clerk. Of course, a committee of parliament can direct the clerk. Then the clerk has to do it in consultation with the office of the speaker. So at that time, the witness has no option but to submit to parliament. Colleagues, we will have to go to page, I'm conscious that I am the last speaker, so the sugar levels may be deteriorating. You also have powers under our rules to compel the production of documents. If you think any witness is in possession of documents which are relevant to the work you are doing as a committee, you have powers to force him to produce those documents. It doesn't matter, even these ministers, if you think their ministries, permanent secretaries have got documents which they cannot say, we cannot give you, this is confidential. No, that's not possible. Unless there is a law that prohibits them from releasing those documents. But as you know, there is access to information, which is for ordinary people. But for you, as a representative of the people, you're entitled to all the documents in the custody of the state, including actually classified. And I repeat this, including classified information, documents, you have powers. However, if it is classified, then it is also handled in a classified manner. And there are ways, for example, under our rules, the procedure, the classified budget is handled by a special committee of Parliament. So every classified document you need will not be handled ordinarily for purposes of the press, even for purposes of all members of the committee. It must be discussed with the head of the classified committee headed by the speaker on how to handle it. I had the same challenge when I was handling Bank of Uganda document, and the Bank of Uganda matters. And there were a lot of documents. The Bank of Uganda was pleading confidentiality. So we told them, please don't raise those sort of pedestrian arguments. Just bring them, then we can handle them in a special way. And indeed they did. So what you'll have to do is don't also behave like, can I say it in plain language? Don't behave it like a street people. You get a classified document and tomorrow you're on the Facebook. You get a classified document and that evening you're on television. Because I have seen colleagues do that. The information that has come to you by virtue of your office is classified. Please treat it as such. It's confidential. Please treat it as such. Don't just go loitering on radio to radio talk show. Oh, you know, for example, we got this, oh, blah, blah. You don't do that. So you should know what is there for public consumption and what is there as a classified document or information, which you have received by virtue of your offices. You also have another privilege. You can confine a recalcitrant witness, a stubborn witness. These ones who are stubborn, and actually there are quite many. That one you can confide in them. Say, no, you are not leaving. You are not leaving until you answer this. That you have the right. So this committee is going to resume tomorrow, but we've been looking for you, but we can't get you. I think police let us resume, keep this gentleman until tomorrow. Meaning to detain the fellow. You have those rights, but they should be exercised judiciously and reasonably and within accordance with the rules. Don't just say, no, I've sent you for 48 hours. No, you don't do that because actually you are not a court of law. So that goes to what you would call detention. Honorable colleagues, we have a problem about the rules. The rules are boring, but good MPs know the rules. If you want to become a good member of Parliament, please take off time to study those rules. They are quite boring, but they are not complicated. They are in plain English, literally common man's English. you can appreciate them. Take off time to read them. Take off time to know where your powers or your privileges are. And then you can become one of the best members of parliament. I am now facing with a very big problem. And now that Professor is here, we will seek his counsel on it. We have 529 members of parliament. Just imagine conducting a session of 520 members. It's the most difficult thing any presiding officer can have. 500 people. I know there are many first-timers here, very brilliant people, extremely, because of our personal interaction with them. But they have never had an opportunity to showcase themselves on the floor. Many, and they have never. So it's something which is in my head. I'm the chairperson of the Rules Committee. How do I make rules, amend the rules, to make sure that each and every person, especially people who are in parliament for the first time, can really contribute and people come to know them, what they have. It's a big challenge, colleagues. I know some of you, I saw it here when my brother Fox was trying. He was picking those he knows. Isn't that so? Honorable Chanamatama, honorable so and so, honorable so on. Then the other one seated, you know. So that's the crisis any presiding officer is having today. So we are trying to see how we can make sure that each and every voice of a person has sufficient time really to show the public and the leadership to what he is, including his own constituents. It's a very, very difficult, very, very challenging. I hear the opposition is mooting up some idea. I'm not so sure whether it's correct, but it's quite debatable. It is saying that whoever is going to contribute to the floor, they'll give a list to the speaker. So assuming the leadership is not happy with you, what happens? Do you speak? Or assuming they anticipate that what you are going to say will not please the powers that be, will you speak? But then how do we get what you think you are best as opposition? Should you have time to express the view on a subject on the floor? For example, if it is economics, you may need to get some people who are well read in economics to make some contribution. But assuming we had a member, he used to call himself the man. Maybe I don't have to say it. I'm sorry. But anyway, somebody will jump on the floor all the time. And sometimes, even when you are discussing technical issues, he'll come up and really it's not something which is very useful, but there he is with a microphone. So if you are like the opposition, do you pick your best team to field and have a debate? If you are in government, do you get the best within government, whether as ministers or backup benchers of the ruling party, to make sure that they give out your views? But what is the individual right of the individual member, the individual constituents, who holds very strongly, views very strongly that this matter should be different from what the government or from what the opposition is doing? How do you handle that one? What of us who are in self-isolation? I mean the independents. We are in self-isolation from these parties. Where do we belong? And let me tell you, one of these days we are going to have a political system change without you knowing. Because assuming tomorrow you wake up and the majority of the people are independent. Yes. What will happen? You wake up and over 50% are independents, but without changing a political system, what will you do? Would that be a multi-party system or would it be individual merit? Mr. Chairman, I think I should stop there. The paper is already circulated and I'm sure it will be uploaded on iPad. Secretariat, what up? You don't have the paper? You didn't circulate it? Some have it, some don't. Please, can you circulate it? Because of time, we've not gone into the details. Me and my professor, he has also been speaking to the paper. I'm sure if you read it, you can appreciate the point more. Thank you very much, and please have a great day.
Thank you very much, Honorable Abudu, and I'm sure Professor Sempeva is impressed. Now, honorable members, you are the ones standing between yourselves and your lunch. I am prepared to sit here for as long as you want me to sit. But be mindful that we have lunch and we have an afternoon session. 2 announcements. Number 1, the Ministry of Local Government has left behind a gentleman to collect your questions in relation to the parish development model. Number 2, they will be here at 4 to answer the questions. That gentleman is, where is he? Please write down all your questions. He's at the back. Number 3, I will only give opportunity to the honorable members who did not ask questions in the morning to do so. If you were asked, yeah, and in that case, I will only give opportunity to those I don't know. I will start with, no, honorable, you asked. I will start with the Sinjiro, Honorable Rakojo. I don't know Honorable Rakojo. Only those who didn't ask, the gentleman in blue suit. Yeah. Yeah. Isidro, where is he? No, he's there.
Thank you, Chairman, for your eye to see me. Mine goes to Professor. I'm Arni Twarauben, MP Isinjiro West. Mine goes to Professor on separation of power, 3 arms of the government. When the president is elected by the people, the Speaker of Parliament is elected. The Speaker of Parliament is elected by members of Parliament. When it comes to the other arm of the government, that's the Chief Justice is appointed by the president. And when he goes there, same way as the way they appoint the ministers, same way as the way they appoint the ambassadors. So when he goes to work, at times that's why we say that order from the government. So I was of the view, since you were involved in framing the Constitution, you are an academician and you're a senior lawyer. Why can't the Chief Justice also be elected by an electoral college like Uganda Law Society and the Parliament? We can have an electoral college like Uganda Law Society and the Parliament, so that he also becomes independent. Because if someone chooses you or appoints you, somehow you might end up being on the side of someone who has appointed you. That was my submission, Professor.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, my name is Honorable Dennis Amere, a member of Parliament for Kitgum Municipality. Chair, mine specifically goes to my senior Abdu Katuntu. These issues of classified expenditure, it is always carrying the biggest vote.
I'm just being reminded that you are rigging.
Chair, I'm just summarizing, if you'll excuse me for 1 minute. Mine is about the classified expenditure. Chair, we have noticed in very many scenarios whereby supplementary budgets comes immediately, even after 3-4 months. I want to ask simple question. What qualifies to be classified expenditures? And then when the budget of classified expenditure is not actually utilized very well, if it is assuming corrupted, where are the corrupt people being prosecuted from? Those are simple things I want to know. Otherwise, it is one sector that takes a lot of money and with a lot of supplementary budget. Thank you very much.
Honorable Robin Arwakojo, now Umekabasharira, then I'll take you. Dr. Ginger Municipality, East or West? Patua.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank the presenters for their able presentations. Mine is information on Professor Sempeba's paper, the second last page, where you talk about the judiciary. I think after the passing of the Administration of Judiciary Act, the low pay of the judiciary is no more, and we're actually having more and more judicial officers coming up at all the levels, the magistrates and even the judges. Actually, what we didn't envisage, or what we hadn't actually catered for, was an equal sort of thing for the attorneys and DPPs. Now we did do something for DPP as the committee. However, you find that there are more judicial officers than there are state attorneys. So maybe you're going to find that cases can't take place because the attorneys are not there. They are being shared between the courts. So I just wanted to say that this problem is not anymore. However, we need to look at the officers that are appearing before those on the bench. Thank you.
Honorable members, the Honorable Rupin Rokojo has been the chairperson of the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, the person responsible for your other privileges. So if you are not the one Abudo has been discussing, you know the ones I'm talking about. So if you are dissatisfied in that respect, you hold her responsible together with the Parliamentary Commission.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Joram Twasima. I represent old persons from Western Uganda. My question and observations go to Professor Sempebwa. One is about court fees. I have noted that especially those politicians who go to court for judgment on political issues, the court fees seem to be much higher than other cases. What is the rationale behind this kind of thing? Second question, and this one touches many of you who are here. I've heard of the land friends. The lawyers call themselves land friends. Me as a teacher, I am a land friend in my own profession. Yes, in my own profession. What is this land friend about? How did it come about? And thirdly, the last one for Honorable Katuntu. Parliament makes resolutions, and then when it goes to the executive, they delay dealing with some of these issues. For example, we were given a scenario yesterday where Parliament decided that the fees, the local fees, local revenue collected should stay at the center, but up to now, this should stay at the local governments. But up to now, yesterday, Honorable Magezi told us they are still negotiating with Treasury. How far, at this rate, will the Parliament be reduced to zero or something? I rest my case.
Honorable, you went to school, but you are not learned. Honorable Naume Kabesharira, Honorable Nabagabe, then we shall come this way.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to appreciate our presenters, Professor Sempewa and Honorable Abdu Katuntu. My question will go to Professor Sempewa, the person I know who has been a seasoned and professional lawyer for some good time in Uganda, and who has given us a good presentation. You somehow touched a little on the upper house, and you say that there should be some reasons why another house should be created. My question is, what advice would you give us to reduce on the big number of members of parliament like we have today, 500 and so on, so that we can at the same time effectively represent our people, but at the same time, we don't also cause other side of government to have a pinch because of the number. What advice or so reasons like you would give to create maybe an upper house so that we can reduce on the number? Thank you. My name is Naume Kabashara, and I represent Rushen County in Ntungamo district.
Honorable Naume, that's a very unfair question to Professor.
I did it because he participated very well and very, very seasoned
You will answer. You will
constitution making of this country. That's why I asked that question. Thank you.
Honorable Batua, Honorable Nabagabe, and then we come this way.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Mine goes to the very respected Honorable Abdu Katuntu, that in our rules of procedure, there is a rule that gives us, that gives us the right to interrupt business on the house. And it gives us grounds under which we can interrupt business. If it's a debate going on, that we can interrupt. And one of those grounds is a matter on privilege. I remember when we were in Kololo, I rose up on a matter of privilege when I realized that a group of us were denied entry by SFC into the house. And I interrupted. I just walked straight to the mic and brought it to the notification of the speaker, and the matter was sorted. However, it's very difficult right now to interrupt. In my perception is that you pick the mic and talk on a matter of privilege. There is a comment that it is bad behavior to speak when you do not have clearance from the speaker. So privilege being important, as the respected Honorable Katuntu has stated, and knowing very well that some of these grounds are actually abused, shouldn't we leave privilege aside to be a matter that can interrupt any business on the house, and maybe procedure and order, we can seek clearance from the speaker?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. I also want to appreciate our tutors for the morning, Professor Sempewa and Honorable Katuntu. I have two key questions, one to each. The very first one goes to Professor Sempewa. And Professor Sempewa, talking about the aspect of the doctrine of separation of powers, I beg to be educated on why we still have ministers who are members of parliament, where does their allegiance go? Is it to parliament or is it to the executive? How can we, how can we help the country to be able to make the right decisions as an independent legislative body when we do have ministers who are at the same time members of parliament? Secondly, the question goes to Honorable Abdu Katuntu. It's a question of accountability. And I've always pondered on who we have systems in parliament that hold different members of parliament accountable. But I've always wondered who holds the Speaker of Parliament and the Deputy Speaker of Parliament accountable when they violate my privileges, when they violate my rights as a member of parliament. Where do I report them? Who holds them accountable? Who instructs them on how they should be able to protect all members of parliament? Do they have certain, measures that they go through that can help them be able to become more non-biased in the decisions they make or not? Because they are already coming from a certain political party. Then, that is where my conundrum usually is when it comes to speakers and deputy speaker in parliament. I remain Nabagaveka Le Flavia, woman member of parliament, Kasanda district.
Honorable Chair, procedure.
And chairperson, Noop Women's League. Kalangala.
Procedure. Procedure, Honorable Chair.
Where is it? I can't see the person.
I'm here, from the back. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable woman, may I ask under what rule you rise?
Rule of lunch.
No, that would be a point of privilege.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's lunch, it would be a matter of privilege. Can we spend 20 minutes and then we break off for lunch? Honorable woman.
Okay, Honorable
You
Chair.
are actually wasting our time, so take your seat. Kalangala women. Then Kagweri, and then I will take the two of you.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nachimuli Helen, Member of Parliament, Kalangala District. My question goes to the land friends, Honorable Katuntu. You talked about independent members of parliament being many, and you said something small about it. I request you say more about it. Assuming we have 50% of members of parliament being independent, what happens? And who makes or who forms government when it happens? I thank you. Nachimuli Helen.
Kagweri, then I will start with my land sister at the corner there, and then you will be the last.
Chair, mine is related to Kalangala and goes to Honorable Katuntu. You've talked tit and bits about some of this privilege. When I'm elected a member of parliament, I think I have the privilege to speak on the floor. But if I'm not picked, if I'm not selected severally, don't you think that privilege is being downplayed? Now, as a chairperson, even of the Privileges Rules Committee, don't you think it is time that there should be something done under these rules and privileges so that the 529 members of parliament are segregated, but people should have time, not only 2 minutes, people should have time either given days, but people should have time to debate effectively on the floor of parliament. I think that rule should be looked at really in critical terms. So that is even related to the one of Honorable MP from Kalangala, who says if the independents are many, I think we need to have a provision there. and as an immunity when we are speaking on the floor of Parliament, whereas these journalists have their rights. And so is it really correct and prudent for the media to produce lists of members of Parliament and even saying that they have not contributed, even on somebody? In fact, I have an example of somebody even presented a bill on the floor of Parliament and has already become an act. But in the list, that person is named, he didn't talk in Parliament. Don't you think we, under the immunities, we have the privilege to stop this? Those are my questions.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Laura with disabilities. I want to thank the professor and the Honorable Katuntu for the very useful presentations. My questions or clarity go to the Honorable Katuntu, and I'm happy to be in his committee. My feeling about the rules of procedure is that they are not biting. My understanding of the law is that when there are rules or when there's a law and you violate that law, there should be some kind of penalty. I'd like the Honorable Katuntu to throw some light on what happens to a member of Parliament who violates the rules of procedure. I have seen cases where we make recommendations as a committee on rules, but those are just recommendations. They're not biting, they're not in a way enforceable. So what do we do about the rules of procedure? Because I feel that they're not biting at all. That's my understanding, and that's why I want the Honorable Katuntu to throw some light. The second one again is to Honorable Katuntu. The rules of procedure again. One of the things that for me is derailing me is about the way we proceed in Parliament. We can spend over 1 hour and people are raising matters of procedure without referring to any rule of procedure. Procedure until you get tired and you decide to walk out of the house. What can we do? Because we cannot spend an hour raising matters of procedure. And when we raise matters of procedure, we are not referring to the rules at all. We are saying things in our constituents, what happened on the road, but we have risen on a matter of procedure. How can we make this Parliament better? Because as you said, we are 500 plus people. Now, if we spend an hour or so raising matters of procedure, and we are all allowed to raise those matters without referring to a rule of procedure, then why are we talking about rules of procedure? I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, no, the last person is here. I'm here. No, right here. Sir. Chair. But honorable colleagues. Yes, sir, Chair. A word of advice. Please take time and read the rules. Take time and read the rules. The Honorable Abudu Katuntu gave you a long lecture on that. You
Sure.
will not be an effective legislator if you do not know the rules. And if you don't know the rules inside out. 2, make sure you don't walk to the floor of the house without your rule book.
Thank you, Chair.
You know, I'm Luo, and the laws have been saying that you can't walk to a garden without a hoe. And that Parliament is your garden. So how can you constantly walk there without a hoe and you think you will be doing any useful service?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, Honorable.
Chair.
I had
Chair.
picked him.
Chair, thank you very much. I'm Tembo Gideon Mujungu, representing the people of Songora South. I want to thank the presenters. My question goes to Professor Sembewa. I'm privileged today to know him physically. I had heard about him or read about him for several decades. My question is, when do we know that is the right time to have reforms in the Constitution? This is based on a few facts. We know that the 1995 Constitution was built on the background of the history of this country, which had been violent for much of the 20 years of independence. And this has been quoted in the background to the Constitution. But today, I'm sure, Mr. Chairperson, majority of the people in Parliament today were in primary school by 1995. So you can ably say they did not participate and contribute. I'm coming, Chairperson. Even today, Chairperson, you know that majority of about 60% of the population are youth or people below 30 years. And if you see, Mr. Chairperson, there are people calling for a second house. There are people, voices calling for changing the numbers in Parliament. The issue raised by Honorable Katundu of what if the independents were the majority in the House? It's a pertinent question. These, to me, are points where one might say, when should Uganda consider reviewing the Constitution? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Temple was supposed to be the last.
No, sir. Can I have just a word?
In 1 minute.
In 1 minute.
And in an accent that we shall all be able to understand.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I really want to thank you for the opportunity. I have 2 questions, and basically one goes to Professor Mpebwa, and the other one goes to Honorable Katuntu. Professor Mpebwa, I think we're honored to have you, and I think you're one of those that make me feel proud to be called a Ugandan. Professor Mpebwa, you and the Constitution are like twin brothers. Specifically, the 1995 Constitution. Professor Mpebwa, if this country goes up in flames, it's going to be about the Constitution, where you had a key or partner role that you played. Now, you had a dream coming up with a Constitution. And my question to you, Professor Mpebwa, is, does current Constitution still qualify to be called a Constitution? Because ever since you put it, the Constitution together.
Honorable, you have already asked the question. Can you now ask the second question?
And also, just relatedly, what was it in your mind that you decided as framers of the Constitution, the current Constitution? What was going on in your mind when you put the president above the Constitution? Because or anything or any document to qualify to be called a Constitution, it means nobody is above the law, including the president. But you got a Constitution today that you authored, Professor Mpebwa, that puts the president above the Constitution. A case in point is that it can't be tried while in office. What was going on in your mind when you came up with that scandalous article?
Honorable,
now my
from answering your own question.
My question to Honorable Katuntu is, when will you stop reducing the proceedings in the House to a court proceeding? Parliament is not a court. It's not enough to talk about, to cite even a rule or even the Constitution. As a land, and as I keep calling him a professor because he goes beyond Parliament, Honorable Katuntu, when you follow the House of Commons, from where we pick a lot of these legislation parameters, nobody in the House, especially in England, talks about or even cites the rules. Nobody. In the United States, in the Senate, you're not going to talk or even cite the United States Constitution because it's a fact. But here, every time you want to contribute, somebody says, which rule? Now, what are you talking about? I am not in a court to cite the Constitution or even the bylaws.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Appreciate it, Mr.
Professor, you have the floor. Professor, you have the floor.
Microphone.
Come for this microphone here. This one.
We have a microphone.
So,
Mic check.
The first question was about election of the Chief Justice. Why is it the Chief Justice elected? Indeed, there are some countries where
Professor, I think your microphone is not on.
Am I heard now? Can I be heard? Okay. I was saying there are some countries where judiciaries are subjected to some form of election. But the arguments against election of judiciary are overwhelming because the responsibilities of the judiciary are under the Constitution. And we simply have to find ways whereby there are checks and balances on the appointment of the judiciary, including the Chief Justice. For example, in our situation, it's not only the president who should have the final say. I'm saying it should not be the president having the final say under our Constitution. Why? Because we have a Judicial Service Commission which sources these the appointments, including the appointment of the Chief Justice. Seizes out and sends the people it thinks, the commission thinks are qualified to the president for nomination. And then the nomination is done. The other checks and balances are with you, members of Parliament. And it should be you to make sure the right person is being appointed. So I'm using the word very carefully, should, because this is our Constitution. And if we don't let it work, then we have to blame ourselves. So there are these check points, checks and balances within our Constitution. Of course, we have in our Constitution, probably you can call it one loophole, where you say the president will nominate on the advice of the Judicial Service Commission. And I had seen some problem with that. When I went to Kenya, I said, no, you don't adopt that. You say, shall act in accordance with the advice of the Judicial Service Commission. That one loophole can be done with, but there is a final check. You members of Parliament should make sure that the right person goes through. Then The capacity of the judiciary, of course, that I was talking about is not only the individual, but also in the institution. And we know that perennially the institution is not fully capacitated. There are a lot of areas which lack magisterial facilities, and where people have got to walk long distances for justice. This is because of lack of capacity to the judiciary, comparative to other power centers like yourself and the executive. So this is what I was talking about on capacity. Then there was a question about court fees. I think the question was targeting costs. When members of parliament lose elections and they go for court challenges, the costs that are awarded look quite a lot. Now we have rules about costs, and we should stick to them. In fact, this is a problem of us lawyers. We should be sticking to those rules. But sometimes we inflate the basis of these costs, making it really damaging to the possibility of members of parliament, all aspiring members of parliament, to challenge the elections. But there has been this program, I think, is being considered, if it hasn't been considered by the judiciary, to come out with some rules that can make these costs be within a reasonable, to be reasonable, so that they can be afforded. These are costs, and normally they are not even eaten by the other members of parliament, the one who has won. They are eaten by us, the lawyers. So we need also to engage the Uganda Law Society in this matter. Make sure that we don't make it an impossibility for people to challenge elections. Now, I talked about the upper house, and then the question was, how can we make sure that the parliament has reasonable numbers? And that also has got relevance to what's the discussion on the ability of members to contribute. Now we have to be honest to ourselves and debate this issue without self-interest. The problem of Uganda is that the exact members of parliament cannot be predicted. You cannot predict. In Kenya, it is a constitutional matter. 220 members of parliament. And the constitutional commission there, the independent, whatever, has to work within those 220 members. Here, it depends, is there a new sub-county? Is there a new city? If there's a new city, there will be what? Divisions? Then there will be members of parliament, men, then there will be women. So now that you are 500 something, we cannot predict the next parliament. How many of members of parliament will be there? So we need to make tough decisions and say, please, and make calculations which are guided, population-wise, comparative-wise, and say, the number of members of parliament we need in this country cannot exceed such a fee. And that requires all of us to discuss without self-interest and come to a decision. Now we can come to that decision and say, we had suggested this to Tanzania, but they flattened their constitutional making and say, okay, there are 100 constituencies. We shall have 1 man, 1 woman per constituency. Finished. There's no question of increasing basis of divisions, blah, blah, blah. Then we can work within a reasonable number. But now, okay, you are 500. If supposing Parliament was to sit every day for 365 days and give every member of Parliament to say something little, even if to greet the other members, all of you will not be able to speak. You see the point? You will not be able to speak. But when it comes, as some members said, to these interventions, procedure, that means even a quarter of you will not be able to speak. So we have to find out, and this can take me to the other question about when do we time reforms? You cannot say that it will be like a census, that every 10 years we have a census. No, because the Constitution has different ways of developing. One of these is through constitutional interpretations by the court. And the Constitution develops in that manner until we find that over a number of years, matters have come up that can no longer be addressed by that method of developing the Constitution, judicial interpretation. So it's a matter of us deciding, are we ripe to look at this Constitution? It's not a matter of young people have never participated. No, not really. Of course, comparisons are not good, but the Constitution of USA has been in place for how many years? 200. But you cannot argue there that because all those, the framers died and their great grandchildren have died, therefore that's the reason for making a new constitution. No. It's a matter of saying, have we reached a stage where we need to look at some matters afresh? And therefore, to end it, the current constitution, yes, it is a constitution and depends on the views, on the perception, on the views. If you asked me, I have my views. I would say it's been desecrated considerably. It doesn't look like what we thought we should have in this country at that time. But still it's a constitution, otherwise it would be under anarchy. If that constitution has been changed to allow me, a person of over 70 years, to stand, that's the constitution. And indeed, if I'm interested next round, I will come and say, okay, I am 90, but the constitution allows me, I can go with my stick and campaign, but that's the constitution. It wasn't our ideas, the framers there. We thought we shouldn't go that far. We should have term limits and so on and so on. But we still have the constitution as, according to me, has been desecrated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much, Honorable Abudu.
MPs.
Honorable Nabagabe, you speak to Professor through the chair, and you don't have leave of the chair. Thank you very much, Professor.
I've forgotten the question. Oh, I see. Okay. Again, that depends on what the allegiances. Yes, depends on what the country decides. And of course, when we formulated this constitution, we said there can be ministers not exceeding how many? 20 something. I've forgotten the exact number. And that in our mind was that they could come from Parliament, they could come from outside. And that was a reasonable number. Even if all these were always yes people, regardless of the merit of the policy, still they will be under control. The abuse, because the constitution can still be abused or obeyed to the advantage of someone who is applying it. So the loophole we left there is that Parliament might approve an extension, additional ministers. So when my friend talks about reforms, these are matters we can say, I think we were a bit, we trusted each other considerably, by the way. That is the situation in which we drafted the constitution and which the Constitutional Assembly discussed it. It was a situation where we all thought we were on the same page, we trusted each other. Otherwise, we could have made some tightening in this. So when you come to constitutional reform, these are matters you can tighten. You can say, like the Kenyans, 220 MPs, or all ministers to be outside of Parliament, just to make sure that there is not only separation functionally, but separation institutionally. It doesn't have to be that, but that may be satisfying to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Honorable Abudu, you have the floor. Can you summarize in 10 minutes?
Well, thank you very much, Professor Sempewa, and thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me start at the point Professor Sempewa, I think, ended before they raised the other point. That this is what the Constitution says. This is what the law says. Why do we have laws? Or why do we have constitutions? And why do we have rules? Rules are made such that parliamentary business is conducted in an ordinary manner. In an ordinary way, orderly way. Even in your own homes, Honorable Atkin, the day you start bathing in the sitting room, because it is your sitting room, then you'll be in trouble. Because the rules say you bathe in the what? The bathroom. That's the rule. At least in an ordinary home. I am not so sure, Honorable Atkin, that you'll get a stove and put it in the sitting room and prepare a Monday. And you say, it is my right, I'm watching TV. I want to watch TV as I prepare a Monday. I mean, what home would that be? So even in the house, even on the floor, there are rules that govern us. It's for orderly conduct of business. If you stand up and say what you want to say, Parliament becomes a talking shop. Nobody will, the public and your voters will never respect you. Unfortunately, sometimes we degenerate towards what Honorable Atkin is advocating for. And that's what Honorable Rora was talking about. Procedure, order, and when they ask you which point of procedure, you are lost. But somehow you've interrupted the flow of business of the house. So rules are made to be obeyed. And the only reason is, can we have orderly conduct of business? Classified expenditure. Yes, the law envisaged classified expenditure. And indeed, there is no country in the world without a classified expenditure. But how do we handle it? First of all, even under the Audit Act, classified expenditure is subject to an audit by the Auditor General. The rules are there, including the Public Accounts Committee. There is a special committee under our rules that deals with classified expenditure, whether it is supplementary or even in the mainstream budget. How they handle it, whether they are also transparent in their own way, so that they fulfill their mandate, that's another matter. But is there an infrastructure, a legal infrastructure for handling classified expenditure? Yes, it is there, including in Parliament, and many of the, not many, I think there is one or two chairpersons of the accountability committees, which is the chair of PAC, which is a member of the opposition, by the way. The chair of PAC is a member of the classified expenditure budget. And I saw the chair of PAC here. Yeah, sometimes it's my lawyer. But you know, he's not a family lawyer, so I don't have any problem. Neither is he a criminal lawyer. Parliamentary resolutions, somebody asked. Yes, parliamentary resolutions are not law. Because if you want to pass a decision and it's binding to the country, then you pass a law. If you pass it as a parliamentary resolution, it is advisory. But it's not an ordinary advisory. It is a strong advisory, such that if the executive is not to follow it, it must come to Parliament and explain through what we call a treasury memoranda. You have to say, yes, you resolved like this, but we are having problems in implementing this decision because of ABCD. So that also leads to some other debate. So parliamentary resolution, are they binding? No, they are not. Are they purely gossiping decision? No, they are not. And if the executive is not following them, is not agreeable with them, it must come back to the House and explain. Privilege, speaking, 502. Yes, you see, if 20 members of Parliament stand up and they all order, blah, 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 what does the presiding officer do? So just stand up, and the rules say catching the eye. And that the one the speaker is supposed to see first. That's what we call catching the eye. Whether in the actual practice it happens that way, that's another matter. So you stand up, then the presiding officer should be able to ask you, on what point are you standing up? Then you say point of information. And point of information, by the way, it is not even for the speaker to, it is for the person holding the floor. He might even decline it. Say, no, I'm well informed, like many people always do. So to me, it's just purely orderly, Dr. Vatua, it's purely an orderly way of doing things. However, if you stand up on a point of privilege, then that point should be able to take precedence. The speaker can't sit you down. If you're on a point of what? Privilege. If you're on a point of order, the speaker will not sit you down because you are raising a point that there's something which is going on which is not correct. So the speaker will not say, no, there's something, but let us go ahead. No. Order, privilege, including procedure. Because if you proceed and actually you are violating your own rules, the speaker or the presiding officer should not tell you to sit. Because that means let us proceed even when we are violating our own rules. Stopping publication of MPs' performance on the floor. That one we not even under our rules. I mean, you know, Parliament is a public institution. And let me tell you, we are criticized fairly, but also unfairly. But that unfair criticism is also legitimate, unfortunately. Because our people judge us differently. There are those who are judging us because we speak well on the floor. There are those who judge us because we marry. There are those who judge us because we speak in the committees and so on. So what you have to do is to have very strong shock absorber and politicians, especially members of Parliament. There is no way we shall legislate against criticism by the people who look at us as their leaders. Leaders are supposed to be criticized and sometimes actually unfairly. But what do? You can't legislate upon it. The only obligation we have is to explain ourselves. However unfortunate it may look. Biting rules of procedure. Yes, our rules of procedure actually do bite. When we take a decision, for example, in a disciplinary committee, they can be enforced. The only thing is, what sort of decision can we take and enforce? Because one, we don't want to disenfranchise sometimes the people who have been or who have elected certain member X, because he's representing their views. So there's some extent we cannot punish an individual, because punishing him may actually be punishing a constituency. So that's why we have to balance the right to representation, which is constitutional, and then a violation of our rules by our own colleagues. Point of procedure, whereas that is up to the presiding officer. The presiding officer should be able to run the house as and when he or she thinks is correct. I've seen it, and sometimes it's very irritating. We spend 1.5 hours, point this. For example, in my parish, in my village, you know, this sort of thing Honorable Atkin is sometimes talking about. Some of them are actually not issues which should be on the floor, but there we are being entertained, and so it depends on the presiding officer. And I remember the late speaker had a little bit set there, the rules. You either come to the floor with the business, or it shuts you up. So the floor is not a place for, okay, I've said it. Time, sitting, and so on. Now, to have an opportunity for all the members to speak, we'll have to be innovative. One, I think we will have just to start having sessions even a day. There's a session that is in the afternoon and another one in the morning. I have seen sometimes parliaments going on up to midnight or 2 a.m. So we will have to be innovative, but you don't have to sacrifice, because you are the ones who want to speak on behalf of your people. Otherwise, this sort of 3-5 hours every day, some of you are going to live without even greeting each other, as the professor says, on the floor. And I'm telling you, there are very few people who don't speak on the floor who return. That I can tell you. That I am sure of. Because I have seen the attrition rate in the house is so high. I think last time it was 60. It was around 65-6%. Meaning that every 100 people, 65 are not going to come back. It is not easy. It's not easy. So you and one of the reasons, you don't give your opponents ammunition for nothing. You said that one when you sent him to parliament is always sleeping. You must find a way of contributing and hear people seeing you speaking on their behalf. And my view is we have to look at it and see how we can. But even then, we only have 2 presiding officers. And that's a problem also, because they're also human beings. Just some of you can even live like now. I've seen people going to wash their hands, come back. They can go attend to their calls and so on, come back. A presiding officer can't even move from that seat. So just imagine if he sits from Monday to Friday, then another one from Monday to Friday, all those long hours. Humanly, it's not possible. So we will have to think about one other thing. Can we have maybe assistant presiding officers amongst yourselves? People who can just, they are not speakers, but when the speakers are not there, because in other countries they do, there is a speakers panel where you have, for example, 4 or 5 people who can be on that panel. The speaker can sit in the morning and get one member of his panel to chair business. It doesn't do an administration, it's pure about conducting, chairing a session. It happens in other parliament, we can put that in our rules. However, there is a debate whether it may not need a constitutional amendment to create that sort of responsibility. Account. You're asking me a very difficult question. How do these presiding officers, how can they be accountable? Well, you should have asked Professor that one. But let me say this. Under the rules, you can. One is a formality of really impeaching the decision or behavior of what? The speaker. Do you want your speaker to go through that process except when you really want to throw him out of office? Do you want him to go through a process of either disciplinary or even questioning the speaker? And tomorrow you sit there and is your overall boss? Maybe it may be difficult. What some people were suggesting, and this one is purely for those parties, the ruling party and the opposition, when you are nominating commissioners, please nominate senior people. Stop nominating people who can't sit to the speaker and say, by the way, before we go on the agenda, you are not doing well in the house. You need that sort of stature from the ruling party and from the opposition, so that when they are in the commission, they can be able to call their boss to order. I say, look here, before we talk about this, I think your behavior in the house is not correct. At that level, it is informal, but it's effective. What we call peer, it's a peer review mechanism where they can sit, because they are the administrators of the institution, and call their colleague to order, really to handle those issues you are talking about. It is informal and so on. I had an experience in it must have been either in the 7th or in Parliament. We had some altercation with the speaker. Then His Excellency, the former Vice President, on the floor. And he was really, really very rude. He really shut me up, embarrassed me on the floor. However, a few colleagues, the Honorable Ben Watcher, I remember there were 3. They went to the speaker and said, no, sir, they don't do that to a member of parliament, even if you disagree with him. Don't embarrass a member of parliament on the floor. They went to him formally in the office, and he saw it. So he said, but you also tell him, why does he want to challenge my authority? Yes, I overreacted, but why does he want to challenge my authority that I don't know what I'm doing? So they also summoned me. And informally, we sorted out our problems in the speaker's office. Actually, the following weekend, the speaker was having a delegation to some other country, and even put me on the delegation, and we traveled together. And we went, and that's what the gentleman, His Excellency, second is. He realized his mistake, but they also forced me to apologize to him. They said, no, you don't do that to a speaker, especially in public. But then I was a little bit younger. When you are younger, you can do so many things. And when you grow up, you say, was that me really? So I think that there are ways of handling those things. Some may be formal, some may be informal. But if the leadership of the parliament has got a peer relationship, especially members of the commission, you people who are campaigning for this position as commissioners, you should be able to have this stature. They are what? It cannot be the chairman too.
Honorable Naume, we all want to go for lunch.
So anyway, whatever it is, sorry. The issue about the commission. The commission.
I think Naume has something funny.
Okay. There is this one here. Who can assist the Honorable Naume with the microphone?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought this one would be very important for members of parliament, especially those who are new in parliament. Commissioners, according to our act that was enacted by Ogalo and Wacha, we were
it was supposed to elect our own commissioners. It was just changed out of what I cannot say today here to someone wanted to own parliament. Actually, it's not even the president. The president did not know, and someone just said, because someone was a chief whip and he wanted to see how he can manage parliament, he put it to Chankwanzi that why don't we give appointment? I mean, give you the appointment, you appoint commissioners. And that's how it started. And now we are talking about this, but if we could go back, still to be us to change that law, and we elect our own leaders of parliament. Thank you.
Okay, I wasn't in the Chankwanzi, so I don't know what happened. But the point
Honorable Naume, let me correct the record. I was the chairperson of the Rules Committee in the 9th Parliament. We proposed to the 9th Parliament that we elect the commissioners. That position was voted out by you members of Parliament. Yeah.
You know,
so you have yourselves to blame.
you know, let me tell you one thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to go into the details of that. But sometimes we take a decision and we don't realize the ramifications of them until they are being implemented. But if you are talking about, let us look at the composition. Colleagues, I'm about to end. And please give me a chance to end. Let us look at the composition of the commission. There are those who are ex-officio members, who are statutory members, like the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Leader of Opposition, Prime Minister, Minister of Finance. You get it? Those are members of the commission by virtue of those positions. Meaning actually that the opposition is already officially represented by its leader, that government is officially represented by the Prime Minister, the Minister of what? Finance. Government is already what? Represented. The backbenchers were given an opportunity to elect now their representative who are how many? 3, 4. The backbenchers were given an opportunity. It's okay. Government as a ruling party, we have these members. Opposition, you also have this one. Now the backbenchers, you have an opportunity to elect your 4. Then you say, no, we are not good enough for you to appoint for us. So really, that is you. Don't. If it were an opportunity where you people are campaigning amongst you, then this one will be representing a backbencher interest. As a government, as against the leadership of the opposition and the leadership in what? In government, so that your interests are represented directly. If it didn't happen, I'm not proposing anything. But I think to react to what the Honorable Chair was saying. So I end on this point that if you have a functional commission with members with a stature, they can call a speaker to order. That one's for sure. And I'll give you an example. There is a lady, she comes from a place called Doholo. She comes from a place called what? Doholo. I know that somehow, if we are things not going on well, she would approach her boss, the speaker, and say, no. These things are not correct. They were all ladies, they are all, I think one was even, the lady from Dokola was ordered and the speaker and so on. So there are ways you can have it. So, but you don't need the formal ways. The formal ways really are for purposes of impeachment and throwing out a speaker. And that is provided for in the rules. But these other, these other disgruntlements of daily problems with the speaker's office, please handle it informally and with the commission. With those very few words, May I ask my teacher to allow me to sit. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Honorable Abudu, thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Honorable members, first I wish to apologize for having not seen many of you and for keeping you here for a very long time. Secondly, to thank my teacher, Professor Sempewa, and the Honorable Budu Katuntu for wonderful presentations. Third, to thank all of you for being a wonderful audience. Lastly, may I invite the Honorable Geoffrey Okello, MP Shoga, to come and lead us in prayers as we prepare for lunch. Honorable Okello, please access a microphone, and I hope God hears your prayers.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Dear colleagues, may we humble ourselves and pray. Almighty Father, we'd like to thank you for the day today. We'd like to thank you for the body of knowledge that you have enabled us to access. We pray that you keep our facilitators. You keep us in good health so that we end this session of tomorrow just like we are proceeding with the one for today. Now we have something to eat and drink. Bless us and bless the gifts that you are placing on the table so that as we partake of it, we do it to do your work and to glorify your name. I pray this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Bon appetit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fox, for leading us through that session. It's been a very lengthy and comprehensive one. I'm very optimistic that we are all famished, but I would like to request that we utilize about 45 minutes for lunch so that we can be able to return and take on the next session for the rest of the afternoon, because the time has been eaten into. We also have a session that will be held with the Honorable Minister for Local Government on the Parish Development Model, where he will be responding to some of the queries that you have been sharing with our colleague. But we need to make time for that, and the time needs to be made right now. So may we return at 3:15 p.m. so that we may commence our afternoon session with Honorable Medad Segona, who will be interacting with the panelists. I would like to commend and thank Honorable Abdul Katuntu, Professor Fred, and Honorable Fox for taking us through the session that we've had. And I thank you, honorable members, for participating actively. May we kindly keep time during the lunch period and be back here in time. Thank you very much.
Would more effective writing give you an edge at work? Grammarly can make your job one click simpler.
60 on the minutes.
Grammarly makes communication at work one click simpler. Whether you're looking for a new job or you love the one you have, Grammarly can help you communicate with confidence. Concise writing means fewer miscommunications. Grammarly can help streamline your message so it reads loud and clear. We can check the tone of your emails to help you build relationships at that new dream job. Congrats. Grammarly, better writing made one click simpler.
Quantum also understands that many sellers around the world are reluctant when shipping to other countries other than where they are based. Thus, for shoppers who shop online and need the items delivered to them in their respective countries, Aquantuo serves as a bridge that connects shoppers with these stores. It's pretty simple. Once the shopper places an order for an item, the item would be sent
Mic check. Good afternoon once again. It's about the time that I had promised to return on the microphone and call all of us back in. Dear honorable members, those who are in the lobby right now, and those who are outside in the outside lobby, in case you can hear us, may we please make our way back inside the hall so that we can commence. Honorable Medad Segona is already present and waiting for you, but we need quorum. We need quorum to commence, and it's already 3:15 p.m. This afternoon, our discussions will center on ethics, integrity, and conflict of interest in the legislature. We'll also look at protocol and diplomatic etiquette, the order of precedence in Uganda. And then we shall also discuss or listen on parliamentary procedures and practices in the Parliament of Uganda. And the moderation will be done by Honorable Medad Segona. And the panelists who will join him will be Honorable James Savabuturo, Honorable James Baba, and Honorable Dan Wandera Okalo. And they're all present already. Honorable members who are in already, thank you very much for keeping time. I would like to request the other honorable members who are outside the hall, please get inside so that we can commence, because time is not on our side. After these presentations, we're also going to have a session on the parish development model, because there was the session remained incomplete from the morning period, but we need to take on this session right now so that we can have time later on for the PDM discussions so that we can finish early today. So it is 20 minutes past 3. We'll give another allowance of 10 minutes, and Honorable Segona will be calling the afternoon session to order. Yes. Now, as we bide some time before we commence, Honorable Savabuturo is here, Honorable Ogalo is here, and our moderator for this session, Honorable Segona, is present. I'll just take you through a brief of the profiles of our presenters this afternoon. Honorable Dan Wandera Okalo is the managing partner of a law firm known as Victoria Advocates and Legal Consultants. He practices in the courts of judicature in Uganda and East African Court of Justice, specializing in constitutional, administrative, electoral, and human rights law, and has been in active legal practice since 1982. He is at the faculty of He's been at the faculty of International Law Institute since 2012, an institute that offers courses leading to awards of diploma and certificate in legislative drafting. He has worked as a consultant with several parliaments, including parliaments of Somalia, East Africa, South Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, Somaliland, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, Sierra Leone, the Pan-African Parliament, and the SADC Parliamentary Forum, among many others, and has also been consulted by civil society organizations in areas of democracy, rule of law, and good governance. From April 1994 to October 1995, he served in the Constituent Assembly of Uganda, which comprised delegates elected by the universal suffrage. And these debated and promulgated the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. Now, between July 1996 and June 2001, he was elected and served in the Parliament of Uganda, where he held positions of responsibility, including as Commissioner of Parliament, the Deputy Chair of the Committee of Rules, Discipline and Privileges, as well as chairing the Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, and also a member or chair of several other select committees. From November 2001 to June 2012, he served in the East African Legislative Assembly representing Uganda, and he was a member of the House Business Committee, the Public Accounts Committee, the Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline, Budget and Social Affairs Committee, as well as the Committee on Natural Resources and Agriculture. He was also the chairman of the Evaluation Court of KCCA between 2018 and 2022, which is this year. So you can see he has quite a big profile, and it means we are going to learn a lot from him. We also have Honorable James Sababuturo, who has been a member of parliament since 2016. He has been the executive director for Coalition for Advancement of Moral Values, East Africa, between 2011 and 2015. He was the Minister for Ethics and Integrity between 2006 and 2011, Minister for Information and Broadcasting between 2002 to 2006, Member of Parliament, that was the term of 2001 through to 2011. And he was also the Director, Uganda AIDS Commission between 2000 and 2001, the Senior Assistant Secretary in the Office of the President, 1986 to 1987. This profile is in ascending order, or the descending, I'm not quite sure. Then he was also the District Commissioner for Kampala between 1983 and 1986. He was an Assistant District Commissioner for Kumi between 1981 and 1982. Assistant District Commissioner Hoima, 1979 to 1981, and Assistant District Commissioner Bundibujo between 1977 and 1979. A very comprehensive profile. And also with us this afternoon will be Honorable James Baba, who has been a member of Parliament from 2016 to date. He has been the Minister of State for Internal Affairs. That was between 2011 and 2016. He was the Minister of State in the Office of the Vice President between 2006 and 2011. He was an ambassador to Japan and the Ugandan Embassy at Tokyo between 2001 and 2005. He's also been the Director of Regional Cooperation at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That was between 1998 and 2001. He was the Project Coordinator for Community Action Program for West Nile Region in the Office of the Prime Minister. That was between 1997 and 1998. He was the Ambassador and Deputy Permanent Representative to the United Nations at the Uganda Mission to the United Nations between 1991 and 1994. He was the Director for the Africa and Middle East in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs between 1986 and 1981. He was a Foreign Service Officer in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs between 1982 and 1986. He was also the Foreign Service Officer, grade 4, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs between 1976 and 1979. And he has also served as the Foreign Service Officer, grade 6 in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs between 1972 and 1976. And his special interests are in community empowerment and agriculture, particularly promoting mango and coffee growing. So these are the gentlemen who have been in leadership for a big span of time. And without wasting any further time, I would like to take this opportunity to hand the microphone to Honorable Medad Segona to take us through this afternoon session, and be reminded that after he has handled it, he will also invite the Minister for Local Government to take on your queries that you have presented on the parish development model. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable colleagues, as you know, I'm not used to the microphone, but I want to welcome you to this session, this afternoon session. As you see, I am the oldest man around here, seated in the middle of very vibrant young men whose CVs have been elaborated, and you really wonder whether at this young age, these people could have those long CVs. As introduced, at the extreme right of the chair is the Honorable James. I want to be very sure. Nsababuturo. Welcome, Honorable Nsababuturo. He's ably represented in this parliament by myself because he's my resident. And next to him is my very good friend, the Honorable Ambassador James Baba. Honorable James Baba and I have agreed that Baba means big brother, even when I'm older than him. I don't want to tell them the other name of ours. You know, you remember he was the Minister of State for Internal Affairs. And I'm advised to stop there. I will not mention the tear gas thing. On my left is my young son, the Honorable Dan Wandero Gallo, whose CV has also been exhaustively relayed to you. Honorable colleagues, as you notice, we are beginning at a time when we have already lost more than an hour and a half. I will plead with the panel here, instead of 30 minutes, to give them 20 each. And judging from their experience, they will be able to deliver beyond expectations. But before we start, I am donating 3 minutes to another vibrant young man called Coach Bob to come and we stretch a little. We have just had lunch. I do not want a boring session. So, Coach, you have 2 minutes. Let us comply with his directives. Just do what he does. I can see you enjoyed that. My brother, the Honorable Lakeris, emerged as the winner. Thank you very much, Coach. Colleagues, I do not intend to take much more time. By my watch and clock, it is 25 minutes to 4. We will start with the presentation on ethics, integrity, and conflict of interest. In the legislature, the Honorable James Nsababuturo, you have the microphone for the next 20 minutes. You have the microphone there? Yes, you don't? Where is our microphone, sir? But please get me a sanitizer. Welcome, Honorable Nsababuturo. Honorable Chair, my colleagues, the presenters, resource persons, colleagues, members of Parliament, the subject matter of our discussion is what you see on the screen: ethics, integrity, and conflict interest in the legislature. This is a very topical subject on account that, as I will be explaining shortly, it is so fundamental to our own existence. It's so fundamental to the ability of nations to be stable, prosperous, peaceful, united. When the fundamentals of ethics, integrity, and conflict of interest are well taken care of. I want to start this submission by way of introduction, and this introduction will be followed by definition of the critical terms there: ethics, integrity, and conflict of interest. We'll then be able to look at the importance of each of these terms, and also the relevance of these terms vis-a-vis ourselves, members of Parliament or legislators, and then the conclusion. The presentation therefore starts from a premise that ethics, integrity, and conflict of interest are critical determinants of success behind every effort, every human action, every human relationship. That is how fundamental these critical terms are. That you talk of human actions, efforts, and relationships, there is a requirement that these terms must be in play. In their absence, we are talking about a situation where there is failure, lawlessness, and much more, as we shall discuss below. Implicit in this presentation is a view that in our nation today, there is a considerable decline in ethics, integrity, and
prevalence of conflict of interest that we should be taking care of. It is critically important, therefore, that everything possible is done to take seriously imperatives of ethics, integrity, and conflict of interest in all human spheres. But our particular focus this afternoon is Uganda's legislature, and by inference, ourselves, the legislators. Permit me to start with the definition of ethics. And I pray that as we do that, we will be able to compare ourselves. It's essential that as we discuss this, you ask yourself, how do I measure vis-a-vis the discussion that is underway? It will be very helpful that you look at yourself as we discuss these concepts. Compare yourself, weigh yourself, look at yourself critically to see which side you are on regarding these very important terms. We are dealing with ethics now. And ethics is defined as a system of moral principles that govern a person's behavior or the conducting of an activity. It is concerned with what is good for individuals and society. In other words, ethics is the discipline that is concerned with what is essentially morally good and bad, and morally right and wrong. Ethics derives from the Greek word ethos, which can be referred to mean to custom, habit, character, and disposition. And so in the context of our discussion this afternoon, we will be looking at it in the different situations, how to lead a good life, our rights and responsibilities, language of right and wrong, language of right and wrong, our rights and responsibilities, finally, moral decisions, what is good and bad. And so, in all of these respects, ethics relates to principles. It's important to remind ourselves that way. Principles, norms, and standards of conduct that govern us as individuals and sometimes as groups. So that is as far as ethics is concerned. We now go to integrity. What is this term called integrity? Integrity is the critical connection between ethics and moral action. Incidentally, you will find that these three terms are interconnected. There is a close relationship between these three terms, as we will be able to discuss. Integrity is the critical connection between ethics and moral action. In practice, it means the quality of being honest and having strong moral values. There are examples of ethics, rather integrity, and these are the ones that I'll be shortly mentioning. But as I said, in practice, it is the quality of being honest. If a person is honest, then that person qualifies to be regarded as a person with integrity. Having strong moral principles, such as honesty, reliability, trustworthy, care, hardworking, respect, responsibility, accountability, humility, and transparency. These are some of the examples of a person who has integrity can be said to possess. In other words, integrity refers to firm practical adherence to a code of conduct or moral values that again we shall be able to discuss as we go along. Examples of integrity are many, and I'm sure you are familiar with these terms to be able to know what these are, but we can mention just a few. A person who has integrity has certain characteristics, qualities that we really must remind ourselves about. There is keeping promises, keeping time, keeping secrets, doing the right thing without expecting a reward, being polite even when someone is rude to you, telling the truth, treating others with respect at all times, apologizing for your mistakes, standing up for what is right, following rules, standing up for what is right, and returning money which is overpaid or lost. Those are elements that we need to remind ourselves about regarding integrity. A person with integrity behaves ethically. Remember, I mentioned that these are connected in many ways. A person who has integrity behaves ethically and does the right thing even beyond, behind closed doors. Integrity is an essential quality that everyone should have because it is an act of being, among other things, honest, trustworthy in all aspects of life. Integrity and ethics are interrelated, as I've mentioned, and in this way, that while ethics are principles that govern or guide behavior, integrity suggests that we should carry out ethical principles honestly in our daily lives and activities rather than espousing an ideal and then doing something contradictory. So that is integrity. We now go to conflict of interest. It's a very interesting topic, conflict of interest. Every day we witness cases of conflict of interest in our organization, outside our organization, within the country. And so it's essential we remind ourselves about conflict of interest. This refers to a situation where a person is in a position to derive personal benefit from actions or decisions made in their official capacity. See connection between personal benefits in a private capacity and official capacity. That is to say, conflict of interest refers to a conflict between private interests and the official responsibilities of a person in a position of trust. It happens when an individual involved in multiple interests, such as contractual or legal obligations, finds himself or herself in a decision-making situation where serving one of those interests would harm another. There are three common types of conflict of interest. One is nepotism, the other one is self-dealing, third one is called personal business interests. Now, the first one is nepotism, and this happens when an individual in charge of a hiring process chooses to award a job to someone in their own family or with whom they have a personal relationship. In this case, the individual's duty to the employer may conflict with their loyalty to a family member. This is, I'm sure, very common and well known to you. So that is nepotism. And we are suggesting that nepotism is fertile ground for conflict of interest. The second one is the self-dealing, which means a corporate fiduciary is legally obligated to act in the best interests of an institution such as Parliament. But when a fiduciary acts in their own interest, instead of in the interests of their client, this is known as self-dealing. Self-dealing, therefore, involves a conflict of interest between an individual's fiduciary duties and financial interests of his or her organization. The third type is personal business interests. Permit me to skip that because of time, but to make reference to a few examples of conflict of interest. And these include the following: hiring an unqualified relative or friend to provide services your organization needs, or to fill a position instead of the most qualified candidate. Starting a company that provides services similar to your full-time employers and failing to disclose that you are related to a job applicant is another example of conflict of interest. The other one is preferential awarding of government contract to an organization in which you or someone you know owns shares. And then the last one, performing part-time or contract work-based work to a competitor organization. So what is the importance? Why do we take time to look at these three terms: ethics, integrity, and conflict of interest? And as I said, I invite you to look at yourself as we go through all this. Where do I stand? What is my performance with regards to what is being discussed? So why is ethics important? Why do we say that human nature must be informed by ethical imperatives, values, if they expect success in whatever they are doing? And as I said, ethics is a requirement for human life. It's indispensable. And it has merits.
Dr. Buturo, you have 3 minutes.
It has merits that we may not have time to go to discuss here, but it plays a critical role in shaping an individual's behavior within a society. We certainly must remind ourselves that ethics is what guides us to tell the truth, keep our promises, or help someone in need. It helps us to make decisions that create positive impact and steer us away from unjust outcomes. I'm not able to go through comprehensively what entails in this ethics term, but clearly it's so fundamental that we cannot do without ethical values in our lives. About integrity, why is integrity important? To say that integrity is important in human affairs and relationships is an understatement. Integrity policies aimed at preventing corruption and fostering high standards of behavior help to reinforce the credibility and legitimacy of those involved in policy decision-making. A person of integrity will consistently demonstrate good character of being free of corruption and hypocrisy, and integrity is revealed in the things we do, we say, and so on and so forth. Integrity is when the person has integrity, he or she gains trust of colleagues. Integrity is such a vital requirement that indeed to do without integrity is equivalent to not being in existence at all. Why is conflict of interest important? Conflict of interest, as I mentioned, is also an ethical matter. Organizations which don't take proactive steps to prevent conflict of interest are exposed to lawsuits, regulatory penalties, investigations, intense media scrutiny, you've seen that of late, and damaged staff relations. It is so important that conflict of interest, if not handled critically and firmly, can erode public and internal trust. Again, we are seeing much of that today. Let me move quickly to what is relevant to us as legislators. This is two things. The first one is to remind ourselves that we have a title that is the envy of many titles around the world. Honorable is a coveted title in the world. Now, when you are called honorable, the title itself reflects the honor and responsibility of the role of the legislators.
Dr. Buturo is given an additional 3 minutes.
It is a courtesy, thank you. It is a courtesy title, and honorable members, please pay attention that we are honorable members. Honorable means a lot of things, and I pray that again you ask yourself, am I really honorable, given what the term represents? It is a courtesy title of respect employed before names such as ours, and it applies to a person with a high position, worthy of honor and ethical standards. It is a title that speaks volumes of richness and is commonly used in countries of the Commonwealth, United Kingdom, and United States. By definition, an honorable legislator must be ethical in his or her ways, dealings, disposition, behavior, demeanor, utterances, dressing, association, communication, and thinking. A holder of this title must strive to live up to these high principles. He or she must respect rules, be they rules of procedure or not, and the law everywhere and all the time. I go to a very important area, which is our reputation today as legislators. It is not a secret that over the recent past, our social standing as legislators has declined. In other words, our integrity before the public is clearly being questioned seriously and almost every day. An impression that legislators are greedy and mindful of themselves at the expense of citizens has been created and is deeply ingrained in the psyche of the public. In the 10th Parliament, those who were there, you witnessed scuffles, exchange of blows, chairs were crossing the aisle. So much went on that was clearly unethical, and that was from honorable members of Parliament. The media has extensively reported about unethical behavior, actions during committee work when some of us are in the business of extorting money from accounting officers. A deplorable situation, but really that what takes place. And that qualifies us clearly to be doubted by the public concerning our not only ethics, but integrity. And so we need to be mindful that when we lack integrity, when we lack ethics, then our integrity, our reputation, our ability to impact on this nation is completely disabled. And that's that our standing as legislators is at the moment as we speak, suffering the ignominy of lack of ethical disposition, integrity, and accusations of greed, as I've said.
I want to thank the Honorable Dr. James Nsabamturo.
Chair, I just a minute, because I was finishing with the question of what should be done. Now that the registration is this, what should be done? Very quickly, I urge our leaders in Parliament to form an ethics committee that will be looking at these issues, our behavior, and so on. I also urge you, honorable members, to register as member of the Parliamentary Forum of Ethics and Integrity, so that together we can clean up our image and also give leadership to this country. Thank you.
I want to thank the Honorable James Nsabamturo for that exposition. He actually ended up stealing some minutes from me. We are going to examine how ethical that one is. And nonetheless, we'll request him to share that presentation with the team, the technical team, and then we'll be able to access the same on our email. Honorable colleagues, as Dr. Mturo took us through that, my attention has, my intuition has been prompted to urge you to look at Rule 94 of our Rules of Procedure regarding declaration of personal interest in any matter before the House, but also to look at Appendix F, which is made pursuant to Rule 85 of our Rules of Procedure. And that is from pages 267 to page 270. And the summary of the same is about openness, declaration of interest, public trust, corruption, public interest, public duty, purpose of the code, and the element of personal conduct. At your free time, please look at that Appendix F. It gives a summary of what the Honorable Dr. Mturo has been talking about. Racing against time, I have the honor to invite the Honorable James Ambassador, James Baba, the big brother, to give us a presentation on parliamentary procedures, on protocol and diplomatic etiquette, the order of precedence in Uganda. I invite you to pay attention. Welcome, Honorable James Baba.
Thank you, our moderator, my fellow panelists, my colleagues, honorable members of parliament. My topic is as given.
Baba, I am not the moderator.
You're the chair.
I am the chairman. Thank you.
Now that I'm dealing with protocol and etiquette, my apologies, Mr. Chairman. We are racing against time, so I'm going to run through this very quickly. I hope my topic is projected on the screen, and I'll try to make summaries of the presentation I've made. Diplomatic etiquette simply means the basis of kindness and politeness, good manners, and consideration for others. In other words, treat other people the way you like to be treated. That is the essence of etiquette. That is the essence of diplomatic etiquette. It is particularly important because it is not only covers the ceremonial rules that are followed during official functions and how to behave on these special occasions, but it also provides a set of established rules of courteousness that are to be respected in gatherings, in society, and in all places. So this is it: etiquette, kindness, politeness, being good-mannered, and consideration for others. Familiarity with basic protocol and etiquette can be a source of great comfort at important social, cultural, professional occasions, like during your constituency meetings, like during national ceremonial occasions, on Independence Day, during diplomatic functions, or religious functions, celebrations like the Martyrs' Day, even including days of Kwanjula and a friend's wedding. All these observations have to be carried out in these public gatherings. During that time of your presence, it can make your life fulfilling and even enhance your profile in the public eye if you conduct yourself well. In this sense, you have 2 eyes, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth. We should learn to listen, observe, and talk only when necessary or appropriate and relevant. Some people have okra mouths. You know okra? It is very slippery. If your mouth is slippery, go all over the place. You can be an embarrassment to yourself and to the gathering and to the function. So please, learn to listen, observe, and talk only when necessary or appropriate and relevant. Now, I've listed up a number of rules on etiquette, diplomatic etiquette, which as members of parliament we should learn to observe. Rule number 1, you do not go to gatherings if you are not invited. Please don't go and get crushed. Receive an invitation, then show yourself up. Also arrive early or on time for public engagements and functions. When there, do everything in moderation. Take alcohol in moderation. Serve your food in moderation. Don't heap your plate dripping all over the place and onto yourselves. Please, you can disgrace yourself. I recall an incident in Munyonyo during a very big wedding, actually of our late speaker. The ceremony was held there, and a colleague mixed all the types of drinks one after the other. After he heaped his plate, now he wanted to go to the washroom. He got lost and ended up under a fence, soiled himself. It was terrible. It had to be carried away. Kindly, colleagues, when you go to functions, do things in moderation. Don't heap the plate. There will be another occasion. Drink small to enjoy the day, and don't disgrace yourself. Rule number 2, confirm your attendance if you receive an invitation. On the card, you'll see RSVP. It's actually a French abbreviation. Répondez-vous, s'il vous plaît. Please reply that you'll be coming for a function, diplomatic function, state house function, religious function. Confirm your attendance. Now, in some of the cards, they say you only respond if you are not going to attend, regress only. In that case, if you are not going to attend, please inform them that I'll be unable to attend. Or in other cases, they tell you who to respond to. They give a specific address, and I've given you 2 examples on the card there. No, in these days of transport refund and facilitation, it's important you confirm so that you are budgeted for or catered for. Are we together? Rule number 3, your dressing depends on different circumstances and several important guidelines. The important thing I want to point out here is that dressing inappropriately could be interpreted as an affront to the host and as a lack of respect to the rest of the participants at a specific function. Personal appearance is of great importance in the diplomatic world. So dress for the occasion. Don't make the occasion shallow. So please, make sure you dress appropriately for occasions like National Day, diplomatic receptions, dinner organized by diplomats and ministers and so forth, and so that you are elegant, fit for purpose. Now, in the diplomatic world, in which as members of parliament you very much belong to, because you are high-profile people, the color of your dressing matters a lot. If the functions are during the day, you are free to wear fairly light colors, as shown in the diagram there. Functions of the afternoon or evenings, that's when serious dressing is to take place. The more ceremonial and the later in the day in the evening, the more elegant and sophisticated one should look. Men in dark suits, ladies in elegant dresses or traditional dresses, those are the kind of things. Don't go and parade yourself there in a council in Kawunda and things like that. I'll come back to that again. For the man, always consider going for a suit, dark suit, or a lighter suit during the day, but never wear short-sleeved clothes. National dress like a kanzu with a black jacket on top is almost appropriate, but should be left for Kwanjura and stuff like that. Avoid wearing jeans. Fashion and etiquette will always play an important role in enhancing one's profile, and it can also undermine one's image when used inappropriately. That is my point. For the lady, for the woman, if possible, consider going for parties, reception in decent pants or traditional or national dress. You know, our traditional dresses like the gomas or the kikoi and the soka or the kurubaba and tobu among the Nubians. Those are very elegant for functions. They are colorful. They match to our cultural norms and traditions. And really, they make great scenery and decorum to an occasion. Real class and etiquette is always timeless. So for the ladies, we encourage you in national dress or long evening dress or pants of an elegant nature. Kindly wear very light lipstick. Don't smear it on your lips. Some people use close to 1 kilogram of lipstick on. It should not show on your glass when you are sipping. Also, try to wear high heels or high heels that are not too high, and avoid any clothing that will show the body contours of your body. Nobody is interested in it at that time. Keep it for another day, please. Rule number 5. When you arrive at a function and you are being welcomed, the first thing you must do is put your phone on silence. I'm very happy, Mr. Chairman, everybody's phone here is in silence on this important occasion. So this is very good etiquette. And I hope nobody will be talking on the phone, even if on silence while we're during this meeting. Diplomatic protocols generally involves physical contact. Firm handshake when you are being welcomed. That is a sign of peace, it's a sign of trust, it's a sign of friendship. That handshake you get when you go to that function. It is friendship, it is trust. You know, it is a sign of peace. Here in our part of the world, we don't do it very much, but in the Middle East, in France, it kisses on the cheeks. Don't try it here. Kisses on the cheek. This side, maybe others put it even here. But that is more for the French, for the Middle East, for the Arabs. Ours is hugging. To get bugum, you hug properly, isn't it? I've seen members hugging each other here when they came in here. That is very good for us. It shows affection, it shows celebration, our hugs. That's what it means. But you know, these functions are physical in most cases, and that's what happens. However, during these COVID days, these things have disappeared, isn't it? Now we are social distancing, we are putting on screens, we are wearing masks, and these parties, functions have become rare and far in between. But when we resume, these are the things we need to observe. When you're in a room, that's rule number 6. The greeting is the first form of cordiality by which you can engage people. Thus, it is very important to know how to greet others, especially seniors or higher rank, in a proper manner. Firstly, the younger person or lower rank should always be the first to greet seniors, either by age or by rank. If you are young and there are senior people around you, you should be the one to greet them, not the other way around. Secondly, when greeting, it is very important that you use persons' proper titles and ranks. The Honorable Elijah Okuka, may I say hello to you. The Honorable Asman Basadirwa, may I say hello to you, and so forth and so forth. So, secondly, when greeting, it's very important that you should know how to greet and network among people with a superior rank among you. Handshake, avoid being the first to shake hands to a higher rank or older person. I hope I'm not contradicting myself here, but the whole idea is that when seniors are seated, elders are seated, people higher than you should not rush there to greet them. They should be the one to help give you a hand to you, and then you respond accordingly. That is the etiquette in diplomatic practice. So when we greet somebody who has seniority on us,
4 minutes.
we should wait for him to offer handshake. If he or she indeed does so, we should always make sure to offer a firm and decisive grip while making eye contact. Rule number 8, you should not greet across tables. Somebody is seated over there, you have come, you put your hands over there, especially to a senior person. If he pushes his hand to you, excuse yourself, move around the table, go to him, and then greet him. These are correct table manners in diplomatic etiquette. Rule number 9, show and demonstrate your appreciation for being invited to an event. Avoid any kind of indecency, incivility, or roughness in your talk. For me, the most important thing, especially for us members of parliament, when we're invited to such a functions, show appreciation to your host. Number 2, use the occasion to interact with the key people who could meet the kind of ideas you want to pursue. If he's the MD of water and you want water in your place and you spotted him there, move quietly to him and start a conversation and hit your points home. Don't just go and stand in a corner, stuffing yourself with sumbusas and drinks and you go home. These occasions are for you to pursue your agenda. Don't squander it. If it's the ambassador of Japan, you want a grassroots fund, find him in a corner and say, Mr. Ambassador, Your Excellency, I'd like to invite you to my constituency so we can see what we can do, work together. Can you give me an appointment so that we can discuss this further? Or how can I initiate this process? In the process, you'll have initiated contact and something useful can come out of it. So use these occasions to move around, seeing who is there and who can be of benefit to you. That's the importance of these gatherings. Rule number 10 is about holding your glass. The middle part is where you hold it. You don't wrap your fingers around the top and covering the whole thing. And don't fill the glass to the full. Just let it halfway. It can always be refilled. Okay? Rule number 11. After the national anthem, some national anthems are very animating. Some traditional things are very animating. It's advisable not really to clap during that time. So this is part of the etiquette during those functions. Again, during mealtime, you wait until the host signals you that we can now start. Once you are seated, don't just start plunging into the food and start eating without your host signaling to you. Now, in the next slide, the rule number 13, basically, it's about mannerism around the table. You put your napkin on your laps. Some people have seen many times hanging it around their necks here. That is improper. You put it on your laps properly, and then you eat. You don't put your elbows on the table to rest your chin. You can do that elsewhere, but not a formal dining table, all right? And you can see all the layout there. The napkin is on the plate. The various forks and knives are well placed. You start from the outside, coming inside. The ones on top are for dessert. Then the glasses are for various drinks, water, white wine, red wine, and maybe sherry or port. The white wine is mostly for white meat, chicken, fish, and stuff like seafood. The red wine is for red meat. Okay? Wait patiently. When the red meat comes, then you can drink your red wine. Yes. The red wine is for red meat. White wine is for fish, for chicken, for seafood. All right? Water is to wash everything down slowly. I'll skip rule number 14. Basically, don't leave dirty place around you. There will always be a place where they can be placed if the waiter has not taken them. Now, my last one for my 4 minutes on the order of precedence, and this is very important for you people. Can I get somebody to give these ones out to honor members? Somebody come, please.
Yes, I have also seen some books being distributed. I hope they are enough. Yes, you have already used the 4 minutes, but I'll give you an extra.
Thank you,
5.
sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Is it a part of etiquette to bang the table?
Not at all, especially with a strict chairman like Honorable Segona. Now, In the National Order of Presidents, they have listed 34 personalities. In Uganda, the highest, the fountain of honor, is His Excellency the President. He takes the #1 position until down to number 34, the LC4 chairman. But if you notice carefully, I've marked them in red asterisks, the people who really play a key role in this order of precedence. You have seen it on His Excellency the President. You have seen it on the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament. You have seen it on His Lordship, the Chief Justice. You have seen it on the Prime Minister. You have seen it on the members of Parliament. You have seen it on traditional leaders, the kings, and so forth, the chiefs. You have seen it on religious leaders. You have seen it on the Governor Bank of Uganda. You have seen it on the Red District Commissioner and LC5 chairperson. These are the people who are mostly in the theater of events in our country. Not so? Not so much the others whom have not marked. For the Right Honorable Speaker, it's quite obvious. She's the leader of the legislature. For the Lord Chief Justice, for judiciary. The Prime Minister is leader of government business. You have seen how active our Right Honorable Prime Minister is all over the place. Then us members of Parliament, by the fact that we are the lawmakers, by the fact that we do appropriation and do oversight, we are in a very cardinal position in society in this country, even if they have put us way down number 17. We carry more weight than most of these people above us. Not so? I agree. So don't take yourselves lightly. And because of this, also take yourself responsibly in that position of a member of Parliament. Traditional leaders are very key in determining many things in our society, in our cultural setting. They play a critical role. So do religious leaders.
To avoid supplying hazardous material to the House, you first supply to the chair.
Yeah. That's true. That is true. You knew how powerful the Governor Bank of Uganda Mutebile was? He used to say, it's only God who could remove him, and that happened. He also said he was capable of burning people's fingers, and I think he did. The governor is way down there, but in our society, I think he's very key. Now, this is most important and relevant to us. There's the Red District Commissioner and the LC5 chairman. They are way down there. But you go to your constituency for functions, you see now you have suffered. Usurping your powers, usurping your order of precedence in this country. This time you wave these cards to them and tell them where they belong. If there is a function and there's no senior minister, there's no senior person in government other than you, you take over that function. That you must do it forcefully and determinedly. Show them the cards. The RDCs and LC5s should be put in their place. And we have already raised this issue with the Office of the President, especially with the Secretary Office of the President, Haji Yusuf Kakandi, to instruct their RDCs and LC5 chairman that when a member of Parliament is at a function, they take precedence if there's no minister or senior person. Now, lastly, Mr. Chairman, I want to move to a few things regarding our operations as members of parliament. Please beware of very nosy, sneaky journalists sneaking around for rot and dirt around parliament and around our lives. They can mess you up. They are always sneaking around, looking for any bad things we might do unintendedly. So be aware of that. The good ones are okay if they report the good ones, but they are not interested in the good ones. They're interested in your sexual escapades. They're interested in your bad lifestyles. There was an MP, Honorable Cooper, I think will remember, who disappeared from his home for a whole week. The madam reported to Parliament, to the Speaker. My husband is lost. We can't trace. We have reported to the police everywhere. We can't see him. We don't know whether he's alive or dead. Please help us. The police looked all over the place. The man was nowhere to be seen. Kumbe, after the gratuity, he went to Kreka, booked himself a nice lodge, and spent the whole week. Came back very thin and looking very white. And the newspapers got this. I tell you, it has been a very miserable time for my friend. Be careful, you might be used for cases of espionage and surveillance. Be very careful. You remember Honorable Kipoi, he had to be repatriated from Kinshasa for trying to overthrow the government. Also be careful the way you conduct yourself. If you are a rabble rouser, always causing trouble, security may even target you, and please avoid being near security because you will be the first target. I'm giving you free advice. And lastly, let us tolerate each other. Let us listen to each other as colleagues, as friends, as members of this Honorable August House. Tolerance is very, very key in the operations of our life. Give chance to everybody and don't undermine anyone. I thank you for listening to me.
Well, we cannot thank Honorable Baba enough. Thank you very much, the Honorable James Baba. I'm sure you all listened for yourselves. Be kind, be polite, talk only when you must talk. I think he used the words. He used the words, talk only when necessary, but even then, talk appropriately. And number 3, you must be relevant. You know, we have it in our rules. Once you lose relevancy, you get an excited young man like the Honorable Oyuelo. You know that the chairman takes precedence in this room. So you do not comment. Thank you very much. We want to welcome the honorable colleagues, ministers and ministers of state present. Now, this thing of the dressing really took the chairman's attention. Find somebody putting on these flowered shirts with a red necktie or a white necktie, and then the kaunda suit on top. They wrote about it in some book I won't mention. Did you just read? Thank you very, very much. Without wasting more time, I will now invite, I told you, my son. On the left, the Honorable Dan Wanderogao. Welcome him. He has 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, fellow panelists, honorable members. It is an honor and a privilege for me to come in your presence and say a few matters. I have already circulated a paper, or at least I've presented a paper, but because it's lengthy, I have also prepared PowerPoints which we shall use. Honorable members, the 20 minutes for such a subject is quite short, but I'll try to rush. Parliamentary procedure and practices. Parliamentary procedure is really a means of how you reach your decisions in Parliament. It legitimizes your work and avoids making hasty decisions. On the other hand, practice is not written in your rules. Practice is simply ways of doing things which have been done over a long time and has become to be known as an acceptable way of doing things. These two, procedure and practice, are quite important for you because they relate directly to your three basic functions: oversight, legislative, and representation. You can only reach those decisions through these procedures. That is why they are quite important. You will only be effective if you are using these practices and procedures, and mainly it is your rules of procedure. Want to go to the first one, legislation. Briefly, there should be some information about these bills. They come to you. Where do they come from? How do they come about? Bills, the source of bills is normally the philosophy of the ruling party, translating what was promised to the people into policy and into law. It can also be from recommendations of civil servants, because everyday civil servants are applying the law. I will not go very strictly with this because it will delay me and cut my time. But you have it. Civil servants every day are implementing the law. They see the lacunas. They see the shortcomings. So they make recommendations to cabinet. And that's how eventually you get into bills. The third one is government committees. Take an example of the Ministerial Commission. It had its recommendation. What government will do is it will set up a committee to study this and then devolve bills. That's how they come to you. That is the background to bills. Of course, they are debated. They have a cabinet memorandum, which is debated in cabinet before it is reduced into a bill form. That is how we come about legislation. Now, in terms of legislation before you, the procedure provides for 3 stages. The first stage, which you know, first reading, which you know it very well, is the question of introducing the bill, making it property of the House. Then it is referred to a committee. And here it is important for every committee to scrutinize the bills and use the rules of procedure to ensure that you polish the bill properly. You are not a rubber stamp. A bill is a proposal. You are supposed to put in, when you are in a committee, your thinking to improve it. That's why you have got amendments. Let me give an example. When I served in Parliament, a bill was brought, a public political parties and organizations bill, 1999. We looked at it in my committee. We did not agree with the executive on certain things. So in my presentation to Parliament, to the House, I asked the House not to accept certain amendments because we thought in my committee that they were unconstitutional. The Minister of Justice asked the House to accept those amendments. What were those amendments? We had placed restrictions on political parties in our constitution. We had said political parties can only operate at the national level. But in the constitution, we had said when the Parliament comes to make a law, certain of those restrictions ought to fall by the wayside. Government did not agree. When I presented the report to the House agreed with the committee, not the minister. The president took the executive position and he did not assent to that bill. It lapsed with the 6th Parliament. It was reintroduced in the 7th Parliament. It was passed in the way the executive had wanted, the restrictions on the political parties. James Rwanenyarare and Paul Semogerere filed 2 different cases, Constitutional Petition number 5 of 2002 and Constitutional Petition 7 of 2002, in which the Constitutional Court declared those restrictions unconstitutional. So it is not that everything which is brought to you in the committee, you must use the rules to critically examine and be able to help the executive. The executive can make mistakes just like Parliament can also make mistakes. The way forward is to see how you can improve. So in the second reading, the minister or the mover of the motion will normally outline the objectives, just the objectives of the bill, and the report of the chairman of the committee, which he has presented, forms the basis for your debate. But you of course, you are supposed to restrict yourself at that level only to the principles, not to the details. At the end of the second reading, the question is put. What normally it looks obvious, and yet it is not, is that a bill can be killed at that stage. I recall Mukisha Muntu and the Onapito Olokomoit brought a private members' bills in the 6th Parliament. They wanted the separation of powers between the executive and Parliament. When I presented the report, I supported the bill. But when the speaker put the question at second reading, should the bill be read for the second reading? The answer was no. So it was killed at that stage. So it is possible to kill a bill before you go into committee of the whole house. Now, committee of the whole house, when the speaker becomes the chairman, he or she moves from where she is and sits this way. The purpose of the committee of the whole is that it is less formal. The rules, the strict rules of the house don't apply. There is no need for seconding a motion. You can speak more than once. That informality is intended to enable you look in the detail clause by clause. And indeed, the clerk will be calling clause by clause and seeking amendments, if any. After every clause has been read, again, these are rules. Again, you are using rules. After every clause has been read and either amended or not, the question will be put. That is when now there is a transformation back to the House. For the House to receive the report of the committee again to say, were those amendments, was what was done in the committee acceptable? If you vote yes, then you proceed into the third reading. Third reading is when the minister or member moving a motion just says the bill passes, do pass. But before that, you can ask for a recommittal if you are not comfortable with a clause which was amended and which was passed. You can ask for a recommittal, and therefore you go back into the whole process of the speaker becoming the chair, and then you are in the committee of the whole House. Assent by the president after you have passed the bill. The president has 3 options under the Constitution. 1, he can assent to your bill. 2, he can ask you to reconsider either the whole bill or a provision. And 3, he can refuse to assent. Now, if the president sends you back the bill and points out areas where he wants you to reconsider, you reconsider. You may agree with him or her. If you do so, you change accordingly and the president will assent. But suppose you stand your ground and you are saying you do not assent. I mean, you do not agree with the request for reconsideration. If you do that, the president sends it back to you with more comments about for you to reconsider the second time. Now, if you consider it, but you still stand your ground, you still disagree with the president, and you pass it with a 2/3 majority, your bill becomes law without the assent of the president. Where the president, the option is that he refuses to assent, and you have 2/3 majority, you vote 2/3 majority, you override, and the bill becomes law. What is the procedure of that bill becoming law? The speaker causes it to be laid on the table, and it will be printed and it becomes law. An area where we have had a lot of problems is bills to amend the Constitution. Although the stages are the same, however, decisions require a 2/3 majority at second and third reading. Some provisions, you cannot amend certain provisions in the Constitution unless there is a certain procedure followed, like a referendum or support from your district councils. Many times we have run into problems over this issue. We have had cases in the Constitutional Court and even recently over the age limit bill. There were certain amendments which did not comply. So in case of amendments, please pay particular attention. There are certain procedures you must follow. If you do not follow them, the court will declare your law unconstitutional. And it's not good for Parliament that it passes a law and it is found that is unconstitutional. There is what they call amendment by infection. The court has caught us on this very many times. Amendment by infection. You are amending Article 4, but indirectly you have also amended Article 10. You don't even know that you've amended Article 10. Somebody goes to court and says, it was not only Article 4, it was also Article 10. In that case, you will find that your law is also struck down. There has been always a problem with the quorum. I see Fox Odoy here, Honorable Fox Odoy. Parliament has always had problems with this issue and has suffered several times in the courts of law. I think the first time this happened is I was presenting a report of my committee when Honorable Ken Luchams stood up and said, Mr. Speaker, can we proceed here without quorum? Now, there was the issue was there was a problem. We were considering the Referendum Act bill on the last day. The Constitution had given it a time limit. If we had adjourned on that day, we would get into a constitutional crisis. And yet here was the member saying, there is no quorum, you cannot proceed. The Constitution required us to finish it on that day. So, the Honorable Speaker, the later you may his soul rest in eternal peace, looked at me, I looked at him, we were both stuck. So he ruled, and I agreed with the ruling that he could bring the register where people had signed. We said, no, the register, the quorum is there. But now these days with these gadgets, fellows went to court and produce this whole thing, and the court said, you have no quorum. Same thing when Honorable Fox Odoy also raised and Onyango Loko also raised the issue. Same thing, quorum. So please, there are some of these procedures which are so critical, they will put you back. It is necessary that you observe them. What is the limitation on your legislative power? Article 93 does not allow you to make certain provisions which affect the spending. The reasoning behind this is that it is a government which knows how much money is in the kitty.
Gallo, you have 2 minutes.
Wow. 2 minutes. Okay. The limitation on your legislative power is you cannot bring bills or motions to spend money because you do not know what is in the government kitty. That is the limitation on your legislative power. Secondly, you cannot make a legislation which ends up in a one-party state. That is also a limitation on your legislative power. You can also not make a law which derogates from certain rights, like a right to a fair hearing, the right to be produced in court, the right not to be tortured or treated in a cruel and inhuman manner. Since I have only 2 minutes, let me just briefly comment on representation. Representation is simply a flow of information in and outside the parliament, that you are bringing the grievances of the people to parliament and you are taking back to the people, consultations and so on. That representation there are rules of debate in your rules of procedure, how you speak, who allows you to speak, what should be in the contents of your speech, how they are interrupted, how you are interrupted, how you should behave. All these rules of procedure and practices are to enable you achieve that rule thing of representation. If you allow everybody to speak at the same time, you will not hear each other. You will not be able to make any decision, any proper decisions. So again, in your function as of representation, you need these rules to guide you. You must know them. It's points of order, points of information. When do you use them? When do you use them? So the tools in representation will be motions, questions, and petitions majorly, which will help you to do your representation work. Lastly, oversight. Oversight, your sectoral committees mirror government agencies and government ministries, and you oversee them. The rules are there on how you should do your work to oversee them. Summon ministers, policy statements, and be able to check to see whether what the minister asked your money for in the previous financial year has been put to use. Oversight. You are still using the procedures of Parliament to get to that position. To evaluate and monitor, ensure compliance, all these are your functions, and the rules, are the procedures help you to achieve them. Then there is budgetary oversight. It is also in your rules. It is very important. You examine in a committee whether the objectives were achieved, the money you gave to the ministry, was it used properly? These are all in your procedures. And that's how you'll achieve your function of oversight. The other committees, the ad hoc committees. Ad hoc committees are just to investigate. You are debating, and then there is something which you think is not proper, then you ask that a committee, ad hoc committee, be set up to investigate. The purpose of ad hoc committees is not to find fault really. It is not to catch a thief. That is secondary. The purpose is to ensure, to see that you help improve the system, so that government machinery runs better. Many times there is that tendency to try and pin a minister and forget the bigger picture, which is that you should help the executive ensure that things are working properly. Just an example. Mheshimiwa, one minute.
As you know, I'm so generous. Instead of one, I'm giving you 3.
Thank you. I'll give an example on an ad hoc committee on which I served as vice chair. And the example I'm giving is to show that it is not pinning the executive which is important, but it is a question of ensuring that government machinery works well. In the 1990s, there was a war going on in the north. Konyi was putting up a very, very terrible war. The government wanted to finish this war to protect the people. So the government ordered for 4 helicopter gunships. They were brought from, I think, was it Belarus, Nathan Ibianyeva? Yeah, they were from Belarus. When they reached here, because they are brought in crates, they were assembled, but they could not fly. Things were not flying. There was why we are trying to protect the people. We are trying to ensure that this war ends. How did this come about? So with other things, a select committee was set up under Kano Mudola, the chairperson, I was his vice. We investigated the matter. There were, of course, even other issues. Somebody had imported the boots, army boots, which were Chinese size for us, we could not fit. Some of them with only one side of the leg. We had imported food from South Africa for our army. It was found to be rotten. So this select committee, when we investigated the matter, we investigated and we were not investigating to find which minister made a mistake. We were investigating to see what type of mechanisms should be put in place to ensure that this doesn't happen again. And indeed, after that, government did put in place procurement processes. Procurement processes to close these gaps. So it is you members in this oversight, using this kind of committees, to see how you are going to get the machinery of government working. I had some other examples, but time is up. I thank you for your kind attention.
I have been battling with somebody called the Honorable James in Sababturo here, complaining that I gave him little time as against my son. And he was saying that is also a matter of integrity. I warned him against questioning the chair because it is unethical. I want to thank the Honorable Dan Wandelo Gallo for the presentation. Honorable colleagues, we have now two aspects to deal with. First is the plenary discussion now. But also don't forget that we have some food for yesterday, Maolu, where we have issues to do with the parish development model. In our midst is somebody not new to us, the Honorable Raphael Majezi. I'm sure you know him for something. No, he's the minister responsible for local government. Now, before we invite the Honorable Raf Majezi for answering the questions you have written, we're going to have 10 to 15 minutes. If you have any questions, not comments, but questions to the three gentlemen, honorable gentlemen that have made presentations. Those with questions to the Honorable James Sababturo, I will start with Kasiru. Kasiru, the honorable member for Kasiro County. You know Kasiro is one and Musiro are more than one. So the Honorable Elijah Cooper, may I have somebody moving with the microphone? As they take the microphone to the honorable member for Kasiro, I have very good news. You know, when you have a good chair, there are things that flow. So tomorrow's program has been amended. It will not end with a cup of tea, but a cocktail. Isn't that good leadership? I'm sure now you agree with me. Thank you, honorable member for Kasiro.
Thank you, Chair. It's unfortunate our commissioners are not here, but I think in the future, they should organize us more time You know, the papers presented by the presenters were harassing them with time, and I see them jumping, and somehow we can miss some explanatory notes.
I agree with you. Now go to the question.
The question is to Honorable Baba.
No, I said those starting with the Honorable Sababuturo, so that we can move systematically. Questions to the Honorable Sababuturo. I can see a lady in green. I hope that is one I left in DP. Then next on my right there, over there. Microphone, please move this side. Can I have somebody to deploy? Come this way first. Honorable lady, another honorable lady. I'm sorry, I cannot see you from far. When you reach my age, you will understand what I'm going through. I think that's Honorable Aisha Kabanda.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Aisha Kawanda. To Honorable Sababuturo, where have you found the Committee for Rules and Privileges lacking for you to recommend establishment of a committee on, do you say ethics? Yes. Where did you find the committee lacking for you to make that recommendation? I have another question for Honorable Baba. If you give him permission, I can ask at once.
No. We said we start with one member. We move to the next. But I had asked that you get a sanitizer, colleagues. Did you act in defiance?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Sarah Kayagi, MP Namisindwa. My question to Honorable Sababuturo, how do you play around corporate responsibility and your integrity?
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kabula. I guess that ends for the Honorable Sababuturo.
Honorable Chair, my question goes to Sababuturo. Actually, I'm seeking.
Is an honorable member.
Honorable Doctor, sorry. My apologies. When you talk about ethics and integrity and you leave out ethical dilemmas, I think you leave us hanging. Because one of the major challenges as members of parliament, we have decisions that are challenging for what we call ethical dilemmas between telling the truth and whether taking the line of truth or line of loyalty, taking individual interests against community interests. I wanted his take on how best we can deal with these dilemmas in our course of legislation. I will give you a most recent one where NUP members are torn between their party position and the parliamentary decision. Yes.
There is no matter of ethics there.
There is a lot of ethical dilemma.
But the chairman,
because the argument was, wait a minute, Chair.
Honorable member.
Wait a minute, Chair.
Honorable member, I have not waiting.
Okay, I was using that as an example anyway.
So it's an inappropriate example. Let's go to the question.
Okay, okay. But at least the presenter have understood what I was trying to say.
I have ruled.
We have dilemmas that will come across, making decisions, individual decisions against institutional decisions. I wanted his take on how best we can deal with them during our parliamentary period. Thank you.
And we move to the Honorable Baba. We receive the questions, then we answer. Again, we start with the Honorable Elijah Okupa. We'll move to Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Baba, I just want to know why there was a change in the order of precedence. Because when we look at the order of precedence, it starts with the executive, the legislature, and then the judiciary. That's why you have the president, vice president, Speaker, the Lordship, His Lordship, the Chief Justice, Deputy Speaker, His Lordship, then the Vice Chairman. But now when you come to start again, the second set of the Prime Minister, which is the executive, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Cabinet Minister, Ministers, then you would have expected them to go to the legislature again. But instead, they jumped now and came back to the judiciary. Then Parliament comes again last. Yet even in the Constitution, the arrangement of the Constitution, it is the executive, legislature, and the judiciary. So I just want to know why there was a change in the order when it came down. Because I expected after the Prime Minister, Cabinet Ministers, and Ministers, Members of Parliament, then the judiciary again, the judges would come in. What happened? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Cooper. Honorable Mayanja Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayanja Alan from Nakaseke Central. Honorable Baba, rule number 1, you said you do not go to gatherings if you are not invited. As a politician or as a member of Parliament, you find yourself when you are moving around your constituents, you find a gathering like a wedding or an introduction with your voters, and many you find yourself being you attend without any invitation. I think you need to guide us. How can we go about that? Thank you.
In the middle here.
Yeah.
Who's moving the microphone? No, before you is somebody in front of you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want Honorable Baba to.
Will you please introduce yourself to him?
Yes, I'm Timothy Michael Kamcha, MP Kajara. And my question is, what did they find limited in the chair of the chairperson LOC5 to put him lower than the RDC when he was actually above the RDC? Could you advise or clarify if you know?
Thank you. We move to the Honorable Nyachkongo.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much, Chair. I wanted to find out where do the women members of Parliament fall? Because when we go to our districts and we have functions, you find that the constituency member of Parliament is the member of Parliament. Sometimes they don't even consider a woman member of Parliament, yet the woman member of Parliament covers the entire district. So where do they fall? And sometimes it brings conflicts.
Oh, that's very serious. I thought that one is a member of Parliament. In the same middle straight, there is the extreme end, and that's the last in this row. Then you will move to the right. Is that Honorable Naomi Habasharira? Then Dr. Kamarimana.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Rose Sobiga, the woman MP Terego. I just want clarity. The women members of Parliament go through hell, especially when it comes to Women's Day.
Then they get to heaven.
Yeah, we are here so that we can go to heaven. On a serious note, we have RDCs who say on Women's Day they're representing the president. Therefore, they are in charge. Now, protocol, I've read the RDCs are below us. Who is supposed to sensitize and do the right thing and tell the RDCs where they belong to? Just as my colleague has said, why do they, some of the colleague constituency MPs fight so much, women MPs, yet we are not on the same seat? We have our designated seat. Why can the gentlemen, especially the gentlemen, accept that, yes, there's a woman member of Parliament? What should we do? Especially the ministers, what should we do?
Thank you very much. Honorable Kabasharira Naomi.
Will you please deliver the microphone to her or assist her technically?
It's not on. Thank you, Ms. The batteries need to be replaced. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I also want to thank the presenters for the good papers. Mr. Chairman, there is something I would like Honorable Baba to explain to me. It confuses me. How you address the diplomatic corps. At times you say, when you meet Your Excellency, then another one, Ambassador, then the High Commission, how to address them, at what time and when. I would like to be guided. It normally confuses me. Thank you.
The Honorable Dr. Kamara.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Nicholas Kamara, Member of Parliament, Kabale Municipality. My question goes to Honorable Baba, and it's about delegation. Again, it's about order of precedence and delegation. Sometimes we find the president has delegated someone of a lower rank. For example, there are people called presidential envoys or presidential advisor. They have been delegated as guests of honor and they come and take over. Is this right or wrong, and how should we proceed? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Kamara. I'm now crossing over to the row in front of me. As they move, Honorable Baba, where is the leader of opposition in this? I am not seeing him. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Tala.
Mr. Chairman, my concern is about
this is the Honorable Tala?
Yes, that's me.
Good. Okay.
Dr. Emmanuel Tala, West Budama South, Tororo. Mr. Chairman, my concern is about the proliferation of the title of honorable. Today, the Honorable Ambassador Baba said this is really a title of honor. But as it is being used today, you find everybody introducing themselves as honorable. And today, the Honorable Baba did say that we need to assert ourselves. So could you kindly guide us on how we can instill discipline so that this title of honorable remains honorable? Thank you.
Because only when you are not putting on a short-sleeved shirt from the Honorable Baba's presentation. Yes, Honorable Aisha Kabanda.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would love Honorable Baba to help us know how to balance the colors. He said etiquette calls that we put on dark colors, but when people want to exhibit their love for their parties, you find someone even making the hair yellow and the fingernails yellow or red and the dress. Now, how would we balance the etiquette of Member of Parliament vis-a-vis exhibiting our party interest and loyalty?
That is called abrogation of your dress code. Okay, yes, next is this the Honorable young man? Okay. We can't hear you. That's Honorable Tony Ayo. When I say young, you don't take me serious.
And the Honorable Segona Chairperson, the elder.
Yeah.
Now, Honorable James Baba, I have always listened to colleagues in public places introducing themselves like, I am Honorable Tony Ayo. Very common. And yet on the other side, Someone also told me you don't introduce yourself like that. So can you help us there? Because it's quite common and we may need to correct it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward. Honorable Mama. Yes, Mama Lematia.
Chair, allow me to talk while seated. My
That's why
knees
I
are now
addressed you as
tired.
Mama.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all the three for the presentation. It's a pity we are receiving this information when some of us have caused blunders in the parliament after a year. And these are really very essential things to shape honorables. Now my question is to Honorable Ambassador James Baba. I know protocol is a very difficult thing for us to push to people. I worked in the NOC, National Organizing Committee, for years, and it was always a very difficult thing to say which is which and which is which. Now, my question is, I like the way you said we should not wear television. I don't know why you didn't mention that we should not wear television during the day. We should wear it at night. But Honorable Baba.
What is wearing television?
He was actually alluding to that, but he fell short of words. That is wearing
But what does it mean?
Wearing glittering dresses during the day. That's what we call television.
You see the slangs of young people. Thank you.
So, Honorable Baba, I wish you could help us to produce these documents and push it to the districts as well. As the woman member of parliament we are saying, there is a lot of wrangle there. And even in the district, at times they will invite you, and they will even invite aspiring candidate, that candidate is actually the guest of honor. I wish this information could actually be spread so that people are aware of this protocol. We should not forget we used to be prepared before we can go to England, even to learn how to eat food on table.
Thank you. To your neighbor. But first sanitize, please.
Thank you very much, the chairperson and the team. I'm so much privileged today because we have really been educated. I'm so particular about handshake. And this one goes to...
The honorable member wants to hear your name.
I'm Honorable Ashibo Agnes, woman MP, Nebi. I'm Ashibo Agnes, MP, Nebi. I'm more particular about handshake. I think this is one of the mistakes that most of us newly elected MPs have really done. When we see our seniors, most of us rush to handshake for recognition. And some of us came from societies or communities where greeting is very, very important. And therefore, today we have been educated that we should not rush to handshake our seniors. It is my appeal that it is a good gesture. So let our seniors be the first to give us a handshake so that we feel at home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now to my granddaughter. Is that nepotism, Honorable Buturo? My granddaughter, the Honorable Imat Mama Cecilia Atimo Gual Barbara.
Thank you, Grandpa. I'm just interested in this protocol and diplomatic etiquette. Sometimes I feel offended when we are being taught how to behave in the Western style. How you use glasses, what type of glass, what kind of cutlery, what kind of what. I wonder whether the government or parliament or Minister of Foreign Affairs can blend our tradition into this diplomatic etiquette so that I'm not judged by the Western style of presentation of myself in public. They should also take note of my tradition, particularly if the functions are taking place in Uganda. And I've invited some members of parliament and diplomats in my house for dinner. And for me, even up to now, if you tell me what glass is for what wine, I don't know. So when I present any glass for any wine, now you are going to just judge me and say this is for champagne, which I've never tasted even. Then you are telling me this is for what? I think we are also abusing our culture. So I just feel that it is high time that whoever authored this document should go back and also incorporate our traditional way of being decent, though. Decent, because I can't put on this sleeveless.
I think the point is well understood.
Yes,
from
yeah.
what,
So
from his note,
if I put on sleeveless gummies, I'm not indecently dressed, because that's how women, particularly in the north, are dressed. They are dressed in the half gummies without the sleeve. So I should not be judged wrongly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're moving to the last row. This is the Honorable Kajwenge. And oh yeah, okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have liked the presentation of Ambassador Baba because I have lived it for the last 17 years. Diplomatic etiquette is deep, it is elaborate, continuous learning and relearning. I guess that's why we have protocol department. In my view, it should always keep updating the honorable members of parliament. Speech, mannerism, dress, in every other society that one is heading to. I have been in diplomatic service. I have handled members of parliament before. I have had to brief them on the do's and don'ts of particular societies. For example, and the honorable members of parliament have said, it is not appropriate, and I'm using words measurably, to say, I am Honorable Segona. It's not you. You say, my name is Wilson Kajrenje. I'm a member of parliament. Then if Segona wants to address you, say, Honorable Kajrenje. And the same goes to writing official letters. Again, you do not say or end and sign, say, Honorable Wilson Kajrenje. No, you are Wilson Kajrenje, comma, member of parliament, this constituency, this district. But if I'm writing to you, I refer, it's a reference, refer to you, the Honorable so and so. So my take is this, that when you are heading to the east, for example, members of parliament heading to the east may be required to behave differently when they are going to Canada or the US. Absolutely.
Do you have a question,
my question is, our protocol department should find time always to brief members of parliament on teams heading abroad.
The honorable member's question is that, is there a way the protocol department would do what he has suggested? Thank you very much.
And for appropriateness of that, I leave others to submit.
To your neighbor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I am Major General Henry Masco, representing UPDF. Just a small inquiry from Honorable Baba
somewhere I was told this addressing protocol and ending it short and saying protocol observed, that it is bad English. But so whenever now I hear it, I feel offended. I want to know whether it's proper English not to use it that way.
Especially where it is you who is not mentioned. The Honorable Charity, is that Charity? No, who is that? Age has caught up with me. Oh.
My name is Laura Kanusha. I represent people with disabilities.
Oh, Honorable Nora.
My
Pardon me.
question is a simple one to the Honorable Baba. Why do I think that Africans are so obsessed with protocol, unlike the other world? For example, when they're giving speeches, when we're giving speeches, we'll take about 2 minutes, just the protocol. Your Excellency, the President, ministers, we take almost 5 minutes. But when we go to the other world, people are not so much into saying the things that we say here. And sometimes I think we waste a lot of time. Who is wrong? Is it us? Is it them?
Thank you very much. We now move to questions to the Honorable Dan Wandera Ogalo. Yes, I cannot exhaust the hands. The discretion of the chair has been exercised this way. I am looking at the time. We are now, it is now 5:30, 31 actually. And we have another round to the Honorable Judges. We are starting from this side. If you have any question to the Honorable Dan Wandera Ogalo. Row number 1, no question. Row number 2, the Honorable Dr. Chris Bariomunsi, Minister for ICT and National Guidance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Bariomunsi, you have sat for a long time. The chair wants you to stand up.
But when I stand up, I will overshadow everybody.
That is now what the chair has told you to do.
Okay, you have ruled. I know you want people to see me. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I thank all the presenters. They presented very well. My question is to Honorable Wandera Ogalo. We have been having a tradition and practice in Parliament that is ministers who are accountable to Parliament through committees, especially. But in the current Parliament, I have seen committees inviting agencies without ministers. I have seen accountability committees inviting contractors. I wanted him to make a comment whether that is an acceptable practice, because I don't think we have changed the rules. Because when we invite an agency to answer issues of policy without the minister, I thought there is something wrong. So I wanted him to give us an informed comment on that practice, which I have seen in the 11th Parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Where is the microphone? Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am by name Achan Joyce, a member of Parliament representing people with disabilities. I'm a first timer in the Parliament. I have seen order paper being uploaded on the members' iPad in the previous evening. I have also seen reports or bills also being uploaded in the members' iPad at 11 o'clock on the day of plenary. At the same time, members of Parliament are in the committee meetings and do not have time to internalize those reports. Is this a right practice of Parliament? My other concern is members of Parliament belong to two committees, the Standing Committee and the Sectoral Committee. Now, the chairpersons of these committees compete to invite members in their meetings. You find that you are in a sectoral committee, but your standing committee is also sitting at the same time. At the end of the day, some of us who have no energy to move, run up and down, end up missing the other committee. Is there a way to enforce the manner in which order paper or uploading reports and inviting committee meetings be put in the rules of procedure, so that if a chairperson of a committee violates, an action can be taken on him or her? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chan. This way, please move to the next, no, this way, move to the next row. I don't know where the honorable member is seated, whether it's in which row, but yes, wherever he's seated, he has caught the chair's eye.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My question is, my name is Masika Apollo, Member of Parliament, Namisindwa County. My question goes to Baba. I'm here dressing in my counter suit. In the last Parliament, I was told that I can come in my counter suit. Many people always come in counter suits. When you are mentioning the counter suits, that we should not put the counter suit on, there's a saying which goes that when old bones are mentioned, the old men feel at unease. So I feel at unease because in the last Parliament, we are told that we can put on counter suits or African attires and whatever. So what is wrong if I'm smart like this in my counter suit? Is there any problem? I want to get an answer.
Of course, there is no problem with smartness, but appropriateness. The honorable member will answer. Honorable Alan Mayanja.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Ogola, I need guidance on this.
Honorable Gallo.
Honorable Ogalo. At the stages of a certain bill, at the second reading, a question is put on a specific clause, and then the speaker declares the ayes have it. Yet, in actual says, they no had it. How can I repeal the decision of the speaker in that manner? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, just move to the next. I would invite everyone to be as quickly give a short
Thank
question.
you, Chair. My name is Joram Tibasima, Member of Parliament, representing all the persons Western Uganda. Honorable Ogalo, it is common practice that when you have to introduce a motion or a motion, you go to the speaker, you arrange, and he or she puts you on the order paper. But I have observed that many of the motions stay on the order paper and they are relegated to the business to follow for more than a month. Is that the correct procedure?
Thank you very much. We now bring, okay, at the extreme end is the last question. Then the honorable members will each in turn respond to the questions. Honorable Baba seems to have the highest number of questions. He has 7 minutes. The other two have 4 minutes each. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I am Max Ochai, West Budama North constituency in Toro District. To Honorable Gallo, during the presentation, I listened attentively and followed from the very introduction to the end, and I realized that he discussed at length the three basic functions of Parliament. And by the time he ended, I was expecting more. Why was he shy not to share with us the procedures in carrying out the function of appropriation? I thank you.
Thank you very much. We will start from this end with the Honorable James, Dr. James Nsababuturo, to respond to the questions that were put. You were, oh, is there a microphone? There is a microphone up there. You wanted to answer from here? I thought that is only the privilege of the chairman. There is no microphone. You know, today is the chairman's day. Honorable Nsababuturo is ready.
Thank you.
Okay, you may say.
Thank you, Chair. And just two questions from Honorable Kabanda and Honorable Kayagi. Honorable Kabanda wanted to know if there is any particular distinction between Rules and Privileges Committee of Parliament and my proposal for an ethics committee. There is quite a lot of difference, and I think it's not easy to go through what the ethics committee, which is modeled on the United States of America, does. But that committee of ethics, when compared with the rules and privileges committee we have, are vastly different. The rules isn't particularly invited to delve into matters of ethics and integrity to the same degree that an ethics committee would. And so I would wish that we upgrade the rules and privileges to that level of ethics and integrity, which is more detailed and comprehensively addresses issues of conflict of interest and ethics and integrity. So that's the brief explanation I can give so far. Honorable Kayagi, the difficulty we have with integrity is that, and particularly in the context of our country, I can suggest to you, honorable members, that integrity is not a fashionable way to go. I have seen cases where people gang up against others who are honest, who are strict, and that really does discourage people from a tendency to be men and women of integrity. It's an issue of great concern that it is possible, yes, you may have as an organization a stand on particular matters that may actually conflict with your personal views about what is obtaining. And so a person of integrity now has a choice between what he or she believes is right and what his or her organization stands for. It's a very complex matter, one that does invite certain retribution, punitively, if you don't mind me to say, and that's one of the challenges we have as a society, that it's becoming increasingly unfashionable to be a person who has integrity, a person who promotes moral principles, and that is something we should be worried about. By and large, clearly, we should insist on doing what is right, clearly in the best interests of our country.
Baba.
The Honorable Elijah Cooper raised the issue of the mix-up between the executive, legislature, and judiciary in the order of precedence, the one I presented. This order of precedence was organized by the executive, by the cabinet, and it was approved by the cabinet. If you have issues with it, then it should be raised back to the cabinet. The point I would like to perhaps emphasize here is that in drawing this list, it should be consultative. Invite the executive, the legislature, the judiciary, and even the civil service and other services, so that we can all agree who is more important than who. Ever since time immemorial, man has always wanted to be above everybody else, wanting to be ahead. And that's why presidents came in. Who should come when, at what point. So I think our colleagues in cabinet maybe may take this message that this order of precedence is causing problems. It should be reviewed and should be consultative, involving everybody. But for now, this is the government position. An honorable member, I didn't get the name, talked about not going to any function uninvited. I was referring to formal functions of the state, of diplomatic entities, and so forth. But other occasions, if you're an MP and there's a wedding around there, but you know, most weddings are also planned. They also budget how many people they expect. Now, if you are not invited, why do you go there? Even Kwanjura. The other day last weekend we went to West Budama to honorable both of those constituents. A young Kakwa boy got himself a young girl from that side. So we were told strictly to go 30. Now, if you come and get crushed there, you may eat somebody's part of the chicken. So please, if you are not invited, don't go. Maybe burials are exceptions. You can go and commiserate because that's not an eating arrangement. But other formal occasions and other functions, please don't get crushed. Why LC5 under the RDC? Well, again, that was the determination of cabinet. I know the LC5 is an elected member by the whole district. The RDC is the president's representative. In other words, it is actually His Excellency the President who is there. So naturally, the RDC should become before the LC5 chairperson.
I think Honorable Baba, the honorable member's concern is one, the chairperson LC5 is the political head of the district by law, by statute. Secondly, if the RDC is a representative of the president, then it means even if the speaker was there, the speaker would be below the RDC. I think we just need to reconcile the conflict.
Again, like I said, we need to consult more on this. The president is also the political head of the whole country and of every district. So if he can't be everywhere, he has to delegate who should represent him, and that should be respected. But this is something I think, as a resolution of this forum, we can go and consult on it more and see how it can be sorted out. Honorable Nyakingoro, Nyaki, the women MPs and the male MPs are always having problems. Again, it is a matter of courtesy. It's a matter of understanding each other's. You're only few there elected members. Why can't you consult and agree? Who talks, who comes first, who talks next? It shouldn't be a problem, really, amongst us colleagues. I talked of tolerance, understanding each other, respecting each other. So the male MP and the woman MP should always consult each other and work together. There should be no rivalry. Even if belonging to different parties, that space in the constituency is small enough to reach an agreement and not cause problems. Look at the larger picture and see how we can serve the community and not battle about who comes first, who comes next. I think Honorable Rose Obiga have answered that question of the RDCs representing the president. We'll move on from there. Honorable Naomi Kabashairira, the title High Commissioner relates to all those former British colonies that are now independent. So all the heads of those missions are called High Commissioners. Rwanda joined the Commonwealth and all their representatives are called High Commissioners. The others who are not under the British, their heads are called ambassadors. That is the difference. But in terms of rank and position, they are all the same. Kamara Kabale municipality, the president delegates a person of a lower rank when there's a senior person. It happened recently at Kololo during one of those functions where the president delegated the prime minister and the Speaker of Parliament was there. In terms of ranking, the Right Honorable Speaker is obviously higher than the Prime Minister. And if it was me in that position, I'd have relinquished that message by the President to the Right Honorable Speaker because she was the most senior person at that event. That is the right thing to do. And I don't think the President would be offended. All his interest was that I can't be there, you go and represent me, because he didn't know who was going to be there. Many times at functions, say diplomatic functions, a minister from Foreign Affairs would come and the Deputy Prime Minister will also appear in that function. The right thing to do is to hand over to the Deputy Prime Minister to now represent government at that function. That is the right thing to do. So, but you find people get this message and run away with it and present it, ignoring a senior colleague or a senior member in that group. And I think that needs to be corrected. Where is the leader of opposition in all this list? That was the question raised by my chairman here. I'm surprised even that the leader of opposition is not there, but the leader of opposition is at the same rank as a cabinet minister. So that's where his rank falls in, number 10. Elsewhere, we know we have recognized that the leader of opposition is at the cabinet rank. I think that issue is settled. Maybe it now needs to be listed in the order of president. Honorable Tala, I think my colleague Kajwenge has answered very well. You don't go throwing yourself around, I'm honorable so-and-so and honorable so-so. Introduce yourself, I'm James Baba, Member of Parliament, Koboko County. Then it is up to the other person to say, oh, honorable, how are you? Nice to meet you. I think from now on, let's do that, all of us. But and
that
then
is if meeting you is nice.
Yeah. Well, but for you yourself now, just say I am so and so, and I do this and that. Then the other person will confer that title
I
on
hope
you.
you're winding up, the Honorable Baba.
Yeah. I think that also answers Tony Ayo's issue. Madam Cecilia Gual, Honorable, you are absolutely right that we must go into the traditional way of doing things, even in the formal ceremonies, functions we organize. I absolutely agree. Even I think in the House, we have raised issues about the wigs of the speakers and those robes. All these things need to be revisited. But I think I commended our women for their traditional dresses during these formal functions, and they have been well received, well applauded, and that's the way to go. But for the rest of the things, we need to look afresh how we can relate them to the traditions and customs. Private functions in your house, inviting people for dinner, whether you give them water and calabashes, that's your issue. We're talking about formal functions of the state, of government, and so forth, of embassies, where we are always invited into. And we must observe those decorum. But your private functions, you can do it any way you want. Major General Masiko, protocol observed is absolutely wrong. It's not there in the diplomatic etiquette or practices. People just want to take a shortcut, protocol observed, and then they proceed. But it is not recognized in diplomatic parlance. What you can do is recognize the chief host, the guest of honor, and then conclude by saying, distinguished ladies and gentlemen represented here in your various capacities, but don't go the way of protocol observed, not at all. The same question, I think, with the Honorable Nora, addressing every list. Actually, it's very boring. You go to your main point, to your main issue you want. When we were growing up, we used to advise ourselves, if you're interested in a girl, go direct to her. Don't go around the football field like this, you may lose her. Go direct to the point. That's the way to go. Yeah? So, when you're in the gatherings, address the chief host, the guest of honor, and then recognize the distinguished ladies and gentlemen gathered there, and proceed to your point. Than wasting people's time mentioning everybody. I hear the Basok even greet the chicken, the goats, and all this. All this is waste of time. The last question I received, Mr. Chairman, is can army police salute an MP? Why not? You are number 17. They are down there in the list.
Nani, General Masco, unasikia?
They are supposed to salute MPs. Yes. You are number 17 in the pecking order. They are down there, Army Commander, IGP, Commissioner, they are down there, number 20s. So if these people meet an MP and they recognize you, they should salute you or come to order. That is discipline. And I think under our constitution, the military, the army, all this should be under civilian authority, not so? So they should salute you. Thank you very much.
Well, do not harass Honorable General Masco because he's also a member of Parliament. But now, ambia wote, tell them once they see us, they should funga. Thank you very much, Honorable James Baba. I think now we have the Honorable Dan Wandero Gallo.
Thank you.
4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first question was from Honorable Barrio Monsi about agencies being summoned by committees directly. Now, if you look at your policy statements, the policy statements will come from ministries and they will be covering many of those agencies, apart from those ones which are constitutionally independent. So at the end of the day, the minister responsible is the one who is accountable. And if you want to deal with an agency, the minister should lead that agency. Because at the end of the day, that minister is in charge of that docket. It will cause issues if the person in charge of the policy is not there and the policies are being answered by a technocrat. The technocrat cannot answer policy issues.
And on non-policy issues, say investigations?
No, if you have non-policy issues, that's why you have committees like a COSAS, which are not dealing with the policy issues. Those ones, they can come directly without a minister because you are investigating a particular matter, accountability by that. So that one they can be called.
Honorable Gallo, may I add something? When I was Minister of State for Internal Affairs, they used to summon the IGP and Commissioner General, all this, leaving out the political heads. So General Aronda and I decided that none of the bodies under our ministry should appear before any committees without political representation. So I think it is up to the ministers to instruct the agencies under them that if they're invited, they should consult and see how they conduct themselves.
And I also think this can be harmonized with the office of the speaker, so that issues of political accountability are dealt with by the ministers. Honorable Joyce Achan, getting an order paper the previous night, I wouldn't think there would be a very big problem with that.
Added, but receiving the bill, say at 11 o'clock when the sitting is.
No, I was coming to that. My problem would be with uploading a report on the day of plenary. I do not think that is a proper practice.
Actually, our rules provide that it can be presented but cannot be debated on the same day. The rules have ensured that.
So, thank you. As long as you have sufficient time, as long as the rules now require that it can be uploaded but cannot be debated, because you really require sufficient time to go into this debate. If you went into a debate when you have not prepared, you will just be, you'll not be informative enough. You'll not be helping the debate. So you should have sufficient time to read the report, do your own research here and there, and then be effective. The whole purpose is to be effective when you are contributing on the floor of the House. Then the question of members having two committees, that is also normal. But I think it is a question of organization. You can be in a sectoral committee and also in a standing committee. It is possible, but it should be the House Business Committee should be able to classify these things so that you avoid as much as possible having people running from one committee to the other. It is really a question of House Business Committee. Honorable Alan, Speaker's decision is saying the ayes have it when the noes have it. Now, if you are in a plenary, there is you can challenge the Speaker's ruling by 40 members standing up. And once 40 members stand up and say this, it means the Speaker has not heard correctly, and therefore the Speaker will have to ask for a division so that there is a physical counting. And if the Speaker has said the ayes have it, and in the division, the noes are more, then you have overruled the speaker. The problem I see is when you are in a committee of the whole house. Because committee of the whole house, just like another committee. My first thinking would be, how would you order a division in the committee of the whole house? I think the better way to approach it, since I said in my presentation that, when you are in a committee of the whole house, it is informality. It is informal. The strict rules of division and so on don't apply. So it is, I think it is a matter you can raise with the speaker and say, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I don't think it was that way. It can be discussed because of the informality in the committee of the whole house. Honorable Tiva Simwa, motion relegated for more than a month. That is odd. That is odd because under the rules, you've given a 3 days notice. In other words, you are saying plan for this. So if there is a proper planning, there is no reason why it should take over a month when it is being relegated. That is a bit odd. It seems to me that it's really just a question of how to plan the order paper. Honorable Max Ochai said I was shy not to share with you the function of appropriation. I classify the function of Parliament into 3. Oversight, representation, and legislation. Appropriation ends up in an act of Parliament. It is brought, it is debated, then you authorize expenditure by an act of Parliament. Therefore, for me, it falls under legislation. So it is not, I would consider it more under legislation than a separate function, because it ends up in a law. I was just looking at, lastly, I was looking at an act here, the Appropriation Act 2020, an act to supply a sum of 29,998,953,190 for the year ending 30th June 2021. Date of assent, date of commencement. So appropriation is really under legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I think before we go to Honorable Raf Majezi, for the benefit of Honorable Chris Mariomusi, I think the Constitution permits committees of Parliament to summon any person. Actually, the Constitution provides agencies falling under the supervision of the committee. The rider that he provided, which I want to advise members to pay attention to, is the reading of the word on policy matters. And I think that's where we've had a problem with KCCA, where the committees would invite the executive director of KCCA without the political head of that agency, and at times without the minister, because it's a policy issue. But issues of accountability, if you looked at the Constitution properly, you would find that that is covered. 2, as Honorable Majezi comes up, Honorable Chris Bariomusi had something very itching on the order, was it order of precedence? I think we can give him a microphone as I invite the Honorable Majezi to come and answer the questions he has. And I will also take this liberty to discharge with honor the 3 gentlemen that have been with me this afternoon. Now, of course, Honorable Buturo says he's not leaving, which is unethical.
But Honorable Majezi, please come. He's seated next to my young brother, the Honorable Professor Ephraim Kamuntu, who is putting on a short-sleeved shirt. Honorable Kamuntu, you have no right of reply. I have been advised by our guru in those matters that that is inappropriate dressing. But the speaker has exercised discretion to allow you to continue with the proceedings. So Honorable Majezi's questions have been written down by Honorable colleagues. So he will have 7 minutes to respond to all of them. And the counting begins after the Honorable Wariomunsi has raised his point. You have 1 minute.
I need less. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it is correct that the accountability committees actually engage the accounting officers, but I've also seen where accountability committees invite contractors alone, and I think that is odd. But the point I had wanted to raise earlier, that in the protocol for LC5 chairperson and RDC, if an event is a national one, like Independence Day, an RDC takes precedence. But if it is a co-event of the district, the LC5 takes precedence. That's how government treats.
Members are asking you under what law? Because the chairperson is head by law. Would you guide the nation?
I am telling you administratively and by executive arrangement, yes.
And
That's
I'm
how
sure,
it is.
Thank you. And I'm sure that's where we go wrong. You see, executive power under the Constitution is exercised in accordance with the Constitution and the laws of Uganda. But I know that the debate will not end today. It is food for thought. As Minister now for National Guidance,
that's why you must take my guidance.
No, I'm saying you guide in accordance with the law. Get this, I think, let us not continue doing wrong. If that is your intention as government, amend the law or put it in the law. It has been abused and it continues to be abused. You need to listen to the sentiment of your colleagues here. I think we will not waste more time. Before the Honorable Majezi, there is an administrative announcement. Let's receive it as I see how to amend the instruction on the 7 minutes rule. At least I'm kind, I'm not like the other, no, 3 minutes, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence. Would like to remind the honorable members present to kindly fill in the evaluation forms for today's presentations and return them to the officials who are at the front desks. And then yesterday, one of the honorable members left their iPad here and they forgot to go with it. So we've been keeping it, it's right here. There's also a bag, a black bag that is also here with us in case it is yours, or you might know who might have left the items behind. Kindly come pick them or inform them to pick them. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Majezi has 70 questions. I gave them to him in advance so that he would be able to scan through. Some of them are repetitive. So I will give him 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The members of the Parliamentary Commission.
And forgive me, I have received a note from an officious, enthusiastic bystander called the Honorable Sodoy. Yeah, and he's right to say that the matter of attendance was addressed by the Commission administration. The sectoral committees meet on Tuesday and Wednesday. Standing committees meet on Thursday and Friday. It hasn't been resolved administratively that way. As to whether in practice this has been adhered to, I am not sure. Thank you. Ralph.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, protocol observed.
You have been advised that that is inappropriate.
Just checking whether Honorable Baba did a good job. Thank you, Honorable Baba. Chair and honorable members, we received a good number of questions. We have thought we had finished, but now as I came, I found another good batch of questions, and they are all important. I really want to thank the members for showing the interest in the parish model. And we want to give justice to all your questions. So I'll beg your indulgence, Chairperson, that you allow me to invite my lovely sister, the Honorable Victoria Usoke, the one and only, to come and start with the questions in the morning. Then I'll flip through the sheets which I've received. Thank you, Chair. We normally receive ladies with a clap of hands. I don't know what's going on. She's a big lady. She's the Minister of State for Local Government. She's also the district woman MP of Kabarole District. And she was showing me on her phone. She has already received a message from her district on the number of circles that have been formed as per today. This is a very good example. Thank you. Honorable, please proceed.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, I take this opportunity to answer to the questions from our dear brothers and sisters. But before I do that, I would wish to opine that every program starts simply and amendments and revisions go on. If you will take an example of UPE and USE, UPE started with 4 children per family. Later on, the demand increased. It went to all children in the family, and we've been amending in different conferences. So I have confidence that even with PDM, let's take the first step. Even the longest journey started with a stride. The first question came from Honorable Abdu Katuntu. He was seeking to know the goal of PDM is rural transformation. However, looking at the allocation of funds to the interest groups as 30% women, 30% youth, 10 for the elderly, disabled, and 20 for the rest. The elderly and men respectively don't have a lot of land. If PDM is majorly agricultural and the men own most of the land and we allocate them only 20%, are we fair? The response is households are the beneficiaries of the funds. And households have both men, women, and the youth. And sensitization is going on, so that an enterprise which the family sits and agrees upon is the one which will be applied for. Much as the policy is that one person applies for it, the cohesion and teamwork which we are encouraging our families to do will remain. So we are sure, and so far we have not had complaints arising from our women. Our ear is on ground. The team from the Ministry of Gender is there teaching mindset change. So far, so good. Number 2, the youth are rejecting the implementation of PDM. I don't know where these facts are coming from. We have youth leagues, we have youth leaders from parish level, sub-county to district. We have not yet received a formal complaint of the youth rejecting the program and rejecting the funds. If anything, they are very enthusiastic, they are eager, they are listing the enterprises, and we are comfortable with that, and we hope for the best. And we are hearing it's only 11 millions going to be given. We don't act on rumors. We are the source of information telling you, and this is what you are going to take, and it's in your talking notes. The start will be 17,
And I know the financial year is about to end and the 100 will fall in. So when they are ready and the financial year has started, they will get their 117 full with no penny missing. Number 3 is administration costs and other costs included in the 117. The parishes are going to be administered as they usually do. So this is coming specifically for the circle. And even if I haven't gone to the page where you saw something for the roads, I can even add it here. That now where are the roads, where are the rivers, where is irrigation, where is this and that. All the other programs, ladies and gentlemen, are ongoing. The Ministry of Works will continue doing its work. The Ministry of Energy will continue connecting power. The districts will continue getting their fund for different activities, including roads. So the parish is coming for the other 39% of the extra needed people living below the poverty line. And let's support it. Let's give it vigor because we are soon going next week. What we find out will bring us to the drawing board to say we saw this, streamline it, we need to do this. So let's go with a positive mindset. What we find out, we come back and adjust as the need will be. There is a suggestion that resources for a sub-county be pulled together to buy assets. No. We are starting in simplicity by availing people money for them to procure the seed. People who are growing coffee, they need to buy seedlings, they need fertilizers. Someone who wants to rear birds, to buy the birds. On the advice of our technical people in the field, don't buy 500 because the feeds will be demanding. So we are starting in simplicity, but ensuring that every enterprise will yield a profit. And to remind you, none of you asked this, but it's very important that you get to know it. This money is not going to be returned to the center, that after counting, bring it back. No, it remains on the parish. The interest goes to the parish bag. The next financial year, the 100 goes to the parish bag. People keep on borrowing one by one as we monitor, because our structure, as you know very well, is rich. We have community development officers. Now comes the parish chief, the commercial officers, all are on ground to monitor and guide and give us correct information of how things are faring. Why is the chairperson of NRM in the parish a member? My senior minister has already explained. NRM is the leading party, the ruling party, the party with the manifesto. Now you can't invest and you don't supervise. In my language, there is a proverb that if the head of family keeps quiet, the calves will sleep in cow dung. So we are the controllers, and so our people must know. And that's why is the woman league of the parish is the member of the parish development committee. And the question is, we are about to elect. Yes, let us elect. The one who will succeed will join the parish development committee. What is the distinction between PDM and other strategies that came before, the WEPU, the Youth Fund, the Myoga? Ladies and gentlemen, the Myoga is still going on. We went to the field, you remember, we brought reports where we have found problems with some groups of Myoga who either by intention or poor understanding or lack of sufficient sensitization did not follow the guidelines. Now the matter is corrected. If you are welders, you were not supposed to share the money. You were supposed to inject it in your welding enterprise, enlarge it, get more profits. If you were tailors, the same. If you were hotel owners, the same. People are now getting streamlined, and the Myoga is a different line, and it's continuing in its line. Do we have an office? We are here, we are busy MPs, we are in plenary, you are also busy with your senior minister. What will happen? A secretariat has been formed, and we have the executive director of the coordinating unit, that is the Honorable Sozi Galabuzi, and the deputy, I saw her this morning, Honorable Karisa. Are you available? Former woman MP Uganda. She's the deputy. They have a fully-fledged staff. Part of them are going with you to the field to sensitize. So in case you ever feel you want to know something, don't wait for another gathering like this, although we shall prepare one to find out what you found in the field. Their office is located on Workers' House on floor 5. They have the materials, they have everything. You can even invite them to go to your constituency, but after this exercise. So we have an answer to that. Much as we are busy, we are represented by the PDM coordinating office. Why are you concentrating on one pillar, financial inclusion? You are hurrying to give the money. You are rushing for this. The backbone of this program definitely is the money. If we are to get people out of poverty, slowly but surely, then money is the key. But before we even give out the money, all ministries shared responsibilities. The Ministry of Gender is in charge of mobilization and emphasis on mindset change. They are already in the field, they are in your districts, sensitizing your people, our people, and the sensitization will continue. And we have said the Ministry of Finance, yes, financial inclusion, local government, administration and management, water will continue with their programs to seek and identify areas, as someone said in the morning, where do we need irrigation? Now in the next financial year, which districts do we avail irrigation water? So we are all included on top of the private sector. Some private sectors, NGOs have already asked to sensitize, and we allowed them. Before we even started, they started with the cities. So your people in the cities were sensitized by some NGOs that wished and were capable, and we are adding on. Some parishes have more residents than others. There is need for preferential treatment for some of these particular parishes. Yes, they will be considered, this item will be considered in the subsequent years of implementation. Let us start, ladies and gentlemen. Let you go and find out for us and report to us what you have found, the peculiar parishes with the very many people, and then we change the plan. If we are to add some more money, we tell them. If maybe they are to formulate 2 circles, it will all come from what all of you are going to find out. That's why this parish development model is not leaving anyone behind. Inclusive in participation, inclusive in monitoring and evaluation, inclusive in sensitization. So we are all to participate, and we shall come back and agree and disagree. On the possibles, we shall change. If they take time, we shall all agree. So we are not working in isolation of anybody, including our dear members of Parliament. What will happen to the chronic defaulters? The rules will apply. You can't run away with the money and you go scot-free.
And the member's question is what rules will apply? Because you have not brought this for a law of Parliament. So what rules are going to apply?
I want to promise that we shall bring the rules, but in simple terms, if you default, you have to pay back by force, by apprehension, by courts of law. So nobody will get this money and drink it and use it because our parish chief is there on daily basis, and the community development officer is there on daily basis, and the agricultural officers are there on daily basis. The commercial officers are there. So the reporting format will alert us that there's something going wrong. But I want to pledge that we should put rules, specific rules, that if you don't use the money, this is what will happen to you. Effective monitoring and evaluation requires that as members of parliament, we understand activities of PDM. That's why we are here. I think by now this question is overtaken by events. That why did you launch in February and now you are telling us now? We are telling you to equip you. We had to set off the program. Rome was not built in a day. Parliament had to go on as cabinet sits and revises. Now we are with you, setting you to go to the field, enjoy, see what's going on, ascertain the reality, then we come back. Let us finish. If there are more questions, they will come, but let's first listen. On Anguru advised farmers, Angura, this was advice. He advised farmers to start investing on maize and soya bean before they go to chicken. Yes, I think in this honorable members constituency, the best enterprises are maize and soya bean. And that's why we need advice from agricultural officers. We are giving to people what they feel they can do. They have tested and tried, and it can yield and sell and bring profits. So I totally agree with you. He also stated that important factors in production are market, breed, skills. How are these factors going to be managed in PDM? These factors are already there because selection of enterprises is guided by the technocrats. So nobody will do what can't be done in an area. You'll get advice. And nobody will.
Are you still within your time? You have 2 minutes.
Let me hurry. The way we have clustered them, I think most of them are almost the same, but changed in the version of presentation. Why are we looking at handout instead of long time? This is a long time strategy, ladies and gentlemen. It's not ending tomorrow. We shall be reviewing, adjusting, approving this, replacing it with the other, but it's an ongoing project.
Them the question is Honorable Goli, not Angora Frederick.
That's what is recorded here. If it's a mistake, forgive us. So Frederick, take note of what I have said. What basis is this one has been taken care of? How many circles will be formed per parish? Let us start with one. Let us start with one. I want to remind you that we are targeting the 39 very bad off people. Someone who said other circles going to benefit, the other circles are a mixture of the well-to-do and the very poor. Now we are emphasizing the poor. The parish chief is told, the parish development committee, which knows the people in the villages, is included. So we are sure that a headmaster of a primary school who is earning that salary may not apply for this money. We are targeting those who are really bad off. And the screening is very, very perfect. Have you put in place in your ministry a desk that is already completed? Legislators should have been informed that the funds dispersed are less. Now we are informing you and assuring you. Those who got 11, they have not yet started using it because of the process of sensitization, selection of enterprises, making of circles, opening of accounts. And I told you that even if we are overtaken by the new financial year, come the new financial year, all the circles that have finished the stages, have opened accounts, are going to get their money. That will be now 117.
I think, honorable colleagues, let's agree that we now receive the senior minister.
Yes.
For 2 minutes. We may not be able to answer all the questions today. And
However,
I end up with the
what we are going
pillars.
to do,
The
just a
pillars
sec.
are in the
Honorable
booklets.
Soke,
Yes.
just a minute.
Mm.
What we're going to do, I have asked the Honorable Minister, Ralph Majesi, to organize a workshop specifically for parish development model because we have injected a lot of money.
Yes.
And he has agreed that once members are back from the field, he's going to organize one. The second is members have put their telephone numbers, but I've guided him that answering those individual members will not sort out the issue because people have similar questions. So the best way is to organize the workshop for members of parliament on PDM. I am not going to take questions or comments. I'm now inviting the Honorable Raphael
Thank you very
Majesi
much.
to go and wind up on
Someone
this
says
in
to
2 minutes.
sanitize this microphone, please.
Yes, please sanitize the microphone. I am not reverting to
Thank
the plenary. Please get us a sanitizer. We still need the Honorable Majesi. The MP for Kashari is about to be named, actually, including this one from Sinjiro. He has a problematic constituency. I'm just about to name the two of them, and you know the implications. Honorable Majesi, please proceed.
I thank you, Honorable Chair. We've received a number of questions, but as the chair has guided, allow me just to say the following. One, there are certain things as we go out that you need to look out for. From your questions, it seems already the fraudsters have started. They are charging people, they are charging circles. It is wrong. If you find them out, get the RDC, get the security people to assist in this. Maybe they are doing it out of ignorance. They may not know these sub-county chiefs and parish chiefs. So you may need to educate them a little more. And the other issue which is really coming out a lot is about the new parishes. Colleagues, we are dealing with 10,594 parishes. These are gazetted by the ministry. If there are others which are being formed out there, they'll have to wait until 2025. Finally, the facilitation for the district workshops. The money has been sent already to the cows and the town clerks. So you don't have to pay facilitation of the councillors who are coming to attend the workshops. When is this? Next week. We're ready to go, starting Tuesday, work out with the program with your respective ministers and see how to go and enhance sensitization on the parish model. We shall give you a pack, including all the relevant documents that you need. We'll make sure that it is available in your pigeonholes by Tuesday morning. We shall make sure that you get it. Then I'll also be available to meet the youth council leaders and the members of parliament of the youth on the issue which they have raised. I think there is a little bit of uncoordinated information. I'll be able to meet them on Tuesday at 10 o'clock so that we continue on the same path. Chair, I would like to thank you. And before I would like to thank Honorable Fox Odoi. You were not here in the morning. He sat in your chair there. My voice was really bad. He gave me some herbs from Torura and they seem to work. So any of you with that problem, contact Honorable Fox Odoi. Thank you, Honorable colleagues. God bless us.
First, I regret to know that Honorable Fox Odoi sat in my chair. I don't know what he was doing there. But now when it comes to the herbs, I get even more worried. Okay. Honorable ministers in our presence, thank you very much. We want to thank you very much for having given us all this time. Many, many, many thanks to you. My honorable colleagues, members of parliament, our technical team that have organized this. Thank you very, very much. You have been a wonderful audience. I'm sure in the future, you will give me your votes to lead the country because you have seen my good leadership styles. And now, Honorable Kamuntu,
will be my minister for gender and in charge of the youth. Thank you very much. And as I discharge you, as I adjourn the meeting, there is a cup of tea out there offered by the speaker through the chair. Thank you. May God bless you. Keep safe. Kindly, colleagues, note that COVID is back. Let's take extra precautions. May God bless you. May I ask the member for Kasiru to walk out? His name.
Thank you very much, Honorable Medad. Honorable members, as we exit, may we kindly give him a round of applause for steering us well through this session. It has been very nice. Thank you very much. A quick reminder, we have an iPad here that was left here yesterday. In case it is yours, Honorable Member, kindly come and pick it. There's also a bag. This is how it looks like, black in color, in case it is yours. No, there are no names. But in case they're not picked today, they'll be kept with the administrators. Yes. Tomorrow, we commence business at 8:30 a.m. So I would kindly request that we keep time again tomorrow so that we can steer through the session efficiently. Again, a reminder, tomorrow, as the Honorable Chair for this afternoon session had mentioned, the Speaker has reorganized the program to fit in a cocktail tomorrow evening. So the session won't end with a tea and snacks, but it will end with a cocktail, and we shall enter the weekend in style with all the parliamentary knowledge that we have garnered and learned. I think the venue will be here, but it will be communicated tomorrow. Yes. Thank you very much, honorable members. I think that's in as much as administrative announcements we had. And a reminder, in case you haven't filled the evaluation forms, kindly, as you step out, just pick one and fill it. It doesn't take any more than a minute. So, and leave the forms with the administrators just at the front outside there. Thank you very much for today, and we wish you a good evening and safe journeys back home.